House of Ravens, Volume 5 in the House of Royals series. Written by Keary Taylor. Narrated by Melissa Sternenberg. Chapter 1. My brain can't match what I'm seeing to the very simple facts I've known to be true for the last 10 months. My father, Henry Conrath, was a docile man who just wanted to be left alone. My father, Henry Conrath, was killed last summer. He's supposed to be dead. The breath rips in and out of my chest as my eyes dart from one end of the space to the other, trying to make sense out of any of it. The platform of my family's crest finishes lowering to the ground, and the moment it does, a very dim, gentle light flicks on. The room is massive, just as large as the ballroom that resides above it. Endless shelves line the sterile, clean cement walls. Clear boxes of equipment rest on them. I see various tools, things I don't have names for. Dominating another wall is a line of bookshelves, stretching long, filled to the brim with thick spines. I step off the platform, and my eyes trace the titles. Educational. Every one of them. The titles have words like microbiology, evolution, and synthetic DNA mixed into their names. There were enough books here to make you a brilliant master on what, I'm not sure. But this is a room of learning and science, no doubt about it. A table rests in the middle of the bookshelves, pushed up against the wall, with a laptop resting atop it, the screen asleep. I turn back to the rest of the room, and I truly can't process it all. There are tables everywhere. 7 of them are laid throughout the room, all set up in a grid-like pattern. They bear scientific equipment. Projects seemingly only halfway finished. A file box rests upon one, and 5 books on another. If my brain were functioning better, I'd take a closer look and learn something. But I just keep blinking, rapidly, trying to bring it all into focus. "Is he down there?" Cameron's voice causes me to jump in alarm. I had forgotten I had an audience above me. I walk back to the platform and see the faces peering down at me through the huge hole in the ceiling. "No," I try to say, but my throat is too tight, and the sound comes out strangled. "It's empty. Rath, did you know this was down here?" He's pale, his expression stricken and sick. He shakes his head. "No." His own voice is strained. "I think you should see this," I say, fixing him with a solid, long stare. I just know the same emotions are rushing through the both of us. Neither of us can make sense of what is going on. Rath squats at the edge of the opening and hops down. Followed by him is Ian. A dozen more faces stare down at us, and suddenly I'm so terrified. My father kept this place a secret, even from Rath, all this time, and now I've shown it to half of my house. "Niall, a word," I say as my voice quakes. The others don't have to be told directly. They back away from the opening. The true thickness between the ceiling of the lab and the ballroom is revealed when even I cannot hear their footsteps retreat. Niall hops down to my side, and his eyes widen in wonder and awe as he looks around. "I don't know what this is," I say as I look around. My throat feels dry, but in a human, uncertain way. Something, I don't know. Something important was going on here. But my father obviously meant to keep it a secret, and I can only assume there's a very real and very important reason he did. I look around once more, still unable to piece everything together. They can't say anything, everyone upstairs, to anyone. Not to each other, not to the other house members who aren't here. No one. Not until we know what Henry was doing down here. "I understand, Alivia," he says. He can't stop looking around, each new object he finds adding more wonder to his expression.
Alivia, this... I beg of you to let me come back down and investigate.
Please, I say, nodding in agreement. I don't know. He nods when I don't have words, and without another of his own, he crouches for a moment before leaping straight up and out of the hole above us. I find Wrath standing in the center of the room. He slowly turns, observing the space surrounding him. But he doesn't step foot from his place. He's stiff, controlled, unsure. A million emotions are obvious on his face as he looks around, and I feel for him so much.
You really had no idea this was down here, Wrath?
Ian asks. He wanders around, looking in the boxes on the shelves, reading small passages of the books that sit open-faced on the table.
No,
Wrath says quietly. I step forward, though I have no idea where I'm going or what I intend to look at. When I first got to the Conrath estate, you said you lived at the workers' house, I say. I stop just 2 steps away from Wrath. I want to pull myself into his chest and wrap my arms around him. For the both of us to find some sort of comfort in the confusion we're feeling right now. To go back to the familiar. But he's so stiff and so tight. I'm afraid the slightest disruption will cause him to explode. You said it was the way Henry preferred it, I breathe. I never understood that. Because you said you and he were brothers, that you shared a bond. It never made sense to me why he wouldn't want you to live in the house with him, but... I falter as I look around.
This was why.
Wrath finishes for me, enlightenment in his voice. Understanding has finally dawned on him. He wanted it to remain a secret, I continue. I wander back to the library and let my eyes travel over the titles, not really taking them in. I hardly understand the titles, much less what could be learned from their contents.
I've known Henry so long,
Wrath says. He takes one hesitant step forward, not really toward anything, but I feel it's a break of the extreme control he's trying to hold on to at this moment.
And suddenly, I feel as if I never really knew the man at all.
This space, Ian says as he walks toward another wall that holds row after row of filing cabinets. It's been here a long time. There's no way it was excavated after the original house was built. It's been sitting here all this time. What year was the house built?
1799.
Wrath says without hesitance. He takes another step forward, in no particular direction.
You think the other house has one too?
Ian asks. The thought makes my heart skip twice. It's possible, I say. This house holds so many secrets and hidden things. If Henry felt the need for them, I don't know why Elijah wouldn't have as well.
Damn, Ian breathes. Crazy vampire brothers. Sure know how to keep the spook in all that lore. I will advise you not to speak ill of either Elijah or Henry Conrath, Wrath growls.
Ian holds up his hands in surrender, and he's wise doing so. Wrath is deadly, dangerous when he needs to be. I still don't understand what Wrath is, or what he's capable of. Once, months ago, when all of this was just beginning, I saw him without a shirt. His body was covered in scars. I still don't know how he got them, but without a doubt, Wrath has a deadly history. That smell, I say as I take in a deep breath through my nose. It's hard to tell how long it's been since he was down here. All the chemicals and equipment are messing with my senses.
Same here,
Ian says. He walks over to a cabinet and opens the doors. Inside, he reveals bottles full of chemicals. He moves to the next cabinet, but it's locked. Same with the one after that.
Alivia, do you really think...
Wrath can't even finish that sentence. His throat chokes up, and the words can't leave his lips. I don't know, I say, shaking my head. What we found in Colorado.
Shit,
Ian says as suddenly the pieces slide together for him.
This is what you got so weird about when we were at your old apartment.
I nod. Just last night, Ian and I were back in Colorado at my old apartment. We found the entire building abandoned, and when we went into my unit, the scene that greeted us was a grim and unexplainable one. Blood everywhere, splattered on the walls, saturated into the worn-out carpet. Multiple people had lost their lives in that space. There was no doubt about it. But the thing that spooked me the most was what rested on my old desk. A few small candles, battery-operated, and 2 pictures. One of my mother, the one used in her obituary, and another of me, from when I was 18, at prom. It was taken from a weird angle, likely from the shadows. The reverence in that shrine, the viciousness in the room. I nod once more. I couldn't think of anyone else capable of that level of violence. My mind flashes to a night in 1875, when Henry lost someone he loved, and the kind of retaliation he'd been capable of. He snapped. He killed over 30 citizens of Silent Bend that night. Or who would have cared enough to place a picture of both me and my mother there? Ian just shakes his head and turns back to investigate the space.
And did it?
Rath tries to talk.
Did it smell like Henry?
I shrug my shoulders and shake my head. I don't know. There was so much blood there. The building had been abandoned. I'm sorry, Rath. I'm just not sure.
Whoever put that stuff there, it had been within the last 4 months, Ian says. So if it was Henry, then he's very much still alive.
It's kind of hard to question and deny an empty tomb, I say as my voice lowers. Emotions are rising up in me. My thoughts are running a million different directions. Just minutes ago, I opened Henry's tomb, only to find it very much without a body. It's been one of my biggest desires since I came to the Conrath estate. To know my father, to have Henry at my side, to learn about this man who created the other half of my DNA. Now, standing in this chamber, I realize there is so much more to him than I'd ever realized. Rath, I need you to tell me every detail about the morning my father was killed, I tell him. I walk forward, and for the first time since he left me because of the choices I had made, I touch him. I take his hands in mine and draw his hands to me. All of the details, small, big. Maybe we can figure this out. Rath nods, his eyes already growing distant. When his knees seemed to weaken, I led him to a stool at one of the tables and help him sit.
It now seems I know far too little, he says as his eyes fix on a non-particular spot on the floor. I was just arriving at the house in the morning. Your father didn't often sleep, so I was expecting a full day's worth of work for the 2 of us. He only slept maybe once a week, and that day was not a day for him to sleep.
Rath lets go of my hands and carefully folds them in his lap. The crow's feet around his eyes darken as they tighten. His gaze grows even more distant. I heard a disturbance. No one should have been at the house, and your father is not a clumsy man. So I ran. I heard his yell of pain. I ran through the front doors and saw, just as the man raised his hand, your father on the floor in the foyer. Rath closes his eyes for a moment. There's no doubt. It was a snake branded into the back of the man's hand. Perhaps it is what distracted me for just a second too long. I didn't react fast enough before the man swung that arm down, stake in hand,
and drove it through your father's chest. He dragged your dying father out onto the front steps, where the sun was rising."
"That's the first weird part," Ian says, stepping forward with his arms crossed over his chest. "A stake through the heart normally kills a vampire pretty much instantly. Henry was still alive, though, when he was taken outside?" Rath's eyes suddenly flick over to Ian. The wheels are once again turning in his head. "Yes," he confirms, "in a tremendous amount of pain, but alive." "For how long?" I ask, even though it's breaking my heart. I don't want to be imagining my father's death, to try to build the scene behind my eyes. But what if we can figure something out, something that leads to Henry?
"Perhaps 2 minutes," Rath answers. His voice is thick.
If this is difficult for me, it's nothing to how it is for him.
"There was so much blood, more than I think there should have been. I was trying to stop the bleeding. I yanked the stake out. I wanted to take him back inside, to get him out of the sunlight, but I didn't dare move him."
"Did Henry say anything before he died?" Ian asks, his brow furrowed. Rath's eyes jump from Ian to me. My skin grows very cold, and I'm not sure I want to hear what he's about to say.
"Only 2 words," he whispers. "Guide her."
Tears spring to my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. My bottom lip begins to quiver, but I roll my hands into fists and swear I will be strong. "And then what?" I choke out. Rath looks away. There's something that looks a lot like shame and disappointment in his eyes, and I know it's there because of me. Rath tried his best to fulfill my father's last request, but I ruined it all.
"He died. I checked his pulse, felt it stop, wept as his body cooled and began to gray."
Rath clears his throat, attempting to dislodge the emotion, but his voice remains rough.
"I carried him back inside the house, laid him there."
He points to the crest, which all this time was a platform, hidden on the ballroom floor.
"And I watched him for perhaps a day, just waiting."
Emotion takes his ability to speak for a moment.
"Waiting for him to wake up, waiting for him to move, for him to sit up and ask me to prepare him some tea. But he didn't."
My eyes flick to Ian's as Rath falls quiet for a long moment. There are so many things to read off of Ian. Doubt, wonder, shock, hope. And it's all there, reflected inside of me as well. I don't dare hope, but I also can't ignore what is before me.
"So, the next morning, I made phone calls. The lawyer. To have a new tomb built. All the plans that your father had laid for me to carry out should he meet his demise somehow. He'd already had a plan in place should something like this happen."
"Maybe that's another clue," Ian says. "He'd told you what to do should he die. He already put the puzzle pieces together, so he could somehow fake his death for whatever reason." Fake his death. It shakes my bones, fills my lungs with ice water. Why? Why would he do that? "Perhaps," Rath says, clearly as rattled by the words as I am, "but his procedures were long laid out ones. He told me of certain plans, and those changed after he learned of Alivia's existence." Once more, I'm asking myself just how long Rath has worked for my father. But I know I'll get no answers from him. "Rath," I breathe. "How long before he died did my father write that letter to me? He put that key in the envelope. It was a clue. He wanted me to someday find this place." So many pieces to this huge and complicated puzzle are falling into place. The answers to so many questions I've had are being revealed. But there's still so many missing pieces that I just can't make out the picture yet.
8 days,
Rath says. As he says the words, I see him mentally accepting something. Your father gave the envelope to me 8 days before he was killed. He instructed me to give it to you should anything happen to him and you came to the Conrath estate. That's it, then, Ian says, holding his hands up and shrugging his shoulders slightly. Henry's still alive. He somehow planned his death, faked the whole thing. He's still out there somehow. But why? My voice cracks slightly. And suddenly I feel so betrayed. Why would he do that to Rath? To me? He had to know everything would be turned on its head the moment I arrived in town. The way Jasmine would come after me, how Silent Bend would hate me, what the king would come to investigate. Why would he do this? The tears that have been threatening to spill finally let loose, and 2 of them roll down my cheek as my body shakes in anger and loss. Ian crosses to me and pulls me into his chest, tucking my head under his chin. I know there's a reason, Liv, Ian whispers as he runs a hand down the back of my hair. Your father was a smart man. He survived centuries, and he's seen a lot. There has to be a reason to all this, a very good one. I don't understand, I breathe. I need to know why. Chapter 2. I take a deep breath when I hear voices floating down through the hole. I'm pretty sure it's Danny and Markov. If they're there, I suspect in the foyer, I'm sure the others are not far away. Time to be a queen again, Ian says into my hair. And where once there was only resentment and anger when it came to me ruling the house, there's now support and understanding. I nod my head and step away. Instantly, my eyes are drawn to Rath. He watches me, studying. Taking a step around Ian, I take 4 toward the man who has been as much a father to me as I have ever had. I first need to apologize to you, Rath. My heart is absolutely racing. My palms sweat, and everything in me holds firm, when all it wants to do is quiver into a puddle of scum on the floor. You recognized what I was becoming before I saw it. You tried to warn me multiple times, and I didn't listen. He holds my eyes, and I stare back into his, begging for him to see that I really have changed. Circumstances made me forget who I was, where I came from. It felt like every little manipulation I'd suffered just brought me one step closer to the edge of losing myself. So I started fighting back, but while I fought back, I didn't realize I'd already slipped over the edge. I take one step closer to him, breathing in Rath's scent, like lemongrass and firewood smoke, secrets and loyalty. You did your best. You did as Henry asked. My throat thickens. You did guide me. And now I stand before you, so very, very sorry. For everything. I can do nothing but beg your forgiveness and tell you that I've changed. Things will be different. It's difficult, bearing the weight of his gaze. I've meant every word I just said, and it's hard to humble yourself before one of the people who matters most to you in this life. But I need Rath back, and this is his home, every bit as much as it is mine. Your action surprised me, Rath says. I saw a girl who came into this house an empty vessel, one who needed to be educated and allowed to rise once she was given the correct information. But you turned in the opposite direction. I bite my lower lip when emotion threatens to take me over once more. But I won't cry. I can't. I watched you become something I did not recognize, and it cracked my soul, Alivia. His eyes remain steady, calm, and an inch away from cold. I do not know if I can yet forgive what you did, but... He hesitates in finishing his statement, as if evaluating the words one last time. If he's making the right call. Finally, he looks back up at me, sure of whatever he's about to say.
But if Henry is still alive, I will stay and help you find him.
I can't hold myself back any longer. I rush forward, wrapping my arms around his waist, squeezing him hard. Thank you, Wrath. I promise that I will show you that I'm different. I will regain your trust, even if I have to spend the rest of my immortal life doing it. Wrath lowers his startled arms, carefully enfolding me. He doesn't hug me back, but he doesn't push me away either. Thank you, I whisper once more. I back away, looking up into his eyes, offering a small smile.
Liv, I think it's time.
Ian offers quietly from behind us. I take a quick breath in through my nose, standing a little straighter as I take a step back from Wrath. I nod once, and the two of them follow me back to the platform. I crouch down and twist the key. With a little lurch, the platform begins to rise once more. My eyes quickly dart around the space. I feel a little hollow now. For a moment, as I first descended, I thought I might suddenly find Henry, alive and well in the lab. But he isn't there, and I still can't be certain he's alive. Whispers float into the room as we level even with the rest of the ballroom floor. I retrieve my key, looping the necklace around my neck once more. There's no one to be seen, but I can hear them. Just around the corner, on the steps leading upstairs. It's okay, you can come out now. I call loudly enough for them to hear me, which isn't loud at all. First around the stairs is Cameron, followed by Samuel. Then it's Niall, Christian, Anna, Trinity, Markov, Danny, and Obasi. So few of the full members of the House of Conrath. I wonder if any of them took off after the king hauled me off to Roter Hemel and the court members left. One by one, they flow into the ballroom and stop before me, waiting for my words. I don't say anything for a moment. I have to reevaluate what kind of leader I want to be right now. I've done everything out of manipulation and political games up until this moment. I've twisted and lied and played with so many ploys. But all of that has to change. I need to continue finding myself. Things are going to be different, I begin. I look around at them all, and when I do, I remind myself that they are people. They were once humans, with mundane problems and sicknesses and ailments, just like I used to be. They're individuals. They are not pawns. I'm ashamed of who I was becoming. I saw the fear when many of you looked at me, the same way you looked at Cyrus. I shake my head, squeezing my eyes closed. It can't be like that. I don't want things to be like that, I whisper. Everything in me fractures, splintering off the dark queen I was becoming, shaking off the fear and the toying. I stand before them as Alivia, Ryan, Conrath. I will do better, I promise them. I will be better, for each of you, for our house, for Silent Bend. I apologize for the way things have happened. I wish I was strong enough for it to have been different. But I can't change the past. I can't take any of it back. So all I can do is learn from it and move on, and hope that all of you will forgive me.
Do you really think any of it could have played out differently?
Lillian steps out from behind Markov. In her eyes, I see so much shame.
Every major event that has happened since you came to town. Do you really think you had any other choices to make besides the ones you did? Your hand was forced along every turn, and I don't see any other way for things to have ended up, Alivia.
Of course things could have turned out differently, I admit quietly. I could have always made a better call, looked for a better way around an obstacle without hurting the people I did, and I beg your forgiveness. Lillian's eyes well, red and full of tears. She steps forward, dropping to her knees on the marble floor. "No," she says. "I beg of yours. I should have never doubted you. I betrayed your trust." I shake my head, but this time Samuel steps forward. "She's right, Liv. You hadn't done anything to make us doubt you, but, well, some of us did. You didn't deserve that. I'm really, truly sorry." He bows his head. Cameron says, but his voice cuts out. "I hate to admit it, but I kind of questioned you there for a little bit. I want to punch myself in the face for it, but I did. Sorry, Livy." I shake my head, my throat thick with emotion. It takes me several long moments before I'm able to speak. "We've all made mistakes," I say as I walk forward. I pull Lillian to her feet. "Can we all just let the past go and move on?" Lillian's tears break free onto her cheeks, and she nods her head. I fold her into my arms, hugging her tight, and feel all of her pain and regret. I hope she can feel mine in return. I turn to the side and pull Cameron into our hug, and Lillian reaches over and drags Samuel in as well.
"Well, if this didn't turn into a barf cheese fest,"
Danny chuffs, which brings laughs from almost everyone else. I chuckle as I back away from the group hug, looking out at all of them. Okay, now that we got that out of the way. They all again laugh with me. I guess there's some things we need to talk about.
"So, Henry's still alive?"
Christian is the first to ask what I'm sure are a dozen questions burning through the group. "Maybe," I say with a tiny shrug. I can't find perfect, solid evidence either way, but my gut tells me yes, that he's still alive. Several curse words slip from multiple mouths. There's a lot to be said about this, but no surety. I don't know. I've only just discovered what lies beneath the ballroom floor. Until we know what's going on, I beg of you, don't say a word about it. I don't want to keep any more secrets, but please, for now, don't tell those at the Institute what you've seen." I search their eyes, and one by one, they each nod their heads in agreement. I need to investigate further, with Raph and Niall's help, but things need to be taken care of first, I say. So please, try not to get too crazy with the speculation. Keep calm about it. For now, this doesn't change anything.
"Because we have a more important problem at hand," Anna pipes up. "Impending war."
I nod my head, even as the cold rock forms in my stomach. "Anna, I'm sure you'll brief me on everything that's been going on when we get time this evening. We'll plan. We will find a way to end this chaos."
"What about him?" Markov asks, nodding his head in Ian's direction. "Is he still hell-bent on killing all of us?"
Every set of eyes in the room shifts to Ian, and to my utter relief, he doesn't recoil from their scrutiny. He stuffs his hands into his pockets and steps forward, so that he's standing side by side with me.
"I know my relationship with most of you has been," he hesitates, "complicated in the past. I didn't know, and I didn't really want to know. Being like you all was the last thing I expected to ever happen, but it did, and well, I'm in this for a long, immortal life now, so I guess I better get over it, huh?"
Ian gives an uncomfortable little chuckle, feeling the weight of so many eyes. But he looks over at me, and that gaze there, the history and struggle and understanding, it warms everything inside of me.
"I love Alivia,"
Ian says as he reaches for my hand and looks back at the house members.
"I tried to fight it, tried to turn my back on it, but I do, and that's never going to change. So I'm going to be here as long as she'll have me. I'm going to try every damn day to make all of this easier. If you'll forgive my past, I'll look past yours."
Well, that last part wasn't quite as smooth as I would have liked it to be, but it's something. The smug look on Anna's face says she didn't miss it either. Same with Christian and Samuel, who gave a slight eye roll.
Are you sure you can live peacefully in a house full of bloodsuckers? Markov asks.
He fixes Ian with a cold, calculating stare as he takes 5 steps forward.
In a house where some of us must hunt in the night. In a house where violence will never be fully eradicated. In a house where we do not hide what we are.
Markov stops just a foot in front of Ian, almost nose to nose.
Are you sure you can live in a house where we keep our promises to a leader that we will never feed in this town? He says quietly.
His eyes study Ian, taunting him, testing him.
Are you sure you can live in a house where I will kill any living being, mortal or immortal, if they threaten the life of Alivia? Are you sure you can live in a house with that kind of passion for the woman you claim to love?
The air holds so much weight, I'm sure it's going to explode, leaving no one alive, no one to survive the severity of Markov's words. Markov, who once terrified me so, who seemed so insane and out of control, but is now so devoted and loyal, I can't quite believe it's real. He stares Ian down, waiting to push him over the edge of his control.
Yes, Ian states.
Simple and absolutely sure.
I can handle it. For Alivia. It has to be for more than just Alivia, Markov says. It has to be for yourself. Because in the end, we are all selfish creatures, and unless it is for you, anyone can be pushed past their breaking point.
The words were profound and absolutely true. Suddenly, my chest is filled with worry. Ian does have a tendency to snap, to be pushed past his level of control. His love for me really won't be enough. Ian looks over at me, and I see the self-reflection Markov has forced him to embark upon. He doesn't answer right away, and I see it there in his eyes. A few moments of self-doubt, the worry that maybe he can't do this. For just a moment, I panic.
I can do this, for me,
Ian says. A promise said to me. A promise made to the House of Conrath.
Because I can't live this whole, long life hating half of my DNA.
He looks back at Markov.
I can do this.
After only 2 seconds of hesitation, a slow, always terrifying smile begins to curl on one side of Markov's mouth. He reaches a hand forward, which Ian takes without hesitation.
Then, welcome to the House of Conrath.
A huge breath of relief escapes my chest as Ian pulls Markov closer, enveloping him in a man-hug. I'm witnessing a miracle, truly. Ian Ward, hunter of all vampires, finding peace with Markov, the most manic vampire I've yet met, save Cyrus.
Didn't think either of them was going to survive that one,
Samuel pipes up. He lets out a chuckle, and soon everyone is laughing along.
I think we were all just witness to a phenomenon, Trinity adds.
Her expression is still grim, never one to look happy, but there is a slight twinkle to her eyes.
So, Ian's staying, Olivia's back. Does that mean you're here to stay too, Wrath?
Anna asks it with severity in her eyes, anger and mistrust angled in his direction. She doesn't forgive him for walking away from me, no matter how justified he was in doing so.
If Henry is still alive, I have to find him,
Wrath says, looking uncomfortable under all their stares. He's never lived in a true house. This has to be somewhat intimidating.
I will stay and help Alivia.
Look at you, Livy, Cameron says with a wide, dopey smile. Not even 24, and your house dominates. Looks like you've got 2 more members today. At this, all eyes turn to Obasi. His gaze darkens, and his entire body stiffens. It's good to see you, Obasi, I offer. I'm timid, unsure of what he's doing here. May I ask what brought you to Silent Bend? He looks around at the house members, as if evaluating their strengths, their weaknesses. Word was traveling around the place, he says. His voice is intense, deep and rumbling, his accent one I cannot place to any specific country in Africa. You claimed a war was coming, a war with the Bitten. That's right, I nod. Just the thought makes my throat turn dry. If it is a war with the Bitten, I will do whatever it takes to keep my kind safe from them. The words are spoken hard, with history and vengeance, but he does not give further explanation. We greatly appreciate your help, I say, hoping I communicate my gratitude through my eyes. I'm still getting my feet under me after returning from my trial. I will keep you informed of everything going on. Until then, I hope you're comfortable staying with us. He grunts in the affirmative, and there are no more words from my strong, terrifying fellow prisoner. Okay, I say, feeling mentally exhausted already. We have a lot to catch up on, much to do, but it's been a hell of a long day. I'll see you all at dawn? Each of them nods, Lillian giving me another apologetic smile. Cameron gives me a peace sign with his fingers as he walks away. Markov grants Ian one more daring look before he, too, wanders out of the ballroom. Your room is still open, I say to Wrath. I think I need some rest, but we'll talk in a few hours, okay? The conflict is so obvious in his eyes as he looks back at me. Without a word, he nods and walks away. Finally, it's just Ian and me, alone in the ballroom. Well, this turned into one hell of an unexpected day. A smile pulls on my lips, and I let myself sag into Ian's arms. I'm suddenly wiped out, but I don't feel like I can rest. Not even close. There's so much to be done, so many things to figure out. I'm beat, I confess into his shirt. Can we just freeze time for 3 hours and take a pause to breathe? And maybe get something to eat? Ian chuckles, tightening his arms around me. Life has been a little non-stop since the second you stepped foot in this town, hasn't it? That's an understatement. I breathe as I turn my head and rest my cheek against his chest. I take 3 slow breaths, relax my body into his. This is nice. Yeah, it is, he whispers into the top of my head. He presses his lips into my hair, holding me close. But I know we can't just stand here and enjoy the feel of one another. There's too much tension in the air, too much weighing down on my chest. I need to take care of things, and so does he. You should go see Lula, I say, because I'm too responsible. I know. He presses his lips to my head once more before backing up, taking both of my hands in his. Al says Lula's not good, that she probably won't live much longer. I need to get things sorted, see Elle, figure a few things out. This still isn't going to be easy, is it? I say with a sad smile. It'll always be complicated, he says back, but worth it. I lean forward and gently press my lips to his. The kiss lingers, longing for more, but knowing it can't happen. We both have too much that we must take care of. I promise it will be, he says with so much weight for this moment. I'll be back before midnight. I want a good, long nap, and I want you there with me. You've got a deal, I say, snagging one more quick kiss before he turns and heads for the front door. I watch as he goes. He grabs a set of sunshades before walking out and closing the door. I am not sure what to do with myself for a moment. There are too many people I need to talk to, too many things I need to take care of. But in this moment, I'm feeling disconnected with actually being here, back in my home. So I find my feet moving forward. I walk down the northern hall, listening for activity behind the doors. Lillian is in her bedroom, as is Wrath. I open the next door, the one Sebastian was staying in when he was so brutally murdered. There, I find a perfectly clean and normal-looking room. I can only imagine the horror Beth and Angelica felt when they had to clean it up once they returned from San Diego. I wander back the other way. I find the kitchen empty, Katina nowhere to be found, so I have free run of the kitchen. I make myself a towering sandwich, ravenously hungry, before I head upstairs. Christian and Samuel are down in one bedroom. I hear their voices floating through the door, but I leave them be. Cameron's door is wide open. I see him lying on his back in his bed, a set of earbuds in. He smiles and nods to me as I walk by. Down at the end of the hall is the door to my bedroom. I walk through, leaving it open, and sit on the edge of the mattress. Looking around, I suddenly feel out of place. When I first arrived at the Conrath estate, I felt so out of place. Nothing felt like it really belonged to me, and it was months before I felt I could touch anything and not feel guilty about it. Suddenly, I'm feeling like that again. The only reason I felt comfortable here was because Henry was dead. He was gone, and I, his only heir, was left with everything. But if Henry isn't dead, then what does that mean for me? This house, my leadership. I know he didn't ever want the leadership, but technically, if he's still alive, all this is rightfully his. My whole world suddenly feels very unstable. Yet I'd exchange it all for the possibility of knowing my father. My sandwich finished, I rise to my feet. Back down the stairs, I grab a set of sunshades and walk outside. It's April, and Silent Bend is absolutely beautiful in the spring. Millions of flowers bloom all over the property. The front flower beds are breathtaking and grand. The trees that line the driveway from the road to the house sway in the breeze, fragrant and so full. I wander around the side of the house. The hedge maze is tall and thick. The gardens back here are just as beautiful. The temperatures aren't quite warm enough yet to warrant filling the pool, but it won't be long. It's beautiful out, but there is this sense of dread in the air, something urgent and ugly. It clenches at my heart, making it race. The curse still lingers in the air. My purpose in wandering the property is not solely to admire the beauty of the landscape. My sharp, enhanced eyes are looking for signs. The boot prints under the windows, the handprint that's barely visible on one of the back doors, the claw marks that scrape the metal of the fence that surrounds the graveyard. Evidence of the Snake Army's spies are all around my property. "It's all old," Anna says. I turn around and see her walking up from behind. I stand at the ledge before it drops down the bank and into the Mississippi River. We stand facing it, where I see footprints disappearing down the embankment and rising up on the other side, so far away. "All the evidence," Anna continues, "except those prints. They showed up 2 days ago." "You think they're hiding across the river?" I ask. I can see Louisiana every day from my house, yet I've never crossed the river to set foot on its soil. Anna shrugs. "They could be hiding everywhere. I wandered around Porter, the town there, yesterday.
The scent wore off after just a few miles.
So we're still nowhere closer to discovering what's going on? Anna slides her hands into her back pockets, looking out over the territory she helps me govern. This region, the entire southeastern portion of the United States, is Conrath territory. We are in charge of it when it comes to the vampires. My rule, up to this point, has been so small, so focused. I know that issues are going to arise, maybe something in Arkansas or South Carolina, and it's going to be up to me to deal with it.
Things have been quiet since the day Cyrus dragged you away from the estate, she says. Not a single attack. No more missing people, at least. Not from around here, that we know of. Alivia, I think they know you're gone. They've been biding their time until you return. Now that you're back, I think things are going to start getting deadly again.
Why is this so personal? I ask. Whoever is behind these attacks obviously has a huge beef against me and my family. First, they tried to kill Henry. Tried, I don't know. And then they frame me for multiple major crimes, only to take a break while I go to trial? I shake my head, the anger and resentment and the vengeance rising up inside of me. I need to know why.
Henry had a lot of history. I'd say he must have done something pretty bad for them to carry a grudge this big onto the next generation.
Anna sighs, and it's obvious the toll this has already taken on her. I can only imagine how frustrating this must be. She's in charge of my security, in being my general, and she's no closer to taking them out than we were on day one. Well, if they still have spies around, they'll have seen me by now, I say. I'm willing to bet things won't stay quiet for long.
That's for damn sure,
Anna agrees. She claps a hand on my shoulder and lifts her chin in the direction of the house.
Let's get you inside. No need having you standing out here like a sitting duck.
I chuckle as we walk back toward the house. I'm certainly not afraid of some Bitten, I say.
After facing Cyrus, I'm sure you aren't.
Anna laughs with me. But thank you for taking care of me, I reply appreciatively.
Anytime, princess.
Chapter 3. Around 11:30, my vampire body has hit its limit. My brain is shot. My limbs feel half numb. I'm still not recovered from my time of imprisonment in Roter Himmel, when they didn't let me feed or give me anything to eat for over a month. My body is still thin, my bones too pronounced. Katina made dinner for everyone in the house, and I ate my weight. Now, I climb out of the shower, pulling on a short pair of cotton shorts and a thin tank top. The house is no longer freezing, no longer threatening to kill us all with the cold. My body greatly appreciates it. It's 5 minutes to 12 when I drag my exhausted body up into the enormous bed. A mattress has never felt so wonderful, blankets never so soft, and pillows never so cloud-like. A blissful moan escapes my throat as I lie down. My eyes instantly slide closed, and my body releases all of the tension and uncertainty of the past 2 months. I don't even open my eyes when I hear my bedroom door swing open and then closed again. Something is set on the floor, and my bed bows as someone kneels on it for a moment.
I'm going to jump in the shower for a second, and I'll be right back.
Ian softly whispers against my skin before pressing a kiss to my cheek. "'Kay," I grunt. His form retreats, and while I was afraid I would immediately fall asleep, my brain is incredibly aware of Ian's location, of his footsteps as they retreat into the bathroom, of the way he only closes the door part way. I hear him start the shower, running the water hot. A soft sound floats to my ears when he drops his clothes into the laundry basket in the corner of the bathroom. This is going to be how things are now. I'm terrified to accept it. Things are looking almost normal between Ian and I, but I have to hope. After everything I've been through in the last 2 months, the last 10 months, I have to have hope. But it still doesn't quite feel real. Time has moved too quickly from the days where we were at each other's throats, yelling and screaming that the other was wrong. 'Cause we were both wrong. I smile, absolutely grateful for every trial we've gone through, 'cause it's all brought us to here, where we needed to be. I hear the water shut off in the bathroom. I listen as Ian dries off and pulls on some clothes. He brushes his teeth, and finally pushes open the door to pad across the hardwood floor to the bed. It sags in Ian's direction as he crawls his way up to my side. He wraps a gentle arm around my waist. "You awake?" he whispers so quietly. I nod and roll toward him. I've been a vampire for 3 months now, but being able to see in the dark is still disorienting, still shocking. We study each other, and I'm grateful for quiet moments where we don't have to ask each other about what's going on or what we have to face in a few hours. I'm just allowed to stare into his hazel eyes, searching their depths. I can study the hard planes of his face, memorize every little scar, like the one on his right cheek, about half an inch under his eye. I can let this feeling grow inside of me, making me absolutely sure about the words that I speak. I love you. They come out strong, sure, and it's a relief of the beautiful pressure that's been building in my chest when they come out. I've loved you for a long time, Ian Ward. I never stopped, and that's never going to change. My confession was not uttered in some grand moment of do or die realization. That realization was achieved long ago, and I've just been too scared to admit it until recently. But it's always been there. Ian reaches up, resting his hand against my cheek. He brushes his thumb over my skin, studying my eyes.
You made me make a promise once, not to fall in love with you, because we had an expiration date. But we both knew I was lying when I agreed to it. I love you too, Alivia. And even this immortal life I unexpectedly woke up to isn't going to be enough.
He raises my hand up to his mouth, pressing his lips gently to my knuckles. His eyes slide closed, and the expression on his face, it's full of reverence, of worship. Slowly, with no hurry, he lets his lips go from my knuckles to my wrist, down my arm, taking his time, appreciating my skin, taking in low, deep breaths. Sparks ignite in my lower belly as he shifts, rolling above me, supporting himself on his knees and one hand. He brings his lips to my neck, soft. My hands will not be kept to themselves. They slide up his arms, over the strong and lean muscles, appreciating his defined shoulders, coming to either side of his neck. Finally, his lips come to mine, gentle, lingering for a moment. Breathing in this moment and knowing that it is real, that all of the mistakes and the anger are behind us, taking a moment to give gratitude to the past. My heart skips more than once, flutters, races. The passion races down my spine, sparking my blood as it travels, taking no prisoners as it destroys every ounce of control I possess. My hands knot in his hair and my back arches, aching to meet his body, hard plain to soft skin. Ian's lips part, and his teeth take possession of my bottom lip. Rough, ragged breaths rip from his chest as his free hand wraps around my back, hoisting my body up off the bed and yanking me against his hard body. His hands are hot, strong. One of my legs wraps around his waist, hooking me around him so he can never escape. He grinds his pelvis into mine, hard and firm. A blissful moan escapes my mouth, only to be caught by his.
I love you, Alivia.
Ian breathes roughly into me. His hand slides down to cup my rear, pulling me all the harder into him.
I love you so much.
His lips slide down to my neck, and I feel his fangs lengthen just slightly, grazing against the tender, sensitive skin there.
Damn bit of you.
I feel my eyes ignite and my own fangs lengthen. I shift, using my strength to make Ian roll beneath me. I pin him to the bed, my knees on either side of his hips. I take his hands in mine, trapping them high above his head. Once more, I take ownership of his lips, making him mine, making sure he knows they will never belong to another woman for as long as he lives. Hours roll away, my lips swollen and tender, our bodies becoming familiar. But I smile to myself, because there's still that small measure he holds back from me, that thing he keeps. And I love that he does, because I know, someday, when the time is right, when he's ready, when we're ready, we'll give that fullness to each other. But for right now, when we've survived so much together, when we've overcome so many hardships and impossibilities, this is more than I ever could have asked for. Ian and Alivia, together. Chapter 4. When I wake at dawn, Ian is still sleeping. Careful not to disturb him, I slip out from beneath his arm, dress silently, and head down the stairs. "Good morning, Princess." Cameron greets me warmly as he licks something off his fingers. He's constantly eating, yet he's skinny as a reed. "Hey," I say with a smile. Maybe it's things returning to normal. Maybe it's the beautiful night I've just had, but I'm in a fantastic mood. I wrap my arms around his shoulders and pull him in for a tight hug. I sigh. It's good to be home. Cameron chuckles and pats my back. "Things weren't the same without you here. When are we going to have another special movie night?" I release him with a laugh. "I don't know. Maybe we'll have to plan something out." "Soon," he says, raising his eyebrows at me. I just smile and head for the garage door. "Hey, will you do me a favor?" "Anything," he says as he follows me. He darts into the kitchen on our way and snags a scone off the counter. He looks down at the counter, picks something up, and hands it over to me. It's a postcard from Texas. "If Ian wakes up before I get back, will you tell him I've run into town?" I grab the keys to the Porsche that hang on the rack next to the door and tuck the card into my pocket to look at later. "Yep," he answers through a mouthful of crumbs. "And—" I hesitate. This isn't going to be easy, especially for the first 2 weeks. "Could you try really hard to help him fit in? Maybe try to be his friend?" He chuckles at this and holds his arms out wide. "Liv, it's me. You think that'd ever be a problem?" I laugh with him because it's true. There's something so easy and fun about Cameron. If you have the patience for his, at times immature ways, it's hard to not get along with him. "Thank you," I say as I open the door into the garage and look back with a smile. He waves and turns back to the kitchen. The garage door gives small popping sounds as it rises. Light spills in from under the door, and I'm quick to pull on my sun goggles. They're nice. They look just like a pair of stylish sunglasses, but the backs of them fully encase my eyes, and they're so darkly shaded with special lenses that all the sunlight is diluted enough to not cause me more than a tiny bit of discomfort. I'll probably have a headache by the time I get back later, but at least I'm not wishing for death. The day is beautiful, and a light breeze blows through the trees that dot the driveway down to the road. The gates swing open as I pull up to them, my family's crest splitting down the middle to let me out. I turn right onto the road, drive a little ways, and turn right again onto Main Street. It's early, barely 6 in the morning. There are very few people out and about, but there are some. The lights are on at Fred's. Someone is filling their car at the gas station. The lawn is being mowed at the elementary school. I turn left and head down the street 5 blocks. While most of town has been sleepy and quiet, the construction site is in full swing. The 5 units I had started months ago look half finished. Siding is being nailed up on one house. Trim is going up around the windows of another. When I started these units, I did it as a way to gain Silent Ben's goodwill. I was at war with Jasmine, who was doing her very best to turn everyone against me. So this was one way to fight back. It's amazing how things have changed in just a few months. When I first arrived here, Jasmine and her broken house were such a threat. I was so scared of them because I was told to be so. She seemed so strong, so hard to beat. And now she's dead. She was nothing compared to the next threat I'd face. Nothing in comparison to the weight of the moon that is King Cyrus. My presence here has drawn the attention of several workers. It would be hard not to, sitting in my baby blue Porsche. It's a looker. Furrowed brows and extended necks turn in my direction. I see their mouths move and their words float to my enhanced ears. "That the Conrath girl?" one asks. "I heard she died in the storm," another speaks up. "Thought she left her fortune to that house of freaks she took from Jasmine. Looks alive and well to me. Think the rumors are true?" This gains him a sharp look from the first man. "Watch your tongue. You know what happened last time people went speculating. You can wonder, but you can't say it out loud." They both look in my direction, distrust and fear in their eyes. I don't know what to do about this. I've been trying for so long to gain the trust of the people here, but things keep happening, and I don't know that they're ever going to stop happening. Maybe there really is nothing I can do about it. Maybe in some ways, Henry was right to just keep to himself. It's certainly easier. I start the car and flip around. I can feel eyes following me and can only imagine what's running through their heads. I'm already gaining legendary status in this short time frame, just like Henry. I've just rounded the corner, pulling back onto Main Street, when flashing lights reflect in my rearview mirror. I swear under my breath, "Are you kidding me?" I pull over to the side of the road, parking in front of one of the few historical houses that still line the main drag of town. I breathe out an annoyed sigh as I pull my license out of my wallet, preparing to have my day ruined. As I roll down my window, a familiar face drops down into my view. "Morning, Miss Ryan." "Luke!" I breathe out, not quite in relief, but also in surprise. Were the lights really necessary? A little smile tugs on one side of his mouth that tells me he's enjoying watching me suffer just a little bit. "Hey, how else was I supposed to get your attention?" "Jerk," I say, giving him a glare and a smile. He just shrugs, giving me a smile of his own. "So, I see the rumors are not true. Here you are, in the flesh, alive." Apparently, most of the town thought I was dead? I question. I nod my chin for him to back up, and I climb out of my car. Closing the door, I fold my arms across my chest and lean against it. Sheriff McCoy nods, hooking his thumbs in his belt loops and looking very much the part of a cop in a small southern town. "No one had seen you in almost 2 months. You wouldn't be the only one who froze to death in that freak storm. Your known associates seem to be taking over for you. Town starts talking." "I nearly was a dead woman. I got dragged to Austria for a trial. Did you know that?" I ask, looking in his direction. "I heard," he nods. "Anna and Niall did a good job of keeping things under control while you were gone." "I'm glad to hear that. I hope the house members were helpful while I was away.
Luke shrugs. When you're terrified of the group wandering town, asking what they can do to help, it's hard to be very appreciative.
I chuckle at that. Yeah, this is going to be a never-ending, no-win battle.
I think they also blame your house for the unsettled feeling about town.
His eyes darken at that and turn to the sky. There's no longer swirling clouds above us, and constant thunder rippling through the sky. No more snow making it impossible to maneuver through town. But the air, the thickness to it, the way it catches in your throat, the way it makes your heart race before tripping and falling flat. There's a feeling of terror that lingers around us all. It's a curse, you know that, right? I ask, dropping my voice several octaves lower. I nod my chin in the direction of the hanging tree. Just like that night they hanged Elijah. Just like the southern estate. It's changed in the way it looks, feels, but it isn't over yet.
Yeah, I know, he says.
He leans against my car, too, looking out over the river and the dead tree that stands at the end of Main Street. Its dead, black limbs stretch out far, reaching for the sky, never to bear leaves again.
Timing sure was interesting for when it changed, huh?
I look over at him and don't miss the accusation in his voice. Sure was. I never said it wasn't for me, but...
But you're still standing, and you and yours seem to be doing just fine, he filled in.
And it's there in his voice. While I am the obvious one to blame, what he said is true. Ian's back, I say, changing the subject. The surprise on Luke's face is obvious. He's doing a lot better, and I think he's going to be a lot of help in the danger that's about to start back up.
Back to hunting vamps? He asks, the lines around his eyes tightening. Even though he is one now?
I shake my head. Like I said, he's doing a lot better. He's not plagued by self-loathing all the time, at least. But yeah, I have a feeling he's not going to let anyone in Silent Bend be hurt by his army anymore. He's ready to get back to his new, old self.
Well, praise Jesus for that,
Luke says, and the relief in his voice is not hidden one bit. I nod, letting a tight smile pull on my lips. There's something I need to ask you, and I'm serious.
What's that?
He says, his features instantly darkening. I can't blame him. When I ask for something, it's never easy or good. I need you to be on the lookout for someone. I think I'm still being spied on, and I think there still might be someone sneaking into the house.
Who?
He asks as his brows furrow. Henry. The weight of the single word hits us both heavy, instantly bringing mass and seriousness to the conversation. Luke takes nearly a full minute, processing what I just said, and applying it to the previous statement I just made. I told him I was serious, so he knows not to ask that. We found some things. He left little clues right from the beginning, and, well, I opened his tomb. It was empty. My eyes lose focus, recalling that intense moment. I should have found bones and decaying flesh. Instead, all I discovered was air and another clue.
Henry Conrath is alive?
Luke asks, and I know it's for himself.
Then where has he been the last 10 months?
I shake my head. I don't know, but I'm sure he hasn't stayed away this whole time. I need you to be on the lookout for him, and I need you to tell me right away if you see anyone who even might be Henry. Would you recognize him? The sheriff nods.
I met him once, about 4 years back. People aren't lying when they say you look just like him.
I know. I've seen it too. We're father and daughter, in looks and DNA, and immortal fate. I opened the door to my car, turning back for a moment. Everything else has been okay, right? His expression falls a bit.
Yeah,
he says, Things have been almost normal for a few weeks.
That makes my heart sink. I'm sorry that's about to change again. I swear, I'm doing my best to make everything right. I can tell he knows he should say something like, I know. But he still doesn't fully trust me and my ability to make things right. Not when I've been the insider of so much wrong.
Keep me informed, he says instead, with a nod.
I say goodbye and climb back into the car, starting the engine and pulling back onto the road. I pull my cell phone out and dial Niall. He answers after just 2 rings. Hey, I say. Could you and Lillian meet me at the Institute in a few minutes? I'm headed there now.
Of course, he says. We'll leave right now.
Thanks. See you in a minute. With a few minutes to kill, I loop around town, my eyes searching the shadows, looking for yellow eyes, looking for faces that look like mine. I need to find so many different individuals and don't know how to look for any of them. Finally, I head toward the Institute. As the road changes to gravel, the ground outside becomes saturated. The trees that rise out of the ground are full, lush. But I swear, it's just a little different. The smell isn't what it once was. There's more greenery. Maybe I'm just being hopeful, seeing things that aren't really there. I look into my rear-view mirror when a motion catches my eye and I see Lillian's car behind me. She and Niall sit inside, sunglasses on. We turn right onto the driveway that leads to the Institute. I still can't believe how much better it looks when we pull into the line of cars that sit before the enormous house. When Jasmine lived there, it was dilapidated, destroyed, broken. And while it certainly isn't as grand and perfectly beautiful like the Conrath estate, it is lovely.
I trust you slept well,
Niall says as we all walk up the stairs together. I did, thank you, I say appreciatively. He's always taking such good care of me.
Does that mean you actually got sleep last night? Lillian teases, giving me a look.
I blush at her insinuation. Remember that status I told you about? It still stands. She gives me a knowing look, smiling at our little shared secret. Back before I was taken away and she doubted me, I shared the fact that Ian is a virgin with her and Anna. Niall clears his throat, clearly embarrassed to be listening in on such a private conversation. Sorry, I say with a chuckle. He shares a little look with Lillian that makes me glance at the two of them a second time, and makes me wonder. Lillian opens the door, and the 3 of us step inside. And where once this house was dirty and broken, now it is cozy and comfortable. The windows are fully blocked off, so it's dark, but perfect for a born vampire's eyes. Draperies line the windows. Paintings now hang on the wall. A beautiful rug dominates the entryway, where an ornate table sits with a gorgeous vase of fresh-cut flowers. Was this your work? I ask Lillian.
It was a team effort, she says with a smile. Francesca has beautiful taste.
The name echoes in the back of my head, and I'm scrambling to place a face to it. So many new members joined my house shortly before I was taken away. I never really got the chance to get to know any of them. But just then, a young woman rounds the corner, walking into the foyer, and instantly I am reminded. Cyrus involuntarily made the House of Alloway trade 5 members to my house. Francesca was forced to volunteer to come to my house. In the end, it probably saved her life, for when their house left mine, just minutes later, most of them were slaughtered by the Bitten army. "Hello, Alivia," she says, giving me a little bow. "Welcome home." "Thank you," I say, offering her a polite smile. "You've done some beautiful work with the place." It's a little disorienting, knowing she helped do all of this. She looks so young, probably only 18 or so, but when you're dealing with immortal born, they could be any age.
hundreds of years old or only barely resurrected. She blushes, bowing her head in humility. She doesn't quite seem to know what to do in my presence. I look forward to getting the chance to know you better, I offer, trying to break the ice. I'm generally not the most extroverted person when it comes to new people, but this girl's unease is tangible. How long were you with the House of Alloway? 9 years, she says, as a born anyway. My family has lived around the Alloways for a long time, but I was the firstborn. I nod, getting some sense of this girl. She knew what she was before she resurrected. That seems to be a rarity. Excuse me, my lady, Francesca says. I need to wake Holland for the meeting. Of course, I say, trying to be as friendly as I can. I want her to feel welcomed, a part of our family. She walks away, leaving just the three of us. Has anyone left yet? I ask as I watch the girl go.
Gerard left just 2 days after Cyrus took you to court, Niall says. Lexington keeps talking about it, but he never leaves, Lillian says. She takes no care to lower her voice, which maybe she should, even though any resident of this house will be able to hear even the smallest whisper. But the rest, I think they're scared. It was the king's doing that brought them here. They're scared if they leave. They're betraying his orders. I nod. It's terrible that they feel they have no choice, but I understand it. Cyrus's will is a force to be reckoned with. So, how many new members does that leave us with, then? 9, with everyone Cyrus made the Alloways trade, Niall answers. Plus your friend from prison, though I get the feeling he isn't joining the house.
So we have 18 house members, including Ian, not including Rath or Obasi. I'm mainly talking to myself, though I say the words out loud. We're greatly outweighed.
I assume you're talking about the Bitten?
Lillian asks. Just then, Lexington descends the stairs. Yeah, I answer her absent-mindedly.
Hey, the Black Reputation Princess has returned, Lexington says in a surprisingly cheerful voice. I have to admit, I kind of expected the king to just lop your head off and be done with it. You will watch how you address our regent, Niall spits, his eyes instantly flashing red. Calm down, Doc, Lexington says offhandedly. The princess knows I'm just joking around.
Do I? I say in annoyance. I'm trying really hard. I really am to be different. To not be the controlling ruler I was just 2 months ago. But with comments like that, it's hard. I don't really know you. Maybe now is not the time just yet. He holds his hands up in surrender and raises one eyebrow. I'll remember my place. And instantly, I feel terrible. I don't want to be that kind of person anymore, but it's going to take me some time to get fully turned around. We'll get there, I offer as a compromise, giving him a little wink. His expression tells me I'm not fully forgiven, but it was a step in the right direction. Would you like a quick walk around? Lillian offers. I think the last time you were here, things had barely been finished, construction-wise. I nod. I'd love to, thanks. The 4 of us walk through the house, which is so eerily similar to my own. While it's not as large as my house, it is laid out in almost the same blueprint. A wing to the north leads to 4 bedrooms, all of which are occupied. The library just off the foyer, which used to be in ruins when Jasmine ruled, is now lined with books, clean, organized. A desk resides in the middle of it, and it's obvious someone has been doing some real work at it. I'm ashamed to say that I don't know anything about at least 5 of the new members, so I have no clue who the desk is being utilized by. The kitchen reveals a human woman cooking breakfast, which looks about ready. Lillian introduces her, and to my surprise, she doesn't seem scared of her environment at all. Something tells me she knew what this job entailed before she took it. She seems far braver than Katina, the cook at my house. and just like my house, I see 2 housekeepers scurrying about. I can hear a gardener working outside, rather hard, I might add. He's got his work cut out for him with this formerly ruined house and a swamp as his landscape. Upstairs there are 6 more bedrooms, and in just the same location as my bedroom, there sits a master bedroom, though I find this one empty.
It didn't seem fair to let any one person occupy this room until you made the call, Lillian says. Kind of an awkward situation.
I chuckle. I get it. We'll discuss it later. Well, since the 3 of us are already here, how about we call everyone at the estate and tell them to come here for the meeting? Each of them nods and pulls out their phones. I slide my own out and text Ian. Time to wake up, sleepyhead. Meeting at Jasmine's old house. We're using it now, BTW. He responds just 30 seconds later.
Good to know. Be there in 15.
Chapter 5. I wander through the great room, which in my house is a ballroom, and open the door out onto the veranda. The sun shines brilliantly, warming my skin. Ever thankful for my sunshades, I walk across the repaired deck to the edge, placing my hands on the railing. Do you think it has changed? I ask. Lillian and Niall stand on either side of me. Or am I just crazy? It seems drier.
That should be an impossibility, considering all the snow from the curse storm, Niall says wisely. If anything, the land should be more waterlogged than ever.
It's different, Lillian says. I lived here at Jasmine's house for 12 years. I've never seen it this dry. Does that mean it's lifting? I ask, my tone brightening. Or weakening?
Is what weakening?
We turn to see Lexington has followed us out onto the deck. He sips from a coffee cup, wearing his own set of sunshades.
Apparently eavesdropping is a special skill of yours, Niall says in mild annoyance. We'll see. I have these super strong ears that hear everything, he says, acting undeterred by the obvious irritation he's being. And I thought you were just having this super boring conversation about a patch of swampland. But now I'm thinking there's more than meets the eye to this forsaken place you assigned us to.
Everything in me bristles. I'm at war with myself. While I have resolved to be kinder and more understanding, I still have to be a leader. How can I be fair and even-handed when my subjects are vampires, and most of them have no real loyalty to me? Look, if you want to leave, you do not have to stay, I say, taking special care to keep my tone even. I don't hold you to the king's trade deal, so if you don't want to be here, be part of this family, that's completely okay. But you can't just go around having a bad attitude and being a pain in the ass to whomever you want. Got it? Lexington studies me, his eyes narrowed slightly. There's a tiny bit of a smile pulling on his lips, and I can't decide if I want to wipe it from his face or if it's reminding me of Cameron just enough to let it go.
You're not what I thought you were to begin with, he says, tipping his cup in my direction. I thought you were just this stuffy poser who was doing whatever the king wanted, out of fear. But you're not. You've actually got a backbone of your own. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Niall bristles, standing straight and taking half a step in his direction. You'll do well not to forget you are speaking to a royal. Calm down, Doc. I wasn't being disrespectful, Lexington says, his tone bordering on condescending. I was simply addressing my surprise that this woman can actually be a leader worth following. I'm not making any promises yet, but, well, maybe she's enough to make me want to stick around.
Oh, thanks, I say sarcastically.
You're welcome,
he replies with a wink. Danny walks up from behind and very roughly bumps his shoulder into Lexington's, nearly sending him to the ground. I give Danny an appreciative smile, and to my utter surprise, half a smile curls on his own lips. He enjoyed that quite a lot.
Watch it!
Lexington protests, flinging the spilled hot coffee from his hands.
Oops,
Danny says in that gravelly voice of his. He stops at my side, leaning his back against the railing, resting his elbows on it and lacing his fingers over his chest.
I have to say, Alivia, I'm curious about what you were talking about, too.
There's something vastly dangerous about the dirty, threatening man standing beside me. Something so rough and rogue. But there's also something about him that makes me immediately want him as a member of my house, and my friend. My father, Henry Conrath, and his brother Elijah moved to Silent Bend in the late 1700s. I begin the story. Just then, a young boy that Sebastian brought to join our house, newly resurrected and no older than 13, walks out the back door, a wary and unsure expression upon his face. They each bought large parcels of land. I continue the story. Obviously, I live on Henry's land. This belonged to my uncle. As I begin my story, more of the new house members walk to the doorway. Some come outside with the assistance of sunshades, others linger in the shadows inside. They established cotton plantations. At the time, Silent Bend was struggling financially. The town wasn't making it, with limited sources for income, and from what I hear, the two brothers saved the local economy and brought in enough jobs for the town to really grow into something. I look around. So many of these faces are unfamiliar. I don't even know the names of the severe man with the bleached blonde hair, or the beautiful, curvy woman, or the older woman who volunteered to leave the alleyways to join my house in the trade. I know nearly nothing about the dark warrior who came from Africa and prison to help us fight this war. Here they sit, listening to me as if I am a mother, telling their children bedtime stories. Strangers, with a temporarily estranged adoptive mother. For years, things were good. Elijah established the house here that rightfully belonged to the Conrath blood. Henry stayed removed, but supportive. And everything grew. The beginnings of this story are so beautiful and hopeful. But I know what comes next. But talk spreads fast in small towns. Their strange, nocturnal ways drew attention. And soon, an accident happened. A house member fathered a child. The mother hid that child, but when it died at 3 years old, it resurrected. It chills my blood just thinking about an immortal-born child. When it awoke, it killed its mother, and the acts were witnessed. There's true shock and horror in their faces. Some of them, at least. I can't even imagine it, and I don't know how I'll take it if, when we finally face the Bitten army, they have children among their numbers. Because this could happen even easier with the Bitten. All it takes is draining just a little too much blood, and you have yourself a newborn Bitten. The town revolted. They had enough, I say quietly. They stormed through Conrath plantations. The houses were set on fire. Elijah was blamed for letting this crime happen, and they killed him, and 3 others. And then they took them to the center of town, to the tree that sits at the end of Main Street. They strung them up and hanged their dead bodies, on display for the entire town to see. The lot of them are absolutely silent as they learn the history of their new town and house. It's grim. But I can't imagine it is entirely unique. Keeping vampires hidden and quiet all these years can't have been easy. It's quite a thing Cyrus has accomplished over thousands of years. My father, in his grief and on such a horrifying night, did what I'm sure many of you would have done. I continue. There was bloodshed that night. Revenge. They tried to kill him too, but Henry escaped. And when things settled down, my father returned to his estate, never to partake in this town's events again. He remained removed for the rest of his life. I turn out to face the land around me. But the tree they hanged my uncle from is dead. It's cursed. The ground around it scorched. The plantation died, turning to swamp, and hundreds of jobs were lost. The town was cursed for what they did to my uncle. I turn to face them all as I conclude my story. I hear doors being closed out in front of the house and know the others have arrived. And that is the legacy of this house. That is what we are recovering from. Suddenly, Cameron walks through the great room, breaking out onto the back deck. "Whoa," he says, looking around at all the silent people. "Why so serious?" This breaks laughter from more than one person, and the spell that I've woven is broken with the comedic relief Cameron can always be counted on to bring. One by one, my house members file into the house, and we begin walking back through the doors into the large room. When everyone is inside, the doors are closed tightly and everyone can remove their sunshades. I look around at our numbers. 20 of them. That feels like far too many people for me to be technically in charge of, but far too few to fight off an entire army of Bitten with a massive grudge. "Thank you all for coming," I say as everyone settles into couches, chairs, or finds somewhere to stand. I go to stand before them all, my eyes flicking to Ian for a moment. He chooses to stand, his arms folded over his chest, his knees bent just slightly. His instincts are to prepare to fight. I know this can't be easy for him. The wary expression on his face confirms it. "I hardly even know where to begin," I confess as I look back at everyone else. So much has happened. So much has changed. So much is still to come. "Guess we can start with the fact that you survived court," Danny pipes up. "From what I hear, that makes you pretty damn unique." I nod my head. "I suppose so. It wasn't easy. It certainly wasn't fun. And all that fear Jasmine and those of you who were with her had before he came, you all were justified." I kind of chuckle, because I have to relive some of the horror I'm reliving in my brain. I just have to say, don't ever go and piss Cyrus off. A few of the house members laugh with me, but most are stony-faced. They can't even really imagine what it was like. Anyway, I sat as a prisoner for over a month before they even started my trial. And I found my cell neighbor was Ian while I was there. I look over at him. He gives me a knowing smile. Those first few weeks were not pleasant ones between us. Ian never left me, by the way. I know the king made you all lie to me about it. So, as you may have guessed, things are different now. "I assume this means this beautiful specimen is off the market then?" the beautiful and curvy woman asks, eyeing Ian up and down with a hungry and playful smile on her lips. "Very," I say, perhaps a little too defensively. Everyone laughs at that, and I look to see Ian giving me a very proud smile. The fire in my belly flares for a moment. But now is not the time to pull him into a private room. Anyway, things were ugly. I didn't know if I was going to make it for a while there. But in the end, there was no evidence that proved I built this army and tried to kill the king. So, here we are, I say, feeling relieved having got the first order of business out of the way. I know many of you came into this house because of one of the king's infamous games. We totaled 6 members before he arrived, and now we sit at 20. Some of you were forced to join a house you knew nothing about. I look at Lexington, my eyes drifting to the others who used to be members of the House of Alloway. Others, well, I don't know anything about your history yet, but I know you didn't really have much of a choice when it came to joining us. I place my hands behind my back, clasping my wrist. I lift my chin, looking them all over. You have a choice now. King Cyrus is gone. His games are over. He has no reason to have any contact with us, and I certainly have no intention of getting in touch. So, I give you, all of you, the choice now. If you want to leave, you can. If you wish to return to where you came from, you can. I promise, I won't hold any harsh thoughts against you. I will let you go willingly, peacefully. I look around, trying to read the expressions of those I do not know well. The curvy woman evaluates me, but she seems pleased by what she sees. The older woman who volunteered must have done so for a reason, because she looks content. But a man, small and timid in mannerisms, fidgets. He looks around at the others, as if waiting for someone else to make the first step. "It's okay," I say, directing it at him, and he looks like he wishes he could wither away and disappear under their stares. "If you don't wish to stay, I mean it. You can go in peace." "It's just," he says, squirming under the pressure. "I had finally started this job I'd worked so hard for, and I met this woman. Things were starting to go somewhere." A little smile works onto my lips. "Then what are you waiting for?" I trail off, asking for his name. "Toby," he offers timidly. "Thank you for being with us, even for a short time, Toby," I say, walking across the space and wrapping him for a quick, light hug. "I wish you the best of luck." He backs away from me when I release him, giving me this look like he doesn't quite believe what I'm saying, like he expects me to take it back. But I just smile. He takes one step away, toward the door, and then another. With a lot of pairs of eyes watching him, he opens the door, waves a terrified goodbye, and slips out, sunshades in place. "Anyone else?" I ask. I'm actually relieved someone left. Having so many numbers is kind of terrifying and overwhelming. But no one says a word. They all simply watch me expectantly. 8 original members, 8 new, 1 Ian. 1 here only to help us win a war. I thank you for your support and loyalty, I say. I promise to take the time to get to know each of you whom I haven't gotten to meet. But for now, there are some things we need to discuss. We will be going to war, soon. I begin with the biggest issue. Whoever the leader of the Bitten army is, has something personal against me. I don't know what it is, but I'm certain they know I am back. I need you to be vigilant. Anna will organize groups to patrol town at all times, searching for signs of activity. Ian will be on the hunt. I look at him when I say this, because it's not something we've yet discussed, but it's something we need. He only nods his head in confirmation. He'll be searching for any problems with Bitten. I don't want this to come to civil war, and I have no problem with the Bitten in general, but they've threatened our secrets of survival here in the Silent Bend. Taken too many innocent lives. My voice grows quieter for a moment, frustration and sadness sinking into me. We have to do something about it. We are the House of the Southeastern United States. This is our job. Many of them nod their heads, understanding, prepared to do whatever it will take. Silent Bend has constantly been stuck in the middle of this battle, ever since my family moved into its borders. I continue. We need to do what we can to protect it. This is our home. We may never gain the trust of those we live beside, but we will do the best we can to make a peaceful existence with them. We will protect them the best we can, because what were all of you once, before you resurrected? Human. It's Trinity, Cameron, and the older woman who all answer at the same time. I nod. That's right. And that is my number 1 rule. If you cannot be satisfied with the donated blood Nile provides, if you need to feed on fresh blood, you never, ever do it within the borders of our town. And you never, ever create any Bitten. My eyes dart to Samuel for just a moment, the one house member who broke this rule. I punished him for it, severely, by forcing him to feed on me when I was still human, to the point he nearly killed me. Now, I have to say, and to some of you, I've already said it, I'm different. I say it, and it leaves my chest in a breathy exhale. I began losing myself, but I'm just a normal girl who was thrust into this crazy world. I didn't have enough education. I didn't have enough preparation. I was put on this rocket and asked to know how to fly it without anyone telling me what the control functions were. But I did some learning, I did some finding, and I'm not the vicious, vengeful leader I was turning into. If you disagree with the way I'm doing something, speak up. I promise I will listen now. I plead with them, beg for their forgiveness, for their trust. And those that do not know me well, they're unsure. And that's okay, because I plan to prove myself to them. We'll reevaluate the living arrangements over the next few days. If you feel strongly that you want to live in one house or the other, please talk with Lillian, and we will get things figured out. It's trivial but important. I don't want anyone to feel like they are a lesser citizen because they are not living at the estate. And last but not least, I need each of you to come to the house and take a good long look at the painting of Henry Conrath in the library. I need you to know his face, I say, so that you can recognize the man should you see him. I believe my father is still alive, and I plan to find him. Chapter 6. Getting down here in a private way was impossible. When the entryway to Henry's lair is 12 feet across and drops from the floor, it's impossible to go inside without being noticed. Thankfully, when Trinity and Samuel saw me heading down, they simply turned away and gave me my privacy. As I got down to the floor, I hopped off, removed my key, and found a lever, which closed the door, leaving me down here alone and in private. Now, on my own, I wander the lab. On one shelf are 3 boxes of empty glass vials, 1 box of syringes, and on the bottom shelf are 3 long, black, duffel-type bags. I have no doubt they're body bags. There's a huge fridge that dominates another wall. 3 doors open into it, each lined with glass windows so that you can see the contents without opening them. Labels are marked with titles such as Genesis Serum 12.4. Another reads Genesis Serum 22.8. Such a wide variety of numbers. On the next shelf down, there are more vials that read BC1 through 5, only 3 vials of each. And then there's an entire bin full of vials that read BC Complete. Containers of mixtures line the middle fridge, things I can't even pronounce. Bottles with the names of animals written on the outside are along one shelf. The red contents made me sure that they contain blood. There's tiger, bat, viper, and many others there. On a bottom shelf, I find a bin that contains only 3 vials, ones I recognize, and I instantly know what the EW labels stand for. L. Ward. They're vampire toxins, the ones that immobilize vampires for 12 hours. So many other things line the shelves of the refrigerators, but I turn back to the microscope set up on the table and peer down through the eyepiece. There's a slide already inserted, but I have no idea what I'm looking for. Other medical and experimental equipment is set up here and there, perfectly organized and meticulously cleaned. I don't understand what it is they do, but they look complicated and vastly important. I do plan to bring Niall down here with me at some point, but I needed some time to check everything out for myself first. He was my father, and if there are any clues as to where he is, I want to find them first. Perhaps it's childish, but I need it. I scan through every single book, checking to see if there are any unmarked spines that could perhaps be a journal or notebook. But everything is carefully labeled, all professional and with a specific topic. I pull random books from the shelf, leafing through the pages, hoping that maybe I'll find notes in the margins, something to indicate what Henry was working on down here. But there's nothing. Every page looks undisturbed, not even a wrinkle. But the well-worn spines tell me he at least read them all, maybe even multiple times. I think maybe I've learned something new about Henry. Everything is so perfectly organized, so meticulously clean, in its order and place. It's all a little obsessive-compulsive. What were you doing down here, Henry? I breathe to myself. I settle into a chair, a tall one that sits at counter height, and tuck my knees into my chest. My eyes scan everything, over and over, but I just can't quite seem to make any sense of it. Vampirism was born of science and curses. Cyrus, even though he did what he did thousands of years ago, was obsessed with science and immortality. He may not have had a lab, but what once might have been looked at as witchcraft back then could be explained by science today. Henry is doing some kind of science down here. I want to know what. There is a photograph of me that draws my attention, and I cross the space to pick it up off a shelf before returning to my seat. I find it's not just a frame, it's actually a photo album. It isn't long, just a slender binding holding them together, but it houses about a dozen pictures. My prom picture, my graduation picture, my 21st birthday party, me working at my old bakery, and one where I'm about to board a plane, the one I took from Colorado to Silent Bend, before I knew anything. You're alive, I breathe. An hour at a time. I'm slowly coming to accept the fact. No one can quite prove it one way or the other, but I just feel it in my gut. He's alive. Maybe that's why my desire to get to know him was so strong, because somehow I just knew that I'd be getting the chance eventually. Why have you been hiding? I whisper into the lab. I stand, setting the picture frame back on the shelf, when I bump into it, and it shifts just slightly, in a way that doesn't line up with the wall. I feel around the edge of the shelf, right where it meets the wall, and find just a small crack in the surface there. My fingers continue to follow it downward. It runs from the floor to about 6 feet off the ground. Smiling to myself, I start pressing, feeling for the release, and just a moment later, it clicks, popping back out at me, releasing the door. Of course, there's a hidden door. It's the Conrath estate. I'm sure I'll never discover all its hidden features and passages. I pull the hidden doorway toward myself and am instantly clouded with the scent of dirt and moisture. My eyes take a moment to adjust. Darkness lies behind the door, but as I step through it, I find myself in a dark tunnel. The passageway is narrow, only slightly wider than my body. I'm sure it was difficult for Henry to fit through it. I squeeze between dirt walls, smelling the moisture attempting to seep up through the ground. I walk about a dozen feet before I squeeze through the narrowest part of the passage yet, before suddenly breaking out into a wider tunnel. A familiar one. Wooden beams support the passageway, and I'm on level ground. I look down one way, toward where I know it eventually lets out to a hidden door at the edge of the property, and the other way, which connects back to my house, to a doorway directly into my room. "You sneaky bastard," I say with a smile on my face. Of course, Henry would have another way out of his lab. He always had an escape route, and an alternate way to get from his lab to the rest of his house without opening up the whole damn floor in the ballroom. I look down at myself and see what a mess I've made of my clothes, brushing up against the dirt walls in the narrow passageway. Carefully, I made my way back to the lab door and pull it closed behind me, staying in the tunnel. I can't go back into my father's sterile lab coated in dirt. Besides, I'm not sure what else to look for in there. I have yet to find any clues. It's kind of comforting, walking through these underground tunnels. It's easy to pretend that time doesn't exist. I could be in the 21st century or the 18th one, when Henry had them dug. I could be here before the World Wars or the Civil. And as far as I know, I'm the only one who knows of their existence. I have an escape if I need one. Someplace I can go to be alone where no one will find me. Except maybe Henry. Suddenly I stop, looking back the direction to the edge of the property. My heart stills. I've lived here at the Conrath estate for 10 months. With this passageway, Henry could have easily gained access to his lab. Thinking of that picture, the one of my boarding the plane, it had to have been placed in the lab after Henry died, after I arrived here at the Conrath estate. We've been in this house at the same time. Henry is alive. My heart races, thunders, blood rushes through my ears. I'm so close to meeting my father, to reconnecting with a piece of me that's been missing my entire life. I look over my shoulder once more and continue walking down the tunnel. I don't have to go far before a set of stone stairs begins ascending, up the back of the house, and finally breaking out onto a small landing. I pause behind the painting for at least a minute, listening hard for sounds of life in my bedroom. When I hear none, absolutely certain of it, I push one edge of the painting forward, opening the doorway, and step into my room. Not wasting any time, I cross into my bathroom, stripping off my filthy clothes and burying them beneath other items of clothing so that Ian will not see them and question me about how I got so filthy. With a little smile, I start the hot water and step into the shower. I'm just a little closer to discovering Henry's secrets. Chapter 7. The days begin to move fast. There's so much work to be done. Anna and Ian take control of security. She's tense about it, angry and hostile. This is her job, but she recognizes Ian's ability to hunt, and she doesn't have much choice but to accept it. And in the end, I think she recognizes we are better for it. Everyone goes out in shifts of 3. 2 to constantly patrol town, 1 to always be checking the property for signs of spies or intruders. With 19 members, dividing them into teams of 3 leaves no one too heavily burdened with 4-hour shifts. Every team gets 1 shift per 24-hour period. It makes the air feel tense. It sets us all on edge. And the curse that still hangs in the air isn't helping. But it makes them ready, prepared. But to balance it out with some normalcy, at least somewhat, is the rearrangement of the living situations. It's not an easy thing, balancing who will live where. I don't want anyone feeling as if they're less important because they have to live at the Institute. But while we have 13 bedrooms here at the estate, it is not enough to house everyone. In the end, it works itself out quite nicely. It's only natural to give Lillian stewardship over the Institute. Even if she's not the house leader, someone needs to be the head of the household because I cannot be there all the time. She's given the master bedroom. I'm not surprised at all when Niall is torn. He's unfailingly loyal to me, my name, and this house, but it's so obvious and apparent that he and Lillian have some kind of budding feelings for one another. In the end, it's very difficult for me, but I tell him I think he should go to the Institute. I have to let the two of them take a chance at finding happiness together. It's also not a shock when Trinity chooses to live at the Institute. She may have volunteered to be my escort to court and my trial, but she still seems to hold some kind of resentment toward me. I don't think I'll ever know the reason why. I stand next to Cameron as he watches her pack up her things and walk out the door. He's only wearing a pair of boxers, the scars on his chest exposed. The one that reads "Traitor," where Jasmine carved him up, and the raven Cyrus branded into his skin. I don't think he even notices he's hardly clothed. "This isn't fun," he admits. He never once looks away from Trinity. "But I've spent so long hoping she'd see me." "You're amazing, Cameron," I say as I lay my head on his shoulder, sliding my hand into his. "Someday, you're going to find someone who's going to be just as fun and warm as you are, and it's all going to be amazing, and worth the wait." "Thanks, Liv," he says as he lays his head on top of mine and watches the door swing closed. I have to admit, I'm kind of bummed when Samuel decides to move out as well. It sort of feels like he's abandoning me. But I'm pretty sure he's far too interested in Francesca. He's being a total cask. I have to remind myself that they're still individuals, and I have to not be a hypocrite. No matter what house the members choose to reside in, they're all important and still part of my family. As I stand out of the way 5 days later, watching as everyone moves their stuff in or out of the estate, I track the bodies. At the Institute, we have Lillian in charge, with Niall at her side, and Samuel, Trinity, Francesca, Rowan, Holland, May, and Obasi under her care. Here at the estate, we have Ian and Rath, of course, as well as Anna, Markov, Cameron, Christian, Danny, Lexington, Smith, and Lee. This leaves us with 3 empty bedrooms here at the estate and 1 empty one at the Institute. Amazing, with how many members we have, that we still have room to grow, now that we have another house. I think I have most of their names down now. Lee is the curvy beauty, brought to us through the King's recruiting game. Smith is the severe man with the sharp features and the bleached blonde hair. Holland could almost be Elle's twin. They're both tiny and blonde and quiet. She was the young woman who was volunteered by the House of Alloway. Rowan is the young 12-year-old boy who was forced to resurrect by Sebastian. I have a lot of work to do to get to know them all, but it will happen with time. "How are you feeling about all this?" I ask as Ian walks up behind me, sliding his hands to my hips as if there was no other place for them to be.
"I have to admit, I kind of hoped Markov would choose to move to the Institute,"
he says into my hair as he presses a kiss to my head. I laugh at this. He'll surprise you. He is unexpectedly protective.
Ian nods. "I can see that. But really, it's not been as bad as I anticipated it to be. I think after spending time with good old Cyrus, they all don't seem nearly as bad as they used to."
I can agree. Compared to Cyrus, we're all just tame puppies. "I saw you talking to Danny earlier," I say. "He technically has a room here at the estate now, but I've yet to see him spend much of any time in it. He still spends most of his time outdoors with the aid of sun goggles. He once agreed to join my house on the condition that I don't ask where he disappears to during the day. There are so many secrets our kind keeps.
Yeah, Ian says as he lets me go and stands at my side, his hands tucked into his pockets. He doesn't say much, but I don't know. He seems to kind of get it. We both know we're a part of this, but are just a little...
removed? I fill in for him. You both still are fine standing on your own 2 feet. I'd asked Cameron to be Ian's friend, and he sure is trying, but so far it's Danny that Ian seems to connect best with.
That's a good way of putting it, I guess, Ian says.
He rubs a hand over the back of his head, looking a little uncomfortable. He's trying so hard, but that doesn't mean this is easy for him, or that he's 100% on board with every aspect of house life. Well, if Lee doesn't stop looking at you like you're a piece of candy, I'm going to have to rip her heart from her chest, I say as I raise an eyebrow, remembering how she kept looking him up and down last night at dinner.
So violent when you're jealous, he teases, instantly turning on me.
His arms fold around my waist, backing me into a wall, and setting his lips to the hollow at the base of my throat. All the electricity surges to my lower belly, and I can't seem to help it when my eyes slide closed and my head falls back, letting him take control of me. It's a new thing I've discovered about myself since you came into the picture, I say absent-mindedly. He shifts his lips from my neck to my own lips, growing more gentle and tender, considering we're standing here, just outside of the kitchen, for all to see.
I like it on you,
he whispers, tucking a lock of hair behind my ear.
Alivia,
a voice from behind Ian says, with the clearing of a throat. I look over Ian's shoulder to find Wrath standing there, looking rather uncomfortable. Sorry, I say, immediately untangling myself from Ian, though I keep hold of one of his hands. Wrath shakes his head, clearly conveying he has nothing to say to what we were doing. Awkward.
I just wanted to let you know that the first deposit was made into your account this morning, from King Cyrus.
Just the mention of his name sends a drop of ice into my stomach. Memories flood back. Of my punishment in the strip club. Of him beheading Jasmine. Of him torturing and branding those I love.
There was also a letter from his treasury,
Wrath says, extending it out for me to see. It's a yellowed piece of paper, folded and sealed with red wax with the king's crest on it. It says very little, just that, with the re-establishment of the House of Conrath, we will begin receiving monthly deposits in the amount of $1 million in exchange for our services of keeping the peace in our region. Wow, I breathe. I still can't believe so many aspects of my new life. Ian gives a low whistle.
That sure is something.
Yeah, it is. Well, it is appreciated, I say as I hand the letter back to Wrath. It's going to be expensive, supporting this many house members now. Wrath nods, and I can see the relief there on his face. My father left me a lot of money, but now that we have 20 people to support, that would drain the funds incredibly quickly.
I'll talk to you later, Ian says as he presses a kiss to my temple. I'm going to go see Alula.
How is she doing? I ask as I follow him to the garage where his black utility van has been moved.
Not good,
he breathes with a sad expression.
Her lungs keep filling with fluid. If it gets much worse, they'll move her to a hospital. When it gets to that point, at this age, they usually don't recover.
I'm sorry, Ian, I offer, touching his arm gently. He only nods.
I'll be back in a few hours.
Okay. He walks through the door and closes it behind him.
Alivia.
I turn to see Markov crossing the hallway to join at my side.
May I speak to you?
Of course, I say. He hands over a stack of mail to me. On the top, I find another postcard, this one from Indiana. It's signed from Daphne. Having a wonderful trip, it says on the back.
I just wanted to tell you, Markov says, his cold grey eyes staring at me. I have a bad feeling about Smith. Something just doesn't seem right with him.
Is there any particular reason why? I ask, dropping my voice low and quiet. My own eyes scan the space around us, checking to see if we're going to be overheard. Markov glances over his shoulder once again.
It's just something in the way he watches everyone. He's observant, too much so. Like he's looking for weaknesses, ways to infiltrate, ways to manipulate.
His suggestion turns my blood chill. I know he doesn't look like the most cuddly character, I say. Maybe it's just that. Markov shakes his head.
I've been around for a long time, my queen. There's something about that man that does not sit well with me. I think you should be cautious with him.
I tuck the mail under my arm, crossing my arms over my chest and looking around the empty kitchen. I thought I was moving past this point, the one where I couldn't trust those around me. But here it is, yet again. I trust you, I tell Markov. I want you to watch him. It won't bode well if he realizes we're keeping an eye on him, so you must be careful. That familiar, frightening gleam flashes in his eyes, and a little smile forms on Markov's face.
That won't be a problem.
I'm sure it won't, I say. Markov is my friend. I trust him with my life now. But he still terrifies me. I trust you and your instincts. Thank you for saying something. He bows his head, and I'm ever amazed at the reverence he treats me with. He turns and leaves. Great. What if Smith is a spy for the Bitten army? Or for Cyrus? Not that the king should still have a reason to keep watching me, but I can't rule it out. Smith volunteered to leave the House of Alloway to join me, so where does the connection fall? Maybe there isn't one. Maybe he's just a sketchy-looking character and we're all simply paranoid. The frustration and adrenaline that suddenly spiked in my blood causes the dryness in the back of my throat to flame hot. And the moment I think of it, it feels as if all of the veins running throughout my body dry out, cracked, depleted. I feel my eyes light to red and my fangs lengthen just slightly, my numbing toxins pooling in my mouth. Walking to the new fridge we just had installed, I pull my key out and unlock it. Cool air spills from it as it swings open, revealing shelf after shelf lined with donated blood. It's awful. All of this blood was donated so that it might save people's lives, and we're just downing it for consumption. But when you look at it, I suppose you could say it is still serving its purpose. We drink this blood instead of feeding off of people. Not all of us have very good control. We drink this, and there's no risk of us killing someone, or accidentally creating Bitten. I take 2 blood bags from the shelf and lock the fridge up again. I sit at the small table in one corner and open the first bag. Not everyone is satisfied with the bagged stuff. I know for a fact that Markov goes hunting once a week for fresh blood. I have to trust that he's had good control and hasn't killed anyone. After all, he's been a vampire for over 200 years. I've never seen Danny drink the bagged blood. Smith hunts, and I once saw Rowan actually throw up the bagged stuff. He's still a child in age and resurrection. He's a few weeks younger than myself. He's only just now starting to normalize out where he doesn't feel the constant need to feed. That's not too bad. We have 4 members who must have fresh blood. That leaves 15 who can survive in a way that doesn't harm anyone. But I realize the control we have here is fragile. While at court, I came to realize just how little control I have over anything. I cannot control the members of my house. They are still individuals. I will have to consider myself lucky if they keep the rules and the balance of the house. Chapter 8. I stand at the window, the curtains pulled back, the window fully open in my bedroom. The crickets are especially loud tonight. A short-lived evening rain has left everything smelling amazing, but the temperatures are rising every day, and it's already beginning to feel humid. The beginning of May has ushered in the beginning of the summer season. I love it. The warmth, the flowers, the sense of adventure it brings. But not this year. Everything is so very different this year. Because this will be my first summer as a vampire. The first summer I cannot go out and lay in the sun, just because it feels wonderful. The first summer there will be no swimming in the pool in the sunlight. And everything just feels so dire. The air chokes my throat in a vice grip. The anxiety that sits in my heart could kill me. And it's not just knowing what is to come. It's this feeling of death in the air. I'm breathing a curse in and out, and with every breath, it leaves me coated in anxiety. I want to know. I want to understand. These curses, nobody seems to have an answer as to how they are created or where they come from. And what is going to happen when my house finally faces off with the leader of this Bitten army? What if we are successful in killing the leader? Is that who the curse is meant for? If they die, will this feeling go away? But what if the curse is for me? Too many unknowns, and the more I think about it, the more panicked I feel. Like a rabid, hairless beast climbing up my throat, hissing and shaking the whole way it scales me. A figure darts from the veranda below me, a blur of motion as they move to the edge of the property. I immediately grab for a stake, ready to yell for the house, when the figure stops, and I realize it's Anna. And she's not alone. Sheriff Luke McCoy stands at the edge of the river, waiting for her. She places her hands on his hips, leaning in close when she talks to him. They speak for a few moments before wandering down the river's edge, hand in hand. Interesting. I actually jump when the door to my bedroom swings open. I whip around to see Ian looking startled himself at my reaction. "Sorry," he says. "I didn't mean to scare you. You okay?" "Yeah," I say, looking back out the window. The two of them are nowhere to be seen now. Just a lot on my mind. How is Lula? Ian sets his backpack on the floor, and I hear an assortment of things clang together. I have little doubt they're medical tools, so he could check his grandmother over himself. His paramedic side isn't going away anytime soon. "She's actually doing a little better," he says as he walks over and sits opposite me in the window seat. "Her lungs sound a lot clearer, and she remembered who I was today." "That's good," I say hopefully. He nods. "The guy who handles her met with me today, though. Said we'd better get her affairs in order for when she does pass on." He's quiet for a little while. He reaches out absent-mindedly, tracing the tip of his finger along the tiny bones in my foot. It tickles slightly, but my new levels of control keep me from flinching away. "The house will be split between Elle and I. We can either keep it or sell it." He finally speaks again. "Same with all of her belongings. She didn't have much money, but what little there is, I told the guy to give it to Elle." "And what about her?" I ask. "She's still only 16. Ian nods. "I'll become her legal guardian, though it seems a little unnecessary. She's already living on her own." Which kills me to think of her living in that house, alone. Ian and I both tried to plead with her to move in with us, but she refused, and we both know that, as a human, she will always be in some danger. Control is a relative thing, especially when you're so thirsty you can't see straight. Ian, are you sure you want to stay here? I ask, leaning forward and taking his hand into both of mine. I feel awful, like I've made you abandon your family.
Liv, with you is where I want to be, he says,
pulling me closer, making me look into his eyes and see how much he means what he's saying.
I've spent the last decade taking care of Lula and Al, and I'm not going to stop taking care of them. But I have to keep living my life too. I need to let myself have just a little bit of happiness for the first time in maybe my whole life. So please, don't go and feel guilty about me. Lula's okay. Ellie's fine.
I study his eyes, trying so hard to make myself feel the way he's asking me to. But I do feel guilty. Very. But he said it. This is where he wants to be. And this is where I want him to be. You make me happy, I whisper, leaning in and touching my forehead to his.
It's kind of a miracle, he says.
I can hear the smile on his lips.
I didn't think that was possible for me. Not anymore. But us? I am happy, Liv. With you.
I lean forward, crawling as I do, and settle into his lap, one of my legs on either side of his waist. He reaches up, caressing a hand on the side of my face. He blinks twice, 3 times, just studying me.
I love you, Alivia Ryan Conrath.
The way the words are whispered, it's as if they are the most true and reverent words he will ever speak.
I have, from the moment I realized I didn't have to kill you. Even when you were being a pain in the ass.
He chuckles, and I laugh, too, my heart swelling with all of the history between us.
Even when I wanted to hate you, and you definitely hated me. But I loved you through it all.
He reaches down and takes my hands in his, and he raises them to his lips. He isn't in a hurry to say what he has to say. His kiss lingers, thoughtful and with purpose. He breathes me in and out, and my heart is racing 1,000,000 miles a minute. My spirit soars. I'm not sure even my enhanced vampire body is capable of holding the contentment I'm feeling.
I'm never going to stop loving you, Liv, he says after a while. Through all the bad and the bloodshed and the dramatics, it isn't going to stop.
He shakes his head, holding my eyes strong and firm. He brings my hands to his chest, placing them flat against the muscles there. I can feel his heart beneath the surface, steady but quick. He covers my hands with his, holding them firm there.
Liv,
he whispers, his voice dropping lower, but keeping that sure calmness. My eyes rise to meet his, and I feel everything swell in the air around us.
Will you marry me?
We are floating, existing somewhere that time and space and war cannot touch. Just Ian. Just Alivia. Yes, I breathe, no hesitance in me. Yes. We meet somewhere in the middle, and his lips become mine, and mine become his. His strong arms wrap around my waist, eliminating any space that might still exist between the two of us. My legs wrap around him, my arms locked behind his neck. The kiss is not gentle. It's possessive and demanding, tongue to tongue, teeth biting and aggressive. It's a promise and a curse. Ian and Alivia will never be able to exist without the other ever again. For if one goes, the other will extinguish forever. On it carries, heedless of time, existing only for one another. After all the hurt, after all of the lies and the secrets, after all the blood and all the physical transformations, we've made it to here, to this space where we have finally arrived at our destiny. I love you. I breathe into his mouth, my hands knotted into his hair. Forever and ever, Ian. He pulls away, studying my lips, rubbing his thumbs over my cheeks.
I told you once, it's never going to be easy. It's always going to be hard, and there's always going to be some problems. But for me, this, us, it's all worth it.
I nod. Yeah, it's worth it. Ian bites his lip, looking suddenly sheepish.
I don't even have a ring, he chuckles. I mean, I've been thinking about asking that question for months and months, but it kind of just came out.
I laugh with him, resting my forehead against his, holding his face between my hands. There's plenty of time. For tonight, this is enough. I press my lips very gently to his. Ian nods in agreement, backing away, once more taking my hands in his.
And I promise, if we find Henry, I will ask for permission.
I chuckle. How old-fashioned of you.
Hey, he says with a shrug, I am a Southern gentleman.
I laugh with him, leaning forward once again for another kiss.
If we're going to have to deal with newlyweds, I think I might move back into the Institute.
I suddenly hear Lexington's voice, coming from the direction of the library. It isn't spoken loudly, but I hear it with no problem whatsoever.
Congratulations,
Markov's voice comes from his bedroom. Party time! Cameron says in excitement. I just laugh, watching the mixed emotions roll over Ian's face. Embarrassment, horror, annoyance, entertainment.
About time, Christian says.
Thanks, I guess, everyone. I chuckle. And yeah, it is about time. Chapter 9.
Alivia, I think you should see this.
Rath comes to get me from the library where I'm talking to Christian 3 days later. The look on his face is angry and ready to kill. My heart immediately jumps into my throat, and the both of us follow Rath up the stairs into my father's office. He has a laptop open on the desk, and when I round into view to see what is going on, I see so many numbers on the screen.
Someone hacked into the house bank account this morning,
Rath says as he sits at the desk.
They've been trying to transfer money out all day. So far, the bank has been able to block it, but they're trying very hard to take everything.
They're finally striking, I say, watching as another notification flashes on the screen, asking Rath to authorize the transfer of $4 million to another account. He hits decline.
If you're trying to dismantle a house, taking their finances is a damn good way to start,
Christian says, his eyes scrolling over everything. Rath nods his head.
I've already called the new bank, and they're working on setting up a new, more secure account for us. This won't happen, but they said it's going to take another hour.
And you've been able to block all the transfers so far? I ask, standing up straight and crossing my arms over my chest. Rath nods in confirmation as he declines another transfer request.
Everything is still here, for now.
Where the hell is Henry? I yell in frustration as I turn away from the computer. I need to know why this is so personal against the Conrath family. Why they have such a huge grudge against this house, and why they're trying to take us apart.
Patrols still haven't found anything.
Christian echoes what I already know. Damn sneaky vampires, born or bitten. But I whip around. Can we figure out where they're trying to hack us from? Trace IP addresses or something?
Yes, you can.
A voice suddenly says from the doorway. We all look up to see Lexington walking in with a laptop in hand.
Give me some access, and I'll get this little annoyance flushed out for you.
You can do this? I ask in shock as he sets his computer down on the desk, waiting for Wrath to move out of the way. Wrath looks up at me for confirmation that I'm okay with this.
Every house needs their IT guy, Lexington says with a shrug. The Alloways had just acquired someone new a few weeks before the whole swap-a-roo happened. Guess that's why Charles let me go. He says this with quite the grudge. But yeah, I can do this.
I look down at Wrath and give him a nod. He moves aside to let Lexington take his spot, rolling his head side to side dramatically, stretching his arms as if he's getting ready to lift weights or arm wrestle.
Just give me some space. This could take a few hours, he says as his fingers begin flying over the keyboard.
This is great, I say, giving him some room. This might be the first real clue we've gotten in where to find any part of the army.
Hopefully, they're stupid and didn't think to reroute their signal, Lexington says as he continues working. Smart hackers know how to hide their location. Stupid hackers don't. So we hope this army, who's eluded us for 10 months, is stupid, Christian pipes up doubtfully. Good luck. Positive attitude is everything, my friend, Lexington responds dramatically as his fingers tap keys on both laptops.
Anna! I yell, because I know she's outside on property patrol. I hear a door fly open, and just a moment later, she suddenly appears in the office. Her eyes glow red, and she stands protectively in front of me, sweeping the area for threats. No, I'm okay, I say with a shake of my head. Between the four of us, we explain what's going on. So, I want the patrols doubled. We finally have a lead. They obviously know I'm back, and they're ready to kick this war into gear. I'd rather we make the first physical move than them.
You got it, she says. She pulls out her cell phone as she turns to leave. Trinity, I need you on duty, now. Smith will be meeting up with you in a few hours.
Her voice trails off as she heads back outside. Let the war begin. Chapter 10. The sounds outside. When it's this dark, when we're this far into the back country, are intense. Insects, creaking trees, an owl hooting. It's overwhelming. We are doing our best to remain silent, but they're making such a racket. For the first time, I crossed the river into Louisiana. Not far, through the main town, down a dirt road about 3 miles, and here we are, in swampland. Standing water crops up everywhere, and these creepy trees grow out of it, Spanish moss hanging from the limbs, long and swaying in the breeze. It's nearly pitch black, but our vampire eyes don't have any problem seeing through the dark. Ian, Danny, Samuel, Trinity, Smith, Anna, and I all soundlessly stalk through the back roads, closing in on the small trailer house where Lexington traced the location of the computer. Each of us is armed, heavily, with stakes, guns, crossbows. We're an army unto ourselves. The rest of the house waits in town, poised to leap to our aid with the tap of a phone call. But considering the size of the trailer and what we scouted of the location beforehand, none of us think there is more than a small hive waiting for us. Ian creeps up to the side of the trailer, a blur of motion, and Danny darts around the backside. The rest of us silently wait from behind trees, guns and crossbows at the ready. Slowly, Ian rises to standing, stretching to his toes in order to see through the windows. He peers inside for a moment, before ducking down out of sight again. He creeps along to look into another room, doing this for every window in the entire trailer. Just as he's finishing, Danny creeps back around the edge of the trailer, and the both of them dart back to our position in a blur. Together, as a group, we retreat 100 yards to keep ears from overhearing our conversations.
There's 2 of them in the living area,
Danny says, rearranging weapons, getting ready for action.
One in the bedroom, sleeping, Ian continues. He's got an automatic assault rifle next to him on the bed, so we're probably going to have to take him out as quickly as possible. Grab the other two at the same time. Anna, you and Trinity and Smith come with me. We'll take out the two working their magic on the computer, Danny says, eyeing them, and they nod in response. Samuel, you're with me, Ian says as he checks Samuel's gun. I'm going to tie him up. Your job is just to get that gun as far away from his reach as you can. You take possession of it and guard it like it's your dick on a foosball table, you got it? Samuel nods, looking scared. This isn't his element. He's been the son of a broken house leader for so long, and then not utilized for 15 years under Jasmine's leadership. But the time to rise up is now, and he's here. Remember, Anna pipes up, do not kill them unless you absolutely have to. We need information out of these guys. We can't screw this up. It's the first lead we've had this entire time. I want to fight them, to argue that I should be going inside, helping take them down. But every single one of them has made it abundantly clear that I'm only to wait outside and not get involved until they're disabled and ready for questioning. Liv, you wait 20 yards away until this is all over, Ian says, and the pleading look in his eyes tells me he knows there's a risk that I won't do as told. He's learned me well over the last 10 months. I'll do my best, I say in annoyance. No best, Danny says, giving me a sharp look. Something happens to you, everything falls apart. You stay out of the way until it's time. He's never once been sharp with me, but his tone tells me how firmly he believes what he's just said. Okay, I say with a little more humility. Everybody ready? Ian asks. They each nod, and then they're gone, darting through the dark. My enhanced eyes watch them as they slip between trees silently. Ian and Samuel position themselves toward the back of the trailer, each of them picking up a huge rock, which I assume they'll use to smash the window. The other 4 gather around the front door. Anna holds up 5 fingers, and one by one starts curling them into her fist, counting down. 3, 2, 1. The glass shatters, and Danny kicks down the door with one swift motion, and every one of them floods into the trailer. Shouts and yells shoot out into the night, and the trailer actually rocks back and forth on its cinder block foundation. Ian is bellowing for someone to stay down. Anna is barking orders for someone to stay on their knees. And within about 60 seconds, the night grows quieter. The trailer stops bouncing around. I watch it with bated breath, poised on my toes, ready to spring into action at the drop of a pin, my crossbow ready. A moment later, Ian pokes his head out the broken front door and waves me forward. I step through the splintered doorway and survey the damage. The front door exploded into a million shards at Danny's impact. Walls are buckled, papers and dishes and pans are strewn around the floor. The entire space smells heavily like mold. But on their knees, in the middle of the floor, each of them with a gun pressed to their head and a stake held firmly at their backs, are 2 men and a woman. Their hands are tied behind their backs. They're not moving anywhere without immediately being put down. But each of them stares at me with glowing yellow eyes and lengthened fangs. That was fast, I observe as I stare at them, taking in the bloody lip one of the men has, the bruises that are already forming across the woman's forehead. Element of surprise is a beautiful thing, Smith says, and it's possible it may be the first thing I've ever heard him say. And a terrible one, I say, standing there before the 3 of them. Do you know who I am? Conrath, royal-born scum! The uninjured man spits at me, literally spits at me. The slick mess lands on my boot. A swift boot swings forward, and Danny's boot buries itself in the man's stomach.
He doubles over, crumpled in pain, with probably a slew of broken bones. "Guess you do know who I am," I say, wiping the spit from my shoe on the man's shoulder. "What is it your group has against my family and my kind?" The woman laughs, an annoying and over-the-top thing. "You're kidding, right? Just thousands of years lived in servitude. Yet, as far as I can tell, your leader has put you into that same servitude," I say, stepping in front of her. "I have 18 members of my house, and not one of us has any bitten with a debt to us." This shuts the woman up, but she continues to glare at me with glowing eyes. "You didn't answer the first part of my question," I say, turning to the man with the bloody lip. "What does your leader have against my family?" He stares at me a long moment, the hatred burning so bright in his eyes. But something tells me it isn't just hatred for me. There's a self-loathing there that I'm so familiar with. And I pity this man. He's had his free will taken from him, enlisted into a war he probably had no clue about.
"History runs long,"
he finally mutters under his breath.
"Birthrights should not always just run through blood."
The man Danny kicked suddenly lashes out, smacking the crown of his head down on the other man's nose.
"Shut your damn mouth!"
he bellows. Anna wraps her hand around the man's neck, shoving him back up against the wall, buckling the cheap plaster.
"No, not another word from you," she seethes. "Unless you have something helpful to add to the conversation."
"What else can you tell me?" I ask, squatting down in front of the man with the bleeding lip. I hope my expression is open, soft, that he might feel that he can talk to me and that I won't hurt him unless I have to.
"Nothing,"
he says, hanging his head, shame in his eyes. "You really think our leader hasn't covered all the bases?" The woman chimes in again. "You're a fool to think you'll get any information out of any of us."
"For your sake, you better hope that isn't true,"
Ian says, his eyes flashing in anger. Once more, I turn to the man who is cowering. It's clear he wants no part in this, but he also can't fight the debt he's been weighted with. I squat in front of him once more, placing a hand on his shoulder. His eyes flick up to mine, and the conflict there is so apparent. This is a man in pain, a slave, a prisoner. "Who created you?" I ask him quietly. And it's as if my question has set off a bomb. The woman instantly thrusts herself backward, shoving Trinity's stake deep into her chest. The man Anna holds does the exact same thing, impaling himself. And the man I kneel in front of suddenly lunges at me, his fangs bared. Smith cuts him clean through the chest in an instant, and the man slumps forward onto me, dead. I shove him off of me, scrambling back a few steps, coated in blood, horror filling me. It all happened so fast, over in just 2 or 3 seconds. Every single one of them dead. "What the hell just happened?" I breathe, my voice coming out in kind of a shriek.
"You're okay,"
Ian says, more to himself than to me as he checks me over for injury. I'm fine, just covered in another vampire's blood.
"They must have been commanded to kill themselves the second someone asked about the leader's identity," Anna comments.
She removes her stake from the man's chest, wiping the blood off on his shirt.
"Shit,"
Samuel says. He looks a little pale.
"That was our one and only lead, and they're all dead." "Cool it, Buster," Danny says. "There might still be clues in here. We'll find something useful."
"If nothing else, should be stuff on that laptop," Trinity says, nodding her chin in its direction where it sits on the table.
"Okay,"
Anna says, taking control of the situation.
"Trinity, I want you to take that laptop to Lexington right now. We've made our move. Let's keep the momentum going. Danny, I want you watching the perimeter. Who knows what's out there watching us? The rest of you, I want searching this crap can for any clues.
And search we do. In every cupboard, before removing the cupboards from the walls, making sure there's nothing stashed behind. We throw them outside to get them out of the way. We go through the bathroom, ripping open every pillow and blanket. Samuel pulls up the carpet. Smith cuts open the couch, ripping out every bit of stuffing and every single spring. Ian starts ripping apart the walls, searching every square inch of the place for a single clue. The trailer is well lived in. It's old, run down, dirty. I'm guessing one of the three used to live here before being turned. But we don't find a single clue left. No evidence, no indicators of the larger picture. I don't think they were here for long, I say. I'd guess only a few days, even. And I think it was only the three of them staying here. There's not enough space, and it's not dirty enough for a bunch of people staying here.
I'm guessing they're moving their members frequently,
Anna says, nodding in agreement.
Never staying in one place for more than a few days, turning people as they go and taking over their homes. They have probably never kept anyone in one place this whole time,
Ian says as he tosses one of the bodies to the foot of the front steps.
Makes it harder to find them, keeps their entire army from being taken out. While we sit in two mansions looking like sitting ducks.
Samuel huffs in frustration as he swings a booted foot at the remaining man. Look, at least this is something, I say, placing a calming hand on his arm. We've had nothing up until this point. Lexington will find something we can use. If we have to keep disabling them one tiny cell at a time, we'll do it. They've taken 10 months to get to this point. We'll run faster than they can walk. He looks at me, and the frustration is still there in his eyes. But he nods, and I see the fight calm in him. It doesn't look like we're going to find anything. I observe the mess we've made.
There's nothing here.
Anna agrees with the shake of her head. Let's get back to the house then, I say, jumping from the trailer, over the body, and landing on the grass. No use sitting out here exposed. Danny circles back around to us, giving the all clear. And before we walk away, he flicks a lighter toward the leaking propane tank, and the whole thing goes up in a ball of flames. Chapter 11. Another way you take down a house? You burn the town where it's established against it. Another rock is thrown, shattering a window in the library. The window coverings still block out the sunlight, but the sound of shattering glass is unmistakable.
You swear this wasn't you?
Luke says again as he looks around a window covering, swearing under his breath. I promise, Luke, this wasn't us, I say, adrenaline surging in my blood. The angry shouts are scattered around the house, growing more intense.
I kept an eye on everyone at the Institute,
Lillian confirms.
Besides Trinity and Samuel, the other 6 were with me the entire night.
We were tracking the Bitten down, I repeat, and then we went home. Everyone was accounted for, I swear. Luke, this was not any of us. This is the Army's second move. He looks back at me, glaring hard. This keeps happening, over and over. The tactics between me and an enemy, with Silent Ben caught in the crosshairs and him having to be the mediator in the middle.
Okay, he says with a curt nod. I'm going to take care of this immediate situation, but just know, this might not ever be repaired. They killed Elijah for damn near the same thing. Further proving the point, Ian says in panic. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Get Alivia burned at the stake.
The blood has run cold in my veins. It's true. They killed my uncle once for nearly this very thing. Luke swears under his breath again and stalks toward the front door. He opens it, letting in a blaze of brilliant sunlight that every one of us shy into the shadows from. But I can't look away. I have to see how this plays out. Luke walks to the edge of the front steps. Out on the lawn, I see a dozen people, with rocks in their hands, guns, lengths of rope, and death in their eyes. But none of them are looking at Luke. He pulls his sidearm from its holster and fires one shot into the air, which immediately grows silent, and every eye turns to Luke as they all freeze.
"Every single one of you is trespassing," he bellows, commanding their attention as the sheriff of Silent Bend. "I know you think you know what's going on, but this is not what it looks like. You'll leave immediately, and I promise you, you will be given answers."
I see an opportunity, a dangerous one, but one I don't think I can afford to miss. I stand from where I'm crouched, taking one small step toward that door at a time.
"Liv, what are you doing?"
Ian asks in a panic. He lunges forward to grab me, but I'm fully in the light of the doorway, and he shies back away from it. And my vision is swimming. My eyes water. Searing agony shoots through my brain, and I nearly throw up. But I force myself to push through the pain, just a few moments. I walk out onto the front porch, with no sunshades, in the full light of the morning. I can hardly see the people around me through the blinding light. Only blurry movements tell me their positions, as well as my enhanced hearing. "You all deserve answers," I say, talking faster than I probably should, but I need to get back into the dark. "I promise to give them, blunt and honest. I call a meeting at Town Hall tonight, 8 o'clock. Tell anyone you think should hear." Without another word, I dart back into the house, leaning against a wall, my chest heaving as I press through the searing pain and temporary blindness the sun has caused me. Ian is immediately at my side, checking me over, even though there's no injury to find.
"You all heard and saw the woman," Luke says, his own shock apparent in his voice. "You're not going to find your answers or justice this way. Show up at Town Hall tonight and you'll hear the truth. I catch a single one of you on either Conrath property, you'll be arrested, and you won't get that one phone call."
I strain my ears, listening for their retreat. They don't immediately. They converse, in shock and disbelief. My name is repeated over and over. My own legend has begun to be established. The vampire who braved the light to reveal the truth to the townspeople.
"That was stupid,"
Ian says, disbelief clear at what I've just done.
"Don't you ever dare do something like that again."
"Since when did I ever listen to you, Ian?" I chuckle, relief flooding through my body as my vision slowly begins to return. That isn't going to change now that we're engaged. He lets out his own annoyed laugh, shaking his head, just before he presses his lips to mine, just once. This morning, while we were all eating breakfast and waiting for Lexington to finish sweeping the laptop we found, the sound of a shattering window from the upper floor brought out the red eyes and fangs. It was followed just a minute later by another crash from Markov's bedroom. Sheriff Luke McCoy showed up just a few minutes later, sirens blaring, pounding on my door. A young boy of only 10 years old walked to school early. He was found just as school was starting, puncture wounds in his neck, blood everywhere. He'd been chained to the flagpole, his newly acquired fangs snapping at the teachers, his glowing yellow eyes searching for his first meal as a newly turned Bitten. 10 years old. Silent Bend went after Elijah because of a vampire child. Something so unnatural and so horrific. Such an innocent life turned into something they cannot control. Elijah was blamed. Now it's my head they want on a stake. This was a bold move, one that could easily get me offed without the army having to raise another finger. But I will fight fire with fire. Rath parks the car along the curb, and I look up at the steps leading into the town hall with nervousness. There's a lot more people here than I expected. I can hear all the voices already echoing from inside, and there's still a dozen people walking up them to go find seats.
"I'll admit," Ian says as he reaches across the seat and takes my hand, "this scares me to death, but only partial truths have been whispered about for too long. It's time everyone was given the story straight."
I nod, a swarm of angry hornets flying around in my stomach. Opening the door, I get out into the warm air and the dying light. Ian goes to the trunk and pulls out a huge, heavy duffel bag. Rath joins at his side, grabbing the second one. Together, the three of us walk up the steps, and my enhanced eyes pick out the individuals hidden in the shadows. Danny on top of the building, Christian around the corner, hidden, almost invisible, in the bushes. Lee blending into the crowd as a civilian. Anything could happen at this meeting. The townspeople could listen to us, could believe the truth, or they could ambush me, try to kill me before anyone hears a word I have to say. But my house isn't going to let anything happen to me. If they have to take Henry's approach to their mob tactics, they will. No matter how I begged them not to. The burn in my eyes immediately dies away as we step foot into the foyer, following behind the individuals who surely do not realize who is behind them. Down the hall we go, and finally, we break into the ballroom where Jasmine once held an annual party in which she let her followers feed off the attendants. Rows and rows of chairs are set up, and there's probably 40 people residing in them. A podium is set at the front of the room, and a short row of chairs sits off to the side. At the end of the row sits Mayor Jackson. I haven't seen him since the day I rescued Cameron from his house, where Jasmine was holding him hostage. They'd been feeding off the mayor, she and her Bitten, nearly killing him. The man has every right to hate our kind, and it's so obvious in the way he looks at us that he does. Our presence brings silence to the room, but many of them shift, grabbing hold of hidden guns, sliding out stakes in not-so-subtle ways. Ian swears under his breath, his eyes darting around the room, searching for exits and ways to defend us if needed. The air catches in my throat. My chest is tight. I'm actually scared. Scared for myself, for my house members, but more so, scared for the humans here. If it comes to a fight, they don't stand a chance against us with their slow reactions and weak bodies.
"Alivia,"
Mayor Jackson says as he stands. He does not, however, extend a hand to shake mine.
"We are all very eager to hear your address, and make judgments based upon what you have to say."
The message is clear. If they don't like what they hear, they will try to kill me. Then I hope we can all keep our heads level and civil, I say. My throat feels dry. Not good. We walk to the front of the room, and Ian and Rath set their bags to one side of the podium on a table so that they are in view. And now that the crowd has gotten over the side of me, their focus shifts to Ian.
"So it's true," a man whispers. "He's one of them."
Heard he died in September. Thought talk of him roaming around town were just ghost stories, another woman says quietly. They have no idea we can hear every word being spoken. My eyes scan the room and pick out so many familiar faces. Fred, looking very conflicted. The owner of the grocery store. A few of the construction workers from my housing project. Others I've only seen, but had no one-on-one contact with. A few more bodies float into the room, and the hand on the clock on the back wall slides to point to 8 o'clock. The room goes quiet, and it's as if they collectively hold their breath. My palms sweaty. I step up to the podium, Ian to one side, Wrath to the other. They do not sit. They stand close to my side, hands folded in front of them, ready to grab weapons at the slightest wrong movement. Thank you all for coming tonight, I begin. I know doing so must have been done with conflicted feelings. The air grows heavier, so heavy I can hardly breathe. So heavy, I hear many of them stop breathing. I'll be up front, I say, raising my chin, standing just a little straighter. I will not keep up pretenses and let talk in the dark continue. I am a vampire. A few gasps float through the air, harsh words and curses pass their lips. But truly, most everyone here does not look surprised. My father, Henry Conrath, was also a vampire. I continue. As was his brother, Elijah, who was hanged for a very similar crime that happened over 140 years ago. I swallow hard. Sharing these facts is not easy, and it isn't going to make my life any easier. You need to be aware of a few facts, in case you do not yet know. There are 3 kinds of vampires, I continue, not losing any momentum while I have their unwavering attention. There are the born, those of us whose fathers were other born vampires, who conceived through a human mother. You see him standing before you. Ian Ward is a born. Eyes shift to Ian, but he doesn't waver under their harsh stares, the questions they're begging of him with their eyes. He stands just a little taller, shifting slightly closer to my side. But there are also the royal-born, I continue, looking around the room, descendants of a king. I will not tell you any more information about that, and this is for your safety. I mean that. Do not let your curiosity rise in this matter, for it really, truly will put your life in danger. I grip the podium tightly, restraining myself so that I do not crush the soft wood with my supernaturally strong hands. This was my biggest hesitance in sharing these truths. I did not want to put these people in danger. Cyrus values secrecy. But everything will explode if they are not told. I am such a descendant, as was my father, as was my uncle. I continue. As a descendant, we are expected to rule certain areas of the world. Are you telling us you're our queen? A man pipes up with blood in his voice. No, I say, my voice strong and loud. I am to govern the affairs of the vampires and keep things in their order. You're doing a shit job so far, another pipes up. You will hold your tongue. Suddenly, Wrath pipes up, his voice booming and commanding to a point that it gives even me chills. All eyes shift to him, and there's something so unsettling and powerful about Wrath that no one questions. I'm doing my best, I say, feeling sheepish and judged once more. These politics are complicated, but right now you need to know about the final kind of vampire, as they are the cause of your grievances, the Bitten. The room is once more silent, and they wait with anticipation. They are not born as vampires, they are turned. Any one of you can be turned, and after you turn, you are a slave to the vampire who created you, born or other Bitten, for a time. You are compelled to obey them, and you cannot fight it, not for even a second. You're saying you could turn any one of us right here now into your unfailingly loyal slave? A woman who stands in the back of the room with her arms folded across her chest asks. Yes, I say, and when the uproar begins, I move on as quickly as possible. But my house and I, we have not created any of these horrific crimes in some time. Yes, in the past, perhaps, under a misguided leader. But she is dead, and I swear, I will never permit any of my house members to take an innocent life to create a slave. My words are spoken harsh, firm, People have been disappearing from our town for months now. I continue, my voice dropping in volume. They've been your neighbors, your children, your wives. I turn slightly toward Mayor Jackson, and I hope he hears my pity. And I think you already know. They've been bitten and turned. Someone is creating an army.
What are they trying to do?
A man asks fearfully.
Turn the entire town into slaves? For what?
I shake my head. They're building numbers, but it's not Silent Bend they are after. It's me. It's my house. It's the born.
Then leave!
Several people shout.
Let us live in peace! Safety! It's not that simple!
Ian bellows, drawing the attention back to the front of the room. There are too many of them, and this is not something we can ignore at this point, I say, feeling the fight gather back in my chest, the readiness to battle. I promise, we will do everything in our power to put them down, to take care of this problem. But we need your help. Ian unzips the first of the bags and takes out a stake, 18 inches long, an inch in diameter.
These Bitten are marked in 2 ways,
he explains as he spins the stake in his hand, his vampire hunter reflexes sharper than ever.
Their eyes are yellow when they're hungry or enraged, unlike ours.
He flashes his red eyes, and every single one of the townspeople present flinches back in their seats.
And they've all been branded,
he continues. Wrath pulls a stack of pictures from his breast pocket and begins passing them out.
On the back of the hand, the symbol of the snake eating its own tail. Every one of them. If you see one of them, you need to kill them, with one of these, straight to the heart.
Ian tosses the stake in his hand to a man in the second row. He flinches away, nearly dropping the length of wood. Ian grabs the straps of the first bag, lifting it, and holding it wide open, revealing many, many stakes. He walks to the front row of people, and each of them takes a stake, looking terrified. Ouroboros, I say. That's what the symbol is called. It symbolizes recreation. Every single one of these Bitten have been marked with it. We know you are not warriors, I continue. We are not asking you to become hunters. We'd prefer to keep you all out of this, but we do not yet know their numbers. So if you happen to see anything, don't hesitate, because they have orders and will do whatever is necessary to accomplish their mission.
This is how we win, Ian fills in, by creating allies they never expected. Their intent today was to turn you all against us. Don't help the enemy.
He passes the bag off to a man who continues to hand out the stakes. Ian walks back up to the front of the room, and I move aside, giving him the podium.
Y'all know me, every single one of you, he says as he meets the eye of everyone in this room. You've seen me grow up from a little kid, saw me graduate high school, probably knew of my nightly activities over the years and how my parents were killed.
I see it in their faces. They do know Ian, and they can't believe what they're seeing and hearing.
But 5 months ago, Jasmine Volterra ran a sword through my stomach and I was dead, he says, full of hardness at everything that happened. Only, I woke up 4 days later as the very thing I'd been hunting all these years. Learned my mother had an affair and that George Ward was not my biological father. And now I'm this.
He lowers his head for a moment. The weight of everything he's been through in these 5 months is so apparent. All the struggle, the self-loathing, all the learning and accepting.
There are still bad vampires out there, born and bitten alike, he says. I once thought they all just needed to die. But now, I know. Most of them didn't ask for this. They were born this way, and they're not all bad people.
These words from Ian, they're huge.
Alivia is a good leader, he continues. She was born to do this, and she's amazing at it. She will keep us safe, and she's not going to let those who live under her rule do anything to cause you harm. So you need to trust her, and you need to help her in whatever way you can."
He steps to the side, and I know everything he just said wasn't easy on him. It takes me a moment to gather myself, to move on from the weight of the confessions he just said out loud for so many to hear. Ian does love me. He couldn't have said all that, accepted all of this, if he didn't. "I swear," I breathe, fighting back emotion. "I'm doing everything I can to protect you. So right now, we're asking you to protect yourselves. If you have guns, keep them loaded and ready. You can take as many of these stakes as you think you need. And keep an eye open for yellow eyes and snake brands." I back away from the podium, feeling depleted and bare. I expected them to bombard me with questions. Surely they have a million of them. But they only sit there in silence. So Wrath does not waste any time in helping me take my exit. He grabs my wrist, wrapping his other arm around my waist and ushering me toward the door. Down the hall we go, and down the steps, back into the car.
"I think that went 1,000,000 times better than I expected."
Ian breathes in relief as we close the doors behind us.
"This army will never see this coming."
We can only hope so. Chapter 12. There is an extra bedroom at both the Institute and the estate. Over the next 3 days, we make them into arsenals. Guns, grenades, crossbows, stakes, spears, swords, anything deadly and destructive, we get them. I don't ask questions, but Ian, Danny, Anna, and Smith sure seem to know where to go to get these deadly weapons. They keep leaving the house, only to return hours later with another load full of deadly equipment. Each of them seems to greatly be enjoying the task. As they walk in and out, I observe Markov disappear and reappear, watching every move Smith makes. So far, he's done nothing to make me suspicious that he might betray us. Late one night, 4 days after I spoke to the people of Silent Bend, I find myself nearly alone in the house. The crew is out again, stocking up on weapons. Others are on patrol, so I think it's only Cameron and me at home, but he's been enjoying lots of his special snacks and is currently being entertained by rerun episodes of SpongeBob in his room. So I find myself downstairs, standing in the ballroom with the key twirling between my fingers. With everything going on with preparations for war and tracking people down, I've had no time to try to solve the mystery of Henry and his location. But it's always there, in the back of my mind, the constant question of, where are you? Crouching down, I insert the key into the hole where the raven's eye should be and twist. The floor drops, and I slowly begin to lower with it. Just as Niall walks through the front door, in full view of where I'm lowering into the floor. Our eyes meet, his expression hopeful. "Come on," I say, waving him forward. He hops down into the hole as the platform completely lowers. We climb off, and I close it back up, locking us down here, hidden. "Things have been so busy lately," I observe. "I know you've been dying to get down in here to investigate what Henry was working on. I did give the laptop I found down here to Lexington, but so far, he hasn't been able to hack into it." Dr. Jarvis immediately heads over to the bookshelf, reading the titles.
"Your father certainly has done a good job of shrouding himself in mystery."
I agree absent-mindedly. I'm looking for any changes, to see if anything has been moved since the last time I was down here. I don't know how I'll react if I find Henry has been into the lab since I discovered it, but I doubt it will be positive. But Everything is in the same position. Nothing has changed.
Your father certainly had an interest in genetic mutations,
Niall observes as he takes a book off the shelf, leafing through it for a moment before replacing it.
Most of these are on DNA. Genetic splicing is a popular topic among these books.
Maybe you should take a look in the refrigerators, I say, pointing in their direction. Particularly the blood. Different animals. Niall's eyes widen in excitement and wonder as he heads in that direction. While he takes a look at that, I head to the filing cabinets, opening one drawer at a time. The first 5 I open seem to be research papers from people all around the world. Again, more topics of DNA, genetics, and mutations. Things like reverse engineering the basic makeup of a human being. So many things that go completely over my head.
These vials, Genesis Serum 12, 18,
Niall says. I look over my shoulder at him. He has the fridge open, but he doesn't touch anything until he pulls on a pair of latex gloves.
And considering the vials of animal blood, I wonder if perhaps your father was trying to recreate the method in which Cyrus created vampirism.
That makes sense, I suppose, I say as I turn to the next drawer. This one is full of notes, written in a language I don't understand. Bats, tigers. I've heard these were used in the creation, and everyone that's old has referred to Cyrus as the genesis of vampires. Niall makes an affirmative sound.
But for what purpose? Considering your father's aversion to connecting with our kind, I highly doubt he was using it to try to create his own new kind of vampire.
That's a terrifying thought, I say. Different kinds of vampires, with different strengths and abilities. Do you think Henry would be cursed like Cyrus was for messing with nature?
It's fascinating, isn't it?
I hear Niall say from behind me.
That we exist, this incredible mixture of science and magic.
I still can't believe Cyrus managed to do it, all that time ago, I say, shaking my head. I squat down, opening a drawer closest to the floor. I pull it open and don't find folders as I expect, but old, yellowed, oversized envelopes. I pull the first one out and open the flap. Carefully, I slide the contents out, and my heart skips about 5 beats in my chest when I realize it's filled with photographs. Each of them is an image of the Conrath estate, taken down the drive a little ways, so that the house is fully in view. The first one is somewhat yellowed, but the image is fairly sharp. A date on the back, written in looping, perfect script, reads 1981. The next picture gets somewhat blurrier, and the date says 1946. The next one, however, is fairly shocking. The image is black and white, but it's easy to tell there are black scorch marks rising up from each of the windows. Where the north and south stone wings of the house now are placed, there is collapsed wood, the house severely damaged. And lying before the house are blackened fields, rows and rows of black, burned plants. The date on the back of the photograph reads November 2nd, 1875. Just days after Elijah was killed. Just days after Henry killed all those people in Silent Bend. Just days after his home was nearly destroyed. The last picture is yet again the Conrath estate, but it's blurry, difficult to make out details. Rows of perfect cotton plants stretch out all around the house. Its siding is freshly painted white. Everything is perfect. Beautifully manicured hedges surround the house. I squint, trying to make out all the details, but it's so old and the camera so rudimentary. I'm pretty sure there's a figure standing on the front porch, but the only detail I can really make out is dark skin. I check the date on the back, 1852, and know it's likely the figure in the image was a slave. For a short time, I worked at the bakery in town. The owner, Fred, told me how, once upon a time, the Conrath family owned most of his family. I learned all about slavery and the Civil War growing up, but it's something that always felt so far removed from me, something I couldn't really comprehend. But here's the reality, right here in front of me. It happened right here in this house. Niall, do you have any idea when photography was invented? I ask without turning around. He's continued his investigation into the contents of the lab, but I haven't been paying attention.
I'm not sure exactly, but I believe it was in the early 1840s, maybe?
I glance over my shoulder to see him still going through the contents of the refrigerator. Turning back to the envelopes, I carefully slip the pictures of the house back into their envelope. I set it to the side and move on to the next one. They're pictures from around Silent Bend. I recognize the church down by the river and town hall, though it's been added on to now. A shot down Main Street, which looks very different now than it did then. 1911, as it reads on the back of the image. There are a few more pictures of the river, and in more than one picture, I see the hanging tree, some where it is still alive, but most where it is dead. These pictures, they are historical treasures. I marvel over the images of old historical houses, the one of Mayor Jackson's house, the oldest in Silent Bend, the ladies in their bonnets and the men with gold chains going from their buttonholes to pocket watches, the horses and carriages. I wonder who took the pictures. It couldn't have been Henry. Almost all of them were taken during bright daylight, when it would have been impossible for him to go out, because back then I'm certain there were no sun goggles invented. Though I suppose I should not doubt my father's ingenuity. But no, I think someone else took the pictures, maybe to bring back to Henry so that he could still have a view of the world around him, even in daylight. I place the photos of Silent Bend back in their envelope and move on to the next. The place in the first photo stops me motionless. The piercing eyes, the strong brows, the shape of the cheekbones. There's no mistaking who this is. Elijah Conrath. He looks a lot like Henry, but perhaps a little more pointed. A sharper chin and nose, his eyes a little more sunken than my father's. His hair is long, reaching his shoulders. He looks intense in this image. He wears a high-collared jacket, a frilly white shirt underneath it. He looks very much the part of a royal. My family. This is my uncle. The next image is a group shot. Elijah is seated in the center, and a dozen people stand or sit around him. 5 women and 7 men, each dressed beautifully, regally. None of them smile. No one ever did in pictures back then. But there's power in each of their expressions. These were house members, and they knew their place. I look closer at the individuals. It's difficult to see too many details. The image is somewhat fuzzy. But finally, I pick out someone I'm sure of the identity of. I don't know Samuel and Christian's father's name, but the man standing just to the left behind Elijah surely is him. The same wide mouth, the same blocky nose. He is the man who picked up the pieces of the house when Elijah was killed and Henry refused to get involved. I wonder if Christian or Samuel has ever seen an image like this. The rest of the photos are individual images of some of the house members, though plenty of them seem to be missing. The cask's father is one of them, but they all look powerful, as if they know their place in life. I wonder how house life was different back then, if they all lived with the scrutiny we suffer now, or if the people were ignorant of the true nature of the new residents of their town. At least, for a little while. It must have been nice. For a while, they had to be respected, well-liked, because even though they might have seemed strange, the Conrath brothers had come in and saved the economy from ruin. Again, I put the photos away and turned to the last envelope. The breath catches in my throat as I pull the photographs from the sleeve. Piercing eyes stare back. Strong, serious brows look so concerned at me. Pursed lips that are so very serious. Henry Conrath, my father, stares back at me from the pictures. The first is one of him standing in the foyer of his house. His hands are folded in front of him. He wears a simple black suit. The Conrath chandelier hangs above his head, and everything in the picture looks almost exactly the same as it looks today. The date on the back is 1904. Another is a photograph of Henry reading in the library, dated from 1973. Another of him standing in the ballroom from 1898, and half a dozen others, all around his home, the years spread out. Tears prick in my eyes, and my heart flutters just as my hands shake. I have only ever seen my father's portrait in the library. It's impossible to have a complete picture of him from only one image, and I know that I still do not have one. But seeing him, in different places in his house from different angles, I see him in a different light. A lonely man, a man full of solitude and longing. A man who lost his only family. I place my hand over my heart, feeling it swell and cry for more. "Where are you?" I whisper to myself. I bite my lower lip, so very grateful to have found these images, to be given this little insight. I roll up onto my knees, and something at the bottom of the drawer catches my attention. Stuck between the metal plates that make up the bottom of the drawer and the side is one last photograph. It's stuck with only the back showing, so I have to tug gently to free it. And my mind is blown when I turn it over. The face is certainly younger than I've seen it now, though not by more than 10 years or so. But the serious eyes, they're certainly the same. He wears simple clothing, dated and historical. He's standing on the porch of the estate. There's no mistaking that. Lying before the house, I can see just the beginnings of the rows of cotton, telling me this picture was taken before 1875, when everything fell apart. He stands behind a camera, and it's instantly clear. He is the one who took all of the images I've just found. From 1852 onward. Wrath. I'm dizzy. My brain is racing 1,000,000 miles an hour, trying to decide just what this image means. It was taken over 160 years ago, and there's not a doubt in my mind that the man in the photograph is Wrath. The only logical explanation is that Wrath is a Born, yet he doesn't smell like us. I've never seen him drink blood, never seen his eyes flare red in hunger or anger, and looking at the image again, he does indeed look younger than he looks now. Not a lot, but certainly younger.
"Alivia, are you all right?"
Niall asks, causing me to jump hard. I'd forgotten I wasn't alone. "Fine," I say, quickly tucking the photograph of Wrath into my shirt. I place the pictures of Henry back into the envelope and slide them into my back pocket before I put the rest of the photos back into the drawer, closing it. I climb to my feet, attempting to regain my composure.
"You got awfully quiet,"
he says, looking at me with slight suspicion.
"Did you find something that upset you?"
I shrug, my emotions running 1,000,000 miles a minute. I'm fighting back emotions, unsure what to say, what to reveal. King Cyrus once told me he knew Wrath's story, but that it was not his to share. I don't know the full picture yet, not even close, But just like Cyrus said, it is not my story to share. I just want some answers, I tell him, going with an honest reply.
That's understandable, he says, once more returning to his investigation.
Have you figured anything out yet?
Well, he says, returning a vial to its bin, if the Genesis vials really are an attempt to recreate the product used to make vampires, I can only assume the others are related. I think it's safe to assume the BC does not stand for before Christ, as we are accustomed to. Perhaps it's for Bitten catalyst. He could be trying to break down how the Bitten are created, since he was researching how the born are created.
That makes sense, I guess. I walk to the door and pull it open, taking out a vial of L's toxins. The ones next to a bin full of acid green vials. Do you know what these are?
EW, Niall says. I haven't figured that one out yet.
A little smile creeps onto my face. Good, because I actually know this one. The look of surprise on Niall's face is apparent. Ian's sister, Elle Ward, has this poison garden. She's brilliant when it comes to botany and chemistry. She created this toxin that can immobilize a vampire for 12 hours. I haven't experienced it yet, thankfully, but plenty in the house will attest to how painful it really is.
Fascinating, Niall says, his eyes widening. Is this the girl who came to see you before you turned, the very young one?
I nod my head. I know, it's incredible, right? Ian's sister. She's a unique girl.
So, if this is toxic to vampires, why did your father have a supply of it here?
And I need to ask Ian how long she's been making this stuff, I say, replacing the vial. He has to have acquired it fairly recently. I mean, Elle only turned 16 a while back. She's not even 17 yet. It can't have been more than a year or two since she invented this stuff.
Niall nods. Alivia, there is more than a century's worth of research in this room. While I can draw a few quick conclusions, it may take me months to really understand what your father was doing down here.
I nod. It's a good thing that the one guaranteed thing we have is time. Chapter 13. Alivia, the timid voice says on the other line. It's Elle.
Hi, I say, surprised at her call. I didn't recognize the number on my cell phone. Is everything okay?
It says something about the tensions around here when that's the first thing out of my mouth. Not really, she says. I was wondering if you could come over here. I want you to see something.
Should I get Ian? I ask, grabbing my purse and heading down the stairs. He'll be back in a few minutes.
No! She practically shouts. No, please. He'll freak out, and we both know how he gets sometimes.
That's all the explanation she needs to give. He does have a tendency to overreact. One of those times, he went straight to Jasmine, and just hours later, he was dead. I'll be there in just a few minutes. I grab the keys to the Porsche and open the garage door. It's dark now, 10 o'clock. The days are getting longer and longer, and it's only mid-May. As I drive the roads to Lula's house, I try to focus on what I'm doing and not let my mind wander. The picture of Wrath is still tucked in my shirt. I can't decide if I want to ask Wrath about it or not. I'm dying to know the full story now, in a bad, bad way. But he also hasn't felt the need to tell it. Maybe it's painful. Maybe he's just tried to move past it. But I still want to know. I pull off the road and turn right to head to the Ward property. Potholes threaten to bottom my car as it jostles around. It's been quite some time since I've been out here. I'd forgotten how rough the road is. Finally, I break out into the clearing. The swampland dies away, and a meadow of green grass opens up, leading to a little yellow house, the moonlight streaming down on it. I park on the side of the house, my eyes continuing to follow the driveway.
all the way to the little rustic cabin at the back of the property, the one Ian built with his own hands. The past is past, and I can't let myself keep crawling back to it, so I don't dwell. I climb out and walk to the front door and knock. Elle is unusually pale when she opens the door and lets me in. "Thanks for coming," she says quietly as she steps aside for me to walk through, and the scene I find is far too familiar. "Oh no," I breathe as I take in the state of the house. It's all upturned again. Broken pictures, bins dumped, doors askew. "They stole more toxins again?" I ask, my eyes flicking toward Elle's bedroom door. "Yeah," she says. I follow her toward the back room that is hers. Her room is a mess. "I didn't have much in the cupboard. I haven't had much time to make more since they stole so much last time, and I've been working on other things, but I hid the rest." She opens the cupboard, and it's a mess. Cleaned out, broken glass and liquid spilling all over the wooden shelves. "You split the stash?" I ask her, helping her to set her room straight. Elle nods. "Lula had a few hidden compartments around the house. Not that she remembers where any of them are anymore, but I filled 2 of them." A little light goes off in the back of my head, and I stand up a little straighter. "I was going to ask you, how long have you been making the toxin?" She pulls the blanket up on her bed and replaces the pillow. It's been just under 2 years now. Took me 6 months before I got it just right, but the way it is now, just under 2 years." I hold the garbage can for her so she can sweep the broken glass off the shelves into it. "Elle, before that break in a few months back, did any of your toxins go missing?" She nods, carefully wiping the glass that sticks to her hands. "Yeah, just a few vials. I think half a dozen." "How long ago?" I ask. My heart rate picks up as I lean in closer, holding on to her every word. She mulls, her brow furrowing in concentration. "Sometime during the summer? August, I think." My heart races all the faster. Was it before or after I came to Silent Bend? My personal attachment to the question finally draws her attention that there's a reason why I'm asking. "Now that you mention it, I do remember," she says, her eyes searching me for the reason behind my questioning. "It was about a week before." "Like right around when Harry would have died?" The breath stills in my chest, and it's hard not to grab her and shake the answer from this tiny girl. "Yeah," she says, growing wary, leaning away from me as if sensing what I'm trying not to do. "Why are you asking?" But I stall. It's a long story, so complicated and with way too many question marks. "Nothing. It's hard to explain." She studies me, unsure. But gratefully she lets it go, and we finish cleaning up the mess. "Come on," she says, walking out of the room. "I'll show you." We walk through the living room, into the kitchen, and then to the back mudroom. Just off to the side, under a well-worn women's pair of boots, she wedges her fingernail into a crack in the wooden floor and dislodges a floorboard. It opens to reveal a small compartment, maybe 4 inches wide and 6 inches long, and crammed inside is a dozen vials. "I think you should probably take them," Elle says as she scoops them up and carefully hands them to me. "Considering everything that's going on." "Thank you," I reply, graciously accepting them and sliding them into my purse. I'm sure these are going to become incredibly useful. "There's more," she says. She recovers the hidey hole and opens the back door. I follow her around the back of the house, where the bushes are blooming with brilliant flowers, their fragrance potent and alluring. We turn around the side of the house, the side where her garden grows, and where the wooden shakes line the side of the house, she swings one aside. There lies a very similar hole, just a few inches by a few inches. containing another dozen vials. I shake my head, surprising the smile. There are so many secrets and hidden motives in my world. I don't stand a chance of uncovering them all. That sense of dread that hangs in the air suddenly grows thick and cold. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. A sound pricks in my ears, and I turn to scan the trees that surround us. "Elle, get back inside," I whisper, throwing my arms up and backing toward her. "Are they back?" Quickly, she begins running back toward the back door, me blocking her the entire time as my eyes flick from one tree to the next. Elle has just rounded the steps when a beastly cry rises from the back side of Ian's cabin. In a motion that is invisible with its speed, the figure darts toward the lawn. My knees bend and my fangs lengthen. We meet over the grass in a great collision. Yellow eyes burn back at me as my hand closes around a throat and jagged fingernails scrape my side. The man gnashes his fangs at me. I may be stronger in species, but the man is built of muscle. "Don't!" I hear an unfamiliar voice cry from inside the house. "We're supposed to bring her in!" My attacker buries a swinging elbow into my gut, throwing me back 10 feet and slamming into the ground. "But she smells!" I hear a deep breath taken in. Just then, I hear Elle scream. With a bellow of my own, I get to my feet just as the man reaches me. Sliding a stake from my purse, I meet him with a quick swing, embedding it into his chest and tossing him to the side. Not hesitating a second to be sure he's fully dead, the ground blurs beneath me as I dart into the house. A figure flees out the front door. A woman with tangled and dirty hair hovers over Elle, who lies on the floor, still as can be. I swing back the stake and bury it in the woman's back, straight into her heart, cracking multiple ribs with the effort. She slumps on the ground, dead. "Elle!" I scream, climbing over the woman and pulling my future sister-in-law from beneath her. Her face is ghostly white, her eyes closed. She groans in pain. "Elle, open your eyes, honey." I pat the side of her face. "Open your eyes, please." Her eyelids twitch slightly before opening. Her eyes roll around in her head, but they can't seem to focus. "No," I mutter as I scoop her up into my arms. "No, no, no!" In a flash, I'm through the house and barreling through the woods. I can run faster than I could get there in my car. The trees whip by. Main Street is but a brief flash before I'm darting through the neighborhoods and backyards, hopping fences and startling dogs. A huge field stands between me and my house. "Elle, can you hear me?" I call to her as I near the Conrath fence. "Please?" I swear under my breath when her eyes only flutter once. I take the fence in a great bounding leap and start out over the property. "Ian!" I scream, knowing if he is home that he will hear me. "Elle's been bit! Call Niall!" When I get to the doors, Markov is already there, holding it open, telling me Ian is getting ready in the kitchen. "What the hell happened?" he demands as he pulls on some gloves and is a flurry of action with some clear tubing. 3 bags of blood already lie on the island where I lay her. "Someone broke in again, stole toxins," I share. "We were rounding the rest of it up when a few Bitten attacked. The way they were talking, I think they were supposed to take her, but one couldn't control their thirst. One was on me and the other bit her before I could get there. They're both dead, but I don't know how much blood she took from her." Ian swears. "Why would they want to take her?" I shake my head, fear and adrenaline eating me up. "So there's a chance she's going to turn?" Suddenly Cameron's voice comes from behind us. I turn to see the wary and scared expression on his face. "Not if I can help it." Ian growls as he pokes the needle part into Elle's arm. "Where's Anna?" I demand of Cameron. "Out patrolling town," Lexington says as he walks into the kitchen. He stuffs steaks into his pockets and slings a crossbow over his shoulder. "I finally got a lead off that computer, and she went with Smith to check it out." Markov walks into the kitchen, and we share a suspicious look. "I need the three of you to go out and scout your asses off," I growl. "I have no idea if there were more of them out on the property where we were attacked. You check it out and call Anna." The lot of them nod and dart out of the kitchen. "Come on, Elle," Ian begs as all he can do is wait for the blood bag to run into her fragile body. "Don't you dare turn on me." "We will keep her safe," I say, attempting to be comforting as I walk back to the kitchen counter where she lies. "If she turns, we'll teach her. Make her one of us." "She's not turning," he growls. He shakes the bag at me, telling me to hold it. I take it and watch as he hooks up another bag, puncturing her other arm and letting the blood flow into that one as well. "I'm sure praying she won't either," I say, letting my voice grow quiet. "But if she does, at least she won't have a debt. I killed the vamp—" "She's not turning!" Ian bellows, shaking the bag, as if trying to get it to slide into her body all the faster. "Alivia!" Niall's voice cuts through the house as the front doors burst open. "In the kitchen!" Instantly, he appears in a rush, and he goes into ER doctor mode, checking her over, testing her pulse. He pulls a stethoscope from the bag he brought with him, listening to her heart. "She lost a lot of blood," he says grimly. "Her heart rate is very slow, uneven." "It's getting better, though?" Ian asks in a growl. Neil gives him a saddened look, his eyes telling the truth that he's doubtful. But he places the earpieces in once more and lays the round part to her chest again. "It's fractional," he says, keeping his eye on the second hand of the clock above the stove. He doesn't say anything for a good 60 seconds. "But it's rising." Still, he doesn't sound hopeful. "It'll be enough," Ian says, looking back down at Elle's face. Her eyeballs flit back and forth under her lids. Her skin is covered in sweat, her color so very pale. It's incredible how fast a vampire can drain a human. She couldn't have been inside the house by herself for more than a minute, but she's already on the brink. If the vampire took too much of her blood, filled her system with too much of its numbing toxin, she'll turn in a couple of hours. She'll awaken as a Bitten, yellow eyes, thirst for blood and all. "You've done the right things," Dr. Jarvis says, double-checking Ian's injection sites. "There's nothing more you can do but wait to see if it works." The look on Ian's face is hard as he stares back down at his baby sister. The one he's fought so hard to protect over the years. The one he saved as a baby when he was only 10 years old. "She's staying here," Ian says, never once looking away from her. "Once she wakes up, she's staying here, even if I have to tie her up and lock her in a room. I'm not letting her out of my watch again." "Of course," I say quietly. I want to tell him that this isn't his fault, that he couldn't have stopped them from hurting her. But I have to carry the guilt, too. If Ian hadn't been living here because he wants to be with me, he would have been there, with her, and he could have stopped this from happening. "Please wake up," I whisper, because if she turns and has to live the rest of her life as a Bitten, that's on me. Chapter 14. "Call her again!" I yell, the anger and confusion rising in my blood. Lee backs away slightly, giving me a look of fear and annoyance. She dials the number once more, pressing the phone to her ear. We've been trying to get a hold of anyone for the past hour, to no avail. Cameron, Markov, and Lexington haven't answered. Rowan and Smith aren't answering. And Anna isn't either. I need to know if they found more Bitten around the Ward property. I need to know if they found the cell Lexington told her about. But no one will answer. "Voicemail again," Lee says. I stalk past her, out of the kitchen, and into the ballroom. Across the marble floor, to the windows that look out over the river. I place my hands on the glass there, bracing myself, holding myself up, trying not to lose it completely. There's too much going on, Too many little plots to keep control over. Elle, Henry, this war. I haven't even had 2 seconds to consider my engagement with Ian. The breath rises up in my chest, coming faster and faster. My heart races, my palms sweat, and fear takes me over. Because this is a familiar sensation. This has happened once before. I had a complete meltdown, and Rahim was witness to it all. Deep breaths, Alivia. I startle hard at the voice behind me. I whip around to find Niall standing there, a look of concern on his face. Your heart is racing, your breathing is elevated, he says as he closes the distance between us and places comforting hands on my shoulders. I can practically hear you screaming across the house without you saying a word. Have you struggled with anxiety attacks before? I don't respond at first because his words are so shocking, so unexpected. But it takes a weight off my chest. An anxiety attack? Niall nods, his serious grey eyes leveling on me. They're perfectly common, completely understandable with all the stress you've been experiencing. I would be shocked to find you're suffering from PTSD. Like soldiers do? I ask doubtfully. It doesn't have to just be human war that triggers it, he says. Any number of traumatic events can trigger it. Childbirth, an abusive relationship, being held prisoner with a constant threat of death. My heart is still racing, and it's hard to concentrate on his words right now. The breath rips in and out of my chest. Deep breaths, Niall says. He's trying to stay calm, but I hear the way his voice hitches, hear the desperation that's rising in his own voice. Try to empty your mind. Liv, what's wrong? Suddenly, Ian is in the room too, and seeing the worry on his face just tips me over the edge. I can't breathe. My chest is too tight. I can't get oxygen. Tears leap into my eyes as I grow more desperate. They break out onto my cheeks almost immediately. Liv! He yells, darting to my side. What's wrong with her? She's having an anxiety attack, Niall says before he helps Ian lower me to the floor. She said she's had them before. What? He asks as he pulls me into his arms. When? I can't answer him. I'm trying to get oxygen. I'm trying to worm away from him, desperate to get away from them touching me, but also terrified for him to let me go. I don't know exactly, Niall says as he seems to sense my conflict. He backs away, but only just enough to give me some breathing room and not touch me. What can you do to help her? Ian asks in desperation as he looks down at me. The look of terror on his face just makes it all the worse. I curl myself up into a ball between his legs, squeezing my eyes closed as the monster of anxiety eats me alive, ripping me to shreds, leaving behind a revenged mound of flesh and blood. Their words fade away, just muffled, garbled sounds, not reaching my brain, because I am in a place that is numb and fire and ice. I think I'm strong. I think I can handle it all. But then these moments creep up and remind me that I was human once, after all, and still am. Whispers pull me from sleep. They're quiet, low, and I'm instantly relieved when Els is among them. But there's another sound that instantly sends adrenaline burning through my veins. A scream, from somewhere on the property, northeast of the house. I bolt to my feet, momentarily confused at my location. Someone hauled a settee into the ballroom, which I lie on. The scream sounds once more. Did you hear that? I yell out generally as I yank the doors open, ignoring the dim light that is beginning to rise on the horizon. My feet dart over the patio, around the empty pool, and across the grass. A moment later, I hear 3 other sets of feet racing after me. The scream came from the direction of the workers' house. My enhanced eyes attempt to block out the light and focus on the house that comes into view. 2 bodies. One drops to the ground, absolutely still. The other takes off across the property. "Beth!" I scream, recognizing one of the housekeepers now that I am closer. I pick up my speed, dropping to her side. "Don't let him get away!" I scream as Ian and Niall race after the figure that took off. "No, Beth," I breathe, shaking her as she lies in my arms. Her pale face stares up at the sky, a small line of blood leaking from her neck, dripping into the grass below us. Wrath stops at my side, taking half of her weight, pressing his fingers into the side of her neck. "She's gone," I say before Wrath declares it. Her empty eyes stare at nothing, the breath not rising and falling in her chest. She's gone." Wrath looks at me, letting a slow breath out through his nose. He only nods in agreement. "Why?" I shake my head, fighting down the debilitating feelings from rising up inside of me once more. "Why would they attack the staff? They're human. They pose no threat to the Bitten."
"They're still attempting to tear you down," Wrath says as he brushes the hair back from Beth's face. "They're trying to hurt you."
A scream of frustration rises from my chest as I slam my fists into the grass around me, only to bury them 5 inches down into the dirt. "This war needs to hurry up and get over with! It's time for blood!" This is personal. Birthrights should not always just run through blood. It's the one and only clue that I have as to why this war is going on, muttered in the trailer house by the first cell we found. Voices from the house trickle to my ears, just as 3 figures emerge from down the property, one of them being dragged. The Bitten man hangs with his head bobbing, looking barely coherent. As Ian and Niall drop him beside me, I see why. The bones of his chest are caved in, crushed, as if a powerful fist punched him there. Were he human, he'd be dead. "You!" I growl, fisting his shirt and standing over the top of him. "Tell me how to find the rest of your people! It's time to end this!" He looks up at me, smiling through bloody and broken teeth.
"You think you can win this, but a few ants on the beach cannot defeat the rising tide."
"Taking out 2 of your cells is a good way to start, though." I look up to see Anna walking across the lawn. She's covered in spatters of blood, her lip split, a gash still bleeding above her eye. But most of it doesn't look to be her own. "You found them?" I ask, pressing a knee across my prisoner's throat.
2 cells, she repeats. "One on the edge of town, out in the sticks. Another down the river about 3 miles, middle of a swamp. We took about 18 Bitten."
18? I breathe, in utter shock. Ian swears profusely under his breath. The man beneath me laughs, a low, quiet thing, flashing his bloody teeth again.
"The rising tide."
I rip the stake from Ian's grasp and bury it into the man's chest, blood splattering all over my face. 18, I say again as I climb off of him, running my bloody hands through my hair absent-mindedly in frustration. "Has anyone heard from Markov yet?"
"What was he doing?"
Anna asks, her brows furrowing. I quickly relay the events of yesterday evening, though leaving out the part about my anxiety attack. The sound of footsteps on gravel echo across the property as the sun rises higher in the horizon. "Let's get inside," I say. "Wrath." I don't even have to finish asking the question.
"I will take care of her,"
he says of Beth. My heart aches. Another innocent life lost in this crazy war. I don't even know where he is taking her when he stands and starts walking back in the direction of the worker's house. But I can't stay and find out because the sun is rising in the sky, and we only have minutes before the light becomes unbearable.
"Come on, Liv,"
Ian says. His voice is tender, caring. He places a hand at the small of my back and guides me in the direction of the house, where I can hear 3 others walking. Many bodies are filling the ballroom by the time we get inside and close the doors, blocking out all the light. It seems news of these attacks has spread to the Institute, because every one of them has arrived at the house as well. "Did you find anyone?" I demand of Markov as they walk into the room. My eyes go to Cameron, whose hands are coated in blood, and Lexington, who has a spray of it across his chest. Markov, however, is perfectly clean, even though I know he's the most deadly of the 3.
"There were 3 others not far from the Ward property," Markov says.
I realize he holds a handkerchief in his hand, and he's cleaning them. It's covered in blood.
"When they did not offer any useful information, we took care of them."
My eyes flick to Lexington and Cameron, who look at Markov with fear in their eyes.
"He's crazy," Lexington mouths.
Cameron makes a motion, like ripping limbs and heads from bodies were involved. I try not to shiver. "Only 3?" I ask.
"Don't forget, with the 2 you killed, that's 5 Bitten they sent after my sister,"
Ian growls. I look to my side when I hear a movement and see Elle walking out, looking just as stoic and empty as ever.
"That's 18 that my team killed, and 5 others," Anna says. "That's 23 taken out. I don't like the sound of these numbers."
"The rising tide," I say quietly, recalling the words of the man I killed.
"How many of them could there be?" Lexington says. "I mean, with this many people going missing, there should be a multi-state panic going on. 'Cause unless we've somehow miraculously taken out most of their army, which, look at the facts of what Charles Alloway said, 23 people is a lot."
I nod. It's insane this isn't more widely known. All these people going missing. "Lillian, have you heard anything? On the news? Talk around town? Has anyone gotten suspicious?" She shakes her head. "Not that I've heard of yet. No one else from around town has been attacked since that poor boy. I've not heard of anything on the news."
"Then they're being careful who they're going after," Ian says, folding his arms over his chest. "They could be going after loners," Danny offers.
He, too, is coated in blood and other gore.
"People that no one will notice going missing."
I nod. It makes sense. "I'm this close to making you all hunker down in this house and not letting anyone leave ever again," I say, shaking my head and holding my thumb and index finger within an inch of each other. "But I don't think that's smart. We're safer spread out like this, I think. We'll keep a better eye on things this way." Anna nods.
"Samuel, Christian, Lee, I want you watching the house. We need time to regroup, to plan. But for right now, I need a damn shower."
She stalks off, and she doesn't even hesitate in heading straight into Christian's room to use his. There's some kind of mixed-up history between her and both Cask brothers, but I'm sure not going to get mixed up in their drama. Not to mention whatever is going on between her and the sheriff. All the other bloody players seem to agree. Each of them peels off, heading to get cleaned up. Meanwhile, I sense the sun break over the horizon. The side door to the kitchen opens, and Katina sets to making dinner for everyone. Like the death of her co-worker never happened.
"Come on," Ian says, taking my hand in his. "Let's go get you cleaned up."
For a moment, I don't allow him to drag me off. Too high of a high to suddenly just break off and do something so normal, like take a shower. The adrenaline hasn't burned out of my blood yet.
"It's day now,"
Ian says, standing in front of me. He places his hands on either side of my face and forces me to look him in the eye.
"It's a brilliantly sunny day outside. There's no way the Bitten can do anything more right now. Take a breather, Liv. Take a shower. Eat. Regroup. We'll fight more tonight, I'm sure.
I nod, blinking 5 times fast. Okay. He leads me toward the stairs and indicates for Elle to follow us. Are you okay? I ask her. I'm searching for signs that she's turned, but don't see any. She nods. Still human for another day, she breathes. I'm mostly just tired now. I put an arm around her shoulder and hug her into my side. I'm so sorry about that earlier. I should have acted faster. With everything going on, I should have known they would be watching and try to ambush us. You can't plan for every tiny move, Liv, she says, offering me a hard-won little smile. I'm okay. Ian always knows how to fix things. I look at him and smile. I teased him about it once, being the protective big brother. But I love that about him. He'll do anything to protect her. And he did what he's so good at, being a paramedic and saving lives. We've got an extra room, I say as Ian and I walk her to the end of the hall, the last bedroom on the left. It's all yours. I promise, no one will hurt you there. Thanks, Liv, she says with a little smile. She walks in and waves goodbye before closing the door to shower. Something gives in me, and I relax into Ian's side as we walk together down the hall to our bedroom. He wraps his arms supportively around me, pressing his lips into the top of my blood-stained hair.
You did good today, he says quietly as we cross the threshold and close the door behind us. Your quick thinking saved Elle. You took out some of the enemy. You lead like you do best.
I shrug, only thinking of my failures, of Elle's attack, of Beth's death, my panic attack. I tried.
You succeeded,
he says as he brings me to stand in front of him, just outside of the bathroom. I nod, but only because I'm too exhausted to argue. Offering him a tiny smile, I turn for the bathroom, pulling Ian behind me. I start the water in the shower, turning it on extra hot. I strip down to just my bra and underwear and look over my shoulder at Ian. Stay with me? He doesn't hesitate. He takes his shirt and jeans off, climbing into the hot water with me, wearing only his boxer briefs. I should be more here in this moment, appreciating the water as it runs over Ian's mostly naked form, more self-conscious of the way the water soaks through my thin, white underthings. But I'm depleted. I rest my forehead against the tile wall, letting Ian run a bar of lavender-scented soap over my body, scrubbing the blood and dirt from my skin, letting him move me like a rag doll, letting him take care of me. The look on his face isn't lustful. It's firm, determined. He knows what I need in this moment, and he is up to the task. I've taken care of myself for so long, every day since I moved out, every day since I lost my mother, since I had to give birth to a baby girl and give her away to a family who could take care of her. I did what I had to do to take care of myself. But right now, I give that weight to Ian. I wouldn't trust anyone else with this. He cleans me up and quickly washes himself off, blood swirling down the chrome drain. And then, he wraps me in a towel and sits me down on a stool while he drags a brush through my hair. I watch him in the mirror while he does it, telling myself not to feel too much, to simply exist in this simple moment. I have to drama detox. Ian disappears into my closet and comes back with dry underthings and a simple cotton sleeping set of a tank top and shorts. He himself goes into the bedroom to dress, leaving me to it in the bathroom. When I walk out, he's standing, looking somewhat nervous and unsure in the bedroom. He wears a white t-shirt and gray cotton shorts, but when he sees me, he smiles. And so do I. I can't wait to marry you, Ian, I say quietly. We both stand there for several long moments, not moving, just simply observing one another. "Forever a miracle," he offers in return. A smile pulls at my lips. I cross the room, taking his hand in mine. Together, we climb into the bed, and Ian tucks himself against my back. I sleep, and so does he. Chapter 15. Warm breath rushing across my shoulder pulls me from sleep. I feel the tiny hairs there ripple. My skin tingles. Soft lips brush back and forth over my shoulder blade. The scent of sandalwood and pine brings a flood of wonderful memories. My eyes slide open, and I raise a hand to rub my eyes, only there's a weight there that I'm unused to. Suddenly, I'm wide awake, holding my hand out in front of me. A stunning ring occupies my second-to-last finger. A beautiful oval-cut diamond is surrounded by a halo of smaller diamonds, set in a gold frame shaped kind of like a flower, with 4 tips and rounded corners around it. A simple golden band wraps around my finger, balancing the stunning centerpiece.
"Do you like it?"
Ian whispers into my neck. "Ian," I say breathlessly as I keep staring at it. "It's absolutely stunning." I turn, never fully taking my eyes off of it, and press a kiss to his waiting lips. It's entirely unique and absolutely a perfect blend of classic and modern.
"The diamond is from Lula's ring, the one Papa gave her,"
Ian says as he takes my newly accessorized hand in his.
"He died before I was born, but the way Lula talked about him, they loved each other a lot. Fiercely."
"I've never heard you mention him." My eyes are still glued to the stunning ring, my heart swelling with the light of 100 suns.
"His name was Billy," he says with a chuckle. "Lula told me he worked for over 1.5 years to save up the money for the diamond."
He bites his lower lip and grows more serious.
"When I told Lula I'd asked you to marry me, she was surprisingly calm. She said she knew how hard things had been for us. That much work for a relationship deserved a hard-earned ring. She gave it to me and wanted you to have it."
"That's amazing, Ian," I say. Because it is. Lula hates me, hates vampires. And to give such a precious heirloom to someone like me, I'm shocked. Ian nods and looks up into my eyes.
"Lillian helped me with the design for the rest of the ring. I wanted something that captured a bit of history, and the long future before us, and," he says, smiling, "there's more to it to come at just the right times."
The smile on my face must be ridiculous, but I don't care. I lean forward, pressing my lips gently to his. "It's absolutely perfect," I whisper against them. Ian rolls up, propping himself up on his elbow, staring down at me.
"I still can't believe we're here."
"We're getting married," I whisper through my smile, shrugging my shoulders up to my ears. "Can you believe it? Among everything that's going on, we have a wedding to plan." The smile on Ian's face is incredible. I've seen it so few times, but it's stunning. Wide enough to see almost all of his teeth. Small lines sprout from his eyes when he does. His entire face lights up.
"So, when are we going to do this, future bride?" he asks, bopping me on the nose gently.
I laugh, sighing in happiness. "Soon, but not until all this chaos has passed. I don't want anything marring the happiest day of my life, nothing looming over it. And," I say, a longing tug pulling at my chest, "if there's any chance that Henry is out there, I really, really want him to be there."
"He should get to walk you down the aisle," Ian says in agreement. "He didn't get to be there for most of your life, but he shouldn't miss that."
I nod, biting the inside of my cheek. I know it's early, but I think I want to keep my last name, Ian. He looks down at me, all the considerations rolling behind his eyes, but he nods.
You should, he says. You have a long heritage to uphold. Your name is also your claim to your birthright.
I reach up, caressing his cheek. Thank you for understanding. He lowers himself down, pressing a kiss to my lips.
I've already got about a dozen dress ideas for you to look over.
Lillian's voice floats up through from the library. The both of us laugh, Ian rolling off of me. I'm sure you do, I call back to her. We're going to have to plan a nice, long honeymoon, far away from all of these listening ears in this house. General shouts of disgust and agreement echo from all sides. Listening ears with little privacy, but I wouldn't have my family anywhere else.
Who's Daphne?
Ian asks as I walk out of the closet, fully dressed. He studies the postcards on the table by the door. There's 4 now, 2 new ones from Virginia and Georgia. A friend I made from town, I say as I slide my phone into my back pocket and reach for the door. I look back at Ian, waiting for him. There's a thoughtful expression on his face, as if he's trying to figure out who I'm talking about. He does know almost everyone in town. You probably don't know her. She moved into town recently. He nods, though I can tell he's still trying to puzzle it out. Ian and I walk back downstairs to begin planning for the night. The days are getting longer and longer, leaving us less time to use in the dark. Even with sunshades, we can only be out for so long before even the filtered sunlight becomes too intense. Lillian is looking at the computer we confiscated from the trailer with Lexington, talking about the different towns around Silent Bend.
I think I figured out where another cell is, he says, spinning the laptop around and pointing to a place on the map. It's about 2 miles north of the Institute. Could still be active. The email was old, from about 3 months ago, but it's worth checking out.
A knock sounds on the front door. Ian and I look at each other, but it's Wrath who moves across the marble floor to open it as we head to see who has visited.
This one of the turds you were talking about?
It's a redneck-looking guy who stands on the front porch. He shoves forward a body, which flops into the house, dead. A stake sticks out of her chest, blood saturating her clothes, her dead eyes wide open and bloodshot. I gape at the man I somewhat recognize from the meeting with the townspeople. Ian crouches and checks the back of her hand.
Yeah,
he says when he reveals the snake brand.
This was one of them.
Where'd you find her? I ask in wonder as I look back at the man.
Trying to pin my daughter down on the backyard about an hour ago. Fangs dripping all over the place, he says,
the air hissing through his nose in anger.
The freak was so distracted in bloodlust it didn't even notice me come up behind it.
You did good, Eric, Ian says, standing. Wrath looks down disapprovingly at the body lying on the floor of the Conrath estate.
Has anyone else had run-ins with any more Bitten?
Eric shakes his head.
Not that I know of. Everyone who went to that meeting of yours has been staying well in touch, but no one's seen anything. Yet.
They wouldn't let their guard down, I say. We've taken out dozens of them so far, all close to or in Silent Bend.
2 of them attacked Elle, Ian says. They're getting more aggressive. Stay alert.
The man nods, and a certain look comes over his face.
I can't say I'm okay with a few dozen blood-sucking, red-eyed vamps living in my hometown, but thank you for trying to keep it a little safer. We appreciate your proactiveness in this situation.
We'll keep doing our best, I promise. The man is so contradictory in his appearance and the way he speaks. I'm trying not to smile. And thank you for your help. Eric nods.
I suspect Sheriff McCoy will be getting in touch soon.
He nods his chin in goodbye and sets off back to his truck. Ian and I watch as he drives away. It's working, I say quietly as I watch it retreat.
I won't lie. Rath says. I'm a little shocked. Me too, Ian admits. Maybe we should have done this years ago. Would have saved this town a lot of whispering and a lot of unneeded deaths due to not knowing what really happens in this town.
Let's hope it continues to work in our benefit, I say. Ian grabs the dead woman, slings her up over his shoulder. He follows Rath to the back of the house, and I'm so grateful that I'm not the one who has to take care of all these bodies that are piling up. Samuel, Smith, Lee, I call out generally to the house. You're coming with Ian and I to this possible location. I walk down the hall, stopping in the armory. I grab a crossbow, a full quiver, 2 knives that I strap to my legs, a gun in a holster around my waist, and 4 stakes. The 3 of them join me a minute later and begin stocking up on the death and destruction. 10 minutes later, the 5 of us head for the garage. Ian drives his van, opening the garage and backing up, just as a police car rolls up the drive and parks off to the side of the garage. We stop, and Luke gets out of the cruiser. He wears jeans and a black t-shirt. It's so weird seeing him out of uniform. I forget what a striking man he is. No wonder Anna is so taken with him. Ian rolls down the window as he comes over.
Y'all are looking rather deadly tonight,
he says as he leans in the window, taking in the many, many weapons we each carry. We might have a lead on a new cell on the edge of town, I explain. We're headed to check it out right now.
Got room for one more in there?
He asks, looking back at the 3 sitting on the floor of the van.
I don't think this is really a job for humans, Sonny, Smith says with that wicked smile of his. Good thing I'm a little more handy and informed than most. He raises his shirt just a little, exposing a toned core, 3 stakes, and a handgun. Get in.
Ian nods his head for the back of the van. Luke doesn't hesitate. He climbs inside, and we head out. It's a 15-minute drive across town, onto a winding road that rises over small hills, around 100 trees, between swamps and fields. When the small house with peeling white paint comes into view, Ian parks the van behind some trees, and we all climb out. On silent feet, we dart toward the house, fanning out to circle it. The lights are off, and my enhanced hearing doesn't detect anyone inside. I can't smell anyone, but the sharp bite of copper and salt leaks from inside. Ian and Smith creep up to the windows, peering inside, checking each and every one of them. Finally, they wave the rest of us forward, and Ian opens the front door. The smell of blood intensifies, and I follow in after him. Were I human, I probably would have lost my dinner right then. 5 bodies lie on the floor. 3 of them have stakes through their chests or backs. 1 skull has been smashed clean in. The other's head rests about 10 feet from its body. Blood is sprayed all across the walls. It coats the ceiling. Handprints on the windows, tracks on the worn wooden floor. Smith curses, and Lee lets out a little high-pitched scream.
It's fresh,
Ian says, wiping a finger through the blood on one wall.
I'd guess they were killed within the last hour or so.
An hour? I say, my brow furrowing as I take in the scene that is coming familiar. But this wasn't any of us.
You get any reports of town people taking out a bunch of Bitten? Samuel asks Luke.
I forgot he was here. I turn to see the dark haze in his eyes, the look of disgust. His eyes dart from body to body. He takes 2 steps back from the head that lies at his feet.
No.
Ian, I breathe as I study the patterns. The sprays, the mass amounts of blood lost. Does this all look a little familiar? He looks around him again, searching the walls, the bodies, the mass level of violence.
It looks like your apartment in Colorado.
I nod as my blood chills. Henry.
Wait a second, Samuel says. Your dad, who's supposed to be dead, is helping us in this war?
My stomach is in a tight knot. A riptide of emotion is raging through me. I think so.
Liv, I think he saw all this coming, way before we did, Ian says. I mean, what we found back in Colorado was months old.
Wait a second, Samuel says, his eyes growing wide with some kind of realization. Your mom had been buried in Colorado before she was dropped off here at your house, right? I nod, my veins turning to ice all the more. And do you really think your dad did this and whatever you found back in Colorado? He asks. I nod, looking over at Ian.
The patterns are all the same, he says. Do you think they were Bitten that were killed?
I shrug, shaking my head. There weren't any bodies left at the scene, but they very well could have been. Samuel pales, his expression growing grim. What is it? I breathe.
I don't think it was Jasmine who dug up your mom, Liv, he says. I think it was whoever is at the head of this war.
I lose focus. The breath stills in my chest, and I actually take a step back. The patterns are the same. The evidence of war is the same. Jasmine insisted that she didn't do it. She didn't seem to understand why I would attack, using her dead husband as emotional warfare. She didn't do this. That was the final tipping point in losing myself. I had tried to be a good person. I'd tried to reason and to do things the right way when it came to fighting Jasmine. But that sent me over the edge. And Jasmine didn't even do it. And I've been being manipulated, molded, for far longer than I realized. I think we should go, I say quietly. Burn the house. Burn it all. Chapter 16. He's close by, I say as we walk back into the house. He's got to be in Silent Bend now. My brain is reeling. I'm trying to form coherent thoughts. I need Henry found. We have to find him.
Niall, you watch the house,
Ian commands as everyone begins gathering down in the ballroom.
Everyone else, go take a good long look at Henry's picture in the library.
I need you to search Silent Bend and the surrounding area, I say as Francesca, Rowan, Holland, Mary, and Smith all file into the library. We are not letting him slip through our fingers this time.
Liv, can we talk to you upstairs for a few minutes? Ian asks, standing next to Niall.
Make it quick, I growl as I watch everyone head out the door. They're armed to protect themselves, but this is a search and recover mission. The door closes as we reach the upstairs floor and walk into my father's office. I pace the space like a rabid animal. The pictures of my father from the lab hang from the walls around me now, his tense eyes staring at me, as if daring me to figure this out.
Liv, I need to see where your head is at, Ian says.
What do you mean? I ask, throwing a glare in his direction. We're this close. I can't let him get away right now.
Yeah, I get that, he says, grabbing my arm and forcing me to stop. But what if there's a reason why he's been hiding all this time?
Alivia, Niall says in that calm manner of his.
What if Henry Conrath is not the man you imagine him to be?
What do you mean? I ask, my eyes angrily darting between the two of them.
He's just weird, you know, Ian says. You've been here for 10 months now. Why would he fake his own death? Why would he abandon you like this? What is he hiding from?
There's a great clattering sound, followed by breaking glass, coming from the ballroom. For a moment, we meet each other's eyes, running through the possibilities, and there's only one. The Bitten are making their move. I sling my crossbow out in front of me. Niall grabs a stake from the desk, and Ian raises a gun before him. Together, we descend the stairs, turning the corner to face the ballroom. A single man lies on the floor, his head down, his entire body quaking. A trail of blood stretches from the broken doorway to him, where it pools around him. His fingers stretch out before him, attempting to crawl toward us. "Don't move!" Ian bellows, taking 5 quick steps toward the man. "Show me the backs of your hands!" Shakily, he raises his outstretched hand, blood covering his skin. He draws his other up, every movement looking pained and on the verge of his last breath. He uses it to lift his chest, and slowly, he draws his head up, staring back at us with gray eyes, serious brows. "Alivia," he breathes out. "Henry!" Chapter 17. I rush forward, past Ian and Niall, dropping to Henry's side, rolling him over. He lets out a great cry of pain, hissing in agony, holding his hand to his chest. He's covered in bite wounds. Deep fang marks sink into his flesh, the reason there is blood covering his entire body. A deep wound in his chest seems to be the source of most of his pain, and I can make out the shape of jagged wood from inside of it. "Henry!" I cry in horror and shock. "What? How?" "He needs blood," Niall says, going into saving mode instantly. "Human blood, now. Ian, get my cot from the supply room. We need to remove whatever it is in his chest." Ian swears, looking back over his shoulder as he practically trips over his feet to get what Niall asked for. "Henry," I say as I pull him up into my lap, my hands instantly slick with blood. "You're alive! You're here!" "I'm so sorry, Alivia," he breathes, his voice coming out in a strangled breath. But he can't finish his sentence. His eyes flutter closed. "Niall!" I scream, even as he examines Henry for injuries. "Do something!" "He's been staked," Niall says as blood instantly coats him. "It's broken off inside of him, dangerously close to his heart. Please don't move him. It might dislodge it and kill him." I carefully back away, lowering his head to the marble floor. Ian races back into the ballroom, pushing a medical cart, the look in his eyes wild. "Henry," I whisper, leaning over him, my hand coming to his cheek. "Open your eyes. Please open your eyes for me." But he doesn't. One of his hands reaches up, resting over mine. "Alivia," he breathes. "Take the gauze, a lot of it," Niall says frantically. "When I remove the stake, press it to his chest immediately. He's going to bleed profusely." Ian, hands gloved, wads a huge chunk of gauze and stands at the ready. "He needs to feed. Fresh, not bagged," Niall says, shaking his head. "I can't repair this." "I'll do it," a calm voice says from behind us. "Elle, no," Ian says in a panic as he looks over his shoulder. Elle stands there, in a white nightgown, staring at my dying father on the floor. "You are already nearly killed. You can't." "If I don't, he will die," she says as she walks barefoot over the marble floor. "I feel fine, Ian, really. Let me do this. For Alivia." His eyes dart from his sister to me. I don't know what to say. I know Elle shouldn't be fed on, but I'm afraid if Henry doesn't feed, he'll die. I'm so selfish. "Please," I whisper to him. The fear in Ian's eyes is so apparent. He looks at me, wide-eyed, as if frozen in slow motion. "It needs to be now," Niall says. "We cannot wait for another human." And everything speeds back up. "Come on, Elle," he waves her forward. She crouches down beside Henry, who still won't open his eyes. His grip on me loosens with every passing second. Drawing her sleeve back, she raises her exposed wrist up to his mouth. The second she presses her flesh against his teeth, he sinks them into her. Niall yanks the broken stake from Henry's chest, and Ian immediately presses the gauze there, trying to stop the bleeding. So much blood. It pours from his chest. The gauze doesn't stand a chance of stopping any of it. Ian's hands are coated. I look at Elle, her eyes glazed over, her head lolling back. She's perfectly still. "Keep drinking, Henry," I beg, pressing his head to her arm. Just a little more.
It's working, Niall breathes. I turn to see, and the bite marks are indeed closing up. The blood flow slows. One by one, the fang punctures knit themselves closed.
It's working,
I sigh, hope lighting in my chest. That's enough, Ian growls, swatting Elle's wrist away from Henry's mouth. It drops away without any fight, and he barely catches his sister before she collapses to the floor. Elle, you okay? Open your eyes. She struggles to speak as the fog clears from her head.
Okay. Okay.
Slowly, she sits up on her own, blinking several times. Seeing that she is indeed all right, I turn back to Henry. By this time, most of the bite marks are healed. The gaping hole in his chest is still bleeding, but it seems to be slowing.
Is he going to be okay?
I ask. Niall turns to the cart and begins digging through it. He comes out with a bottle of brown liquid and what looks like a cotton ball at the end of a stick. I've never known a vampire to bleed out, but my experience is limited. If there are any more shards in his chest, that could be dangerous. They could dislodge, puncturing his heart.
Is there anything you can do about it?
I ask, feeling frantic. Henry's eyes are fully closed, his entire body limp, but he keeps breathing, ragged, strangled pulls. Niall shakes his head. Even surgery would be very difficult, this close to his heart. We can only hope the blood helps him to heal and push out any remaining particles.
How long?
I ask as tears pool in my eyes. I brush his hair back from his head, which is long, hanging down to his shoulders. It's amazing. He hasn't aged a day from the pictures taken of him that I found in the lab. How long until we know? Niall's eyes are so sad and unsure when he looks at me.
I don't know, my dear.
A comforting hand is laid on my back as I look back down at my father, lying there so still and quiet. 2 tears break free from my eyes, landing on his own cheek.
Someone needs to call Rath,
I cry, rubbing a thumb over my father's cheek. Niall instantly pulls his phone out and is talking just moments later.
Please, Henry,
I whisper.
Don't die on me.
Chapter 18. None of us say a word. Ian leans against a wall behind me. Niall keeps coming back, his hands flitting about, as if he knows there's something he should be doing, but there isn't anything more. Rath sits across from me. The look of utter disbelief on his face is astounding. None of us dare breathe as we watch Henry. He lies on a bed in the spare bedroom on the lower floor of his house. His eyes are closed, his hands lying gently at his sides. The wound on his chest is closed up. He no longer bleeds. With Rath and Niall's help, we cleaned the blood from his body, cutting away the clothing he wore. In the entire time I've lived here at the Conrath estate, I never could bring myself to throw out his clothes, so it was no problem to run upstairs into my closet and grab some of his pajamas. Now we wait. Will he wake up?
Can you believe it, Rath?
I whisper. I reach for my father's hand and take it in mine, holding his knuckles up to my lips.
We thought he was gone forever, and here he is.
Rath doesn't say anything in return. He only studies Henry's face, as if he can will him to wake up. The hours have been so long. Once Henry seemed somewhat stable, we moved him into a more private room because the moment we called Rath, everyone else quickly found out that we had already found Henry. They all returned to the house. I can currently hear 4 house members waiting outside the door, quietly talking. 5 more are in the ballroom. 6 patrol the property, and everyone else is scattered about, waiting to hear if the rightful leader of their house will live. Suddenly, my entire life is up in the air. But none of that matters now. I have my father back. The sun broke out over the horizon hours ago,
washing Silent Bend in summer light. For a few hours, we should be safe from attack, from these plots of war. And I must wait, and be patient. Katina brings lunch in for the 4 of us around noon. I take a bite of my sandwich, but it's tasteless and gets stuck in my throat. I set it aside. Wrath doesn't touch his food. Niall and Ian eat quietly, unable to do anything but be there to support Wrath and I. Finally, at 3 in the afternoon, Henry's right foot twitches.
"That's a good sign,"
Niall says, as a small smile cracks on his lips. Henry's foot twitches again, and his eyes flit back and forth quietly beneath his eyelids. His breathing increases. "What's wrong with him?" I ask, my brows furrowing. Niall bends over him with a stethoscope, pressing it to my father's chest. He listens for a moment.
"He's quite all right,"
Niall says. "He's only having a nightmare." Henry suddenly sits straight up, his hand clamping around Niall's throat like a vice. His eyes glow red and wild, his movements frantic as he scrambles to his knees. "Henry!" Wrath and I both yell at the same time, leaping to Niall's aid.
"It's all right. You're safe. He's a friend,"
Wrath continues. Henry's wide, unsure eyes search the room, confused for a moment. But finally, they flick back to Niall, who has his hands gripped around Henry's wrists and lets him go.
"I'm so sorry,"
he says, his body instantly calming as he relaxes back against the bed, blinking, as if clearing fog from his eyes. But he doesn't finish his sentence. His eyes slide over to me, and he meets my gaze and just stares. His jaw, mine. His brows, mine. His cheeks, my own. We only share half of our DNA, but it's so like looking in a mirror. I look so much like him. I've been told that, over and over, and here he finally is. The legend. "Henry," I breathe. "You're here." Emotion rolls through his eyes, and he can't seem to quite get the words out that he wants to say. So he looks away and takes in Ian and Niall.
"Thank you for your help," he says, his voice still rough. "Can I please get some time alone with my daughter?"
Niall bows and immediately walks out. Ian looks to me for reassurance, and when I nod, he leaves.
"Wrath, my brother,"
Henry says, taking Wrath's hand in his.
"It has been too long, but I must ask you to wait a short amount of time longer."
It's all there in his eyes, how very little Wrath wants to leave Henry's side after finally being reunited with him. But he bows his head and slowly leaves the room. He closes the door behind him, leaving Henry and I alone. I look at his face, studying him as he stares at the door for just a moment. It's there, so apparent. He's terrified of this moment too. So many years of anticipation for him. So much wondering. So many what-ifs. And now we've finally arrived. She looks over at me, and instantly my eyes well.
"I'm so sorry, my darling,"
he breathes. My walls of self-control burst, and I collapse forward into his chest, my arms clinging to him tight, and I just begin to sob. I mourn all the years as a child, having never known who my father was. All the times I wanted someone who threatened to break any boy who hurt me. Someone to protect me and give me advice. I cry for the 10 months of longing I've had here in his house, wanting so very badly to know him. And these tears are also shed in joy. That we're here, he's here, tangible in my arms.
"I'm so sorry,"
he whispers, over and over as he strokes my hair, holding me tight. His strong arms pull me in close, promising not to let me go. "I needed you so many times. I cry. They are angry words, mournful, accepting. I just can't believe... I can't even talk.
I know, my love, he says.
The promise in his voice, the sincerity. I know he means it when he calls me his love. I may have never known it, but Henry was indeed there. So many moments of my life, watching. When I first came to the Conrath estate, Rath gave me a letter that Henry had written to me. It was full of wishes and regrets.
I wish I had known sooner. I wish we could have had time together. I wish I could have been there for you. I have many wishes for what might have been, but I am also sorry. I am so sorry.
He breathes once more into my hair.
Knowing that I am your father, I know the fate that I have put upon your shoulders.
I know you wanted me to stay away from all this. I finally find the words to speak. But I couldn't. I'm so sorry, I just couldn't. He leans back from me, his hands on my upper arms to get a look at me.
You do not have anything at all to be sorry for, he says, brushing a lock of hair behind my ear. I was a fool, and I put an unfair burden upon your shoulders by asking what I did of you. I knew Cyrus would never leave you alone, but I suppose it was my own foolish hopefulness, thinking I could will it to stay apart from you for a very long time.
You're not disappointed? I ask, wiping tears from my face, wanting so very badly for him to say no.
I've not been able to watch you this entire time, he says as he takes my hands in his, but I've seen you go through an incredible transformation since you arrived. Through ups and downs, trial and error, you've grown into your birthright. Elijah would have been proud of you.
Tears pool in my eyes once again, though they do not fall this time. I'm so sorry he was taken from you. He nods, though the pain of losing his brother is so far in the past that it does not reach his eyes as I expect it to.
When you live as long as I have, you are bound to lose those you love at some point.
My heart, which has been racing and tripping over itself this entire time, finally begins to calm somewhat. I feel all the nerves in me begin to relax. I can never get a straight answer out of Rath, so I have to finally ask, when were you actually born? Henry gives a little, soundless chuckle, more like the expulsion of air, and a thin-lipped smile.
Are you sure you want to know?
Of course, I say, shifting on the bed, so that I'm sitting directly in front of him. I want to know everything. He lets out a sigh, once more taking my hands in his.
Well, the truth is that I do not know exactly what year it was. Though I remember when I was a child, Charles IV was crowned king over Bohemia, where I was born, so sometime before 1346, according to the history books.
My mouth falls open just slightly, my mind instantly attempting to do the math. That makes Henry at least 670 years old. I stutter. I suppose I shouldn't be too shocked. I've met much older royals. I met Dorian and Malachi. Even Rahim is over 900 years old. Henry smiles, nodding.
I've lived a long life. Others still have lived far longer.
And it's the lifetime that waits before me. It's impossible to imagine how the world has changed within my father's lifetime. The room grows quiet once again, and my thoughts grow somber and wandering. My eyes fall from Henry's to our hands held together.
You should ask the questions you're most curious about, he says quietly.
I nod, though it's hard to form the words because I'm not entirely sure I want to know the answer. But it's one I have to learn. Why'd you leave? Why didn't you come back? Henry runs his thumb over my knuckles. I study his hands, expecting wrinkles, old age, and wear. But they're still youthful. Smooth, but like any other man's hands. My father stopped aging long ago.
My work put me in danger, he finally says. What I discovered down in my lab. Somehow Cyrus got wind of rumors and I knew he would come after me. Soon. And what I'm working on is too important.
So Cyrus wasn't just messing with me with his parting words. If a measly Bitten hadn't ended him, I would have killed the traitorous bastard myself. What is it? I ask, my brows furrowing, imagining the lab down below the ballroom floor. Henry shakes his head.
I will tell you everything soon, but other parts of the timeline are more important in this moment.
It's hard to accept. I want to rip every single answer to every single question I've had from him in a big dumping slew of secrets. But I nod in agreement for the moment.
I knew he would come after me soon, Henry continues. So when that Bitten came after me, I let everyone believe I was dead. Seeing Wrath's pain and letting him bury me wasn't easy, but I knew it was necessary. But now there was not only the problem of keeping my discovery safe, but there was the problem of these Bitten with an incredible debt in their rising numbers.
The look in his eyes darkens, growing deeper by the moment. In them I see the capability of the violence I witnessed in my apartment, and again, in the house on the edge of town.
This war has been brewing since you arrived in Silent Bend, Alivia. The Bitten and their bitterness to our kind is growing. I could not come to you because, for the last 10 months, I've been tracking their cells down, putting an end to as many of them as I can.
I nod, accepting this isn't easy. How many have you taken out? I whisper. Henry's eyes rise to meet mine, and they have a dim, red glow igniting in them.
179 thus far, including those I killed last night.
I shake my head, a breath escaping my chest. That's in addition to all the ones we've killed so far. I shake my head. It's all so incredible, in the worst way. Do you know who's leading them?
No,
Henry says with a sharp edge to his voice. He swings his legs off the side of the bed, rising to his feet to anxiously pace the floor. A little smile crooks on my lips at this. I do the exact same thing.
I've never heard of such careful, patient tactics. They're amassing numbers, but keeping everything so secretive and disguised.
Henry, if these are the numbers that we've discovered, there has to be masses more. The horror is rising in my chest. Unless we're taking them out as they're being created, which seems unlikely, this is going to be a bloody war when it comes to that.
How many house members are you up to?
He asks as he pauses and looks over at me. 19 if you count Wrath, I say, and one more who is only here to help with this fight.
If the Bitten come at us all at once, it won't be enough, he says, shaking his head.
And a light goes off in the back of my head. When I was taken to Roter Hamel, I think I made an ally, Noriko, one of the House of Himura. She said she would come to our aid if it came to actual war. Something sparks in Henry's eyes. One eyebrow rises in shock.
The House of Himura is the 4th largest house in the world.
She said it's the 3rd. I correct him.
You should get in touch with her, now, he says. This thing could boil over any minute. It's picked up incredible momentum in just the last week.
I nod. I'll take care of it. We stand there, looking at each other for a moment, and the air settles back down.
There's so much we need to talk about, Henry says. So many things I need to explain. So many things I want you to tell me about.
I nod. It's a good thing we have time. I smile, and it's actually genuine. Get yourself cleaned up. Say hello to Wrath. I'll see you in a little bit. I see admiration in his eyes when he nods in agreement. A proud little smile curls on his lips as he watches me walk to the door. And I'm still in awe that when I walk out this door, that I could just walk back in, and Henry will still be there. Chapter 19. The house members bombard me with questions. They want answers, just like I do. But I don't have them yet, and I can't decide how much they all should know anyway. So we wait. Not long, but an anxious, unsure 2 hours pass by. Wrath gone with my father. I'm trying not to get jealous, but it's a little hard when I only got 20 minutes or so. But down in the ballroom, we all just kind of wait around to see what's going to happen.
You okay?
Ian asks as he rubs a hand over my back. I shrug, staring into the distance emptily, waiting. To pass the time, I showered, rinsing all of Henry's blood down the drain. I dressed in black slacks and a thin blue button-up shirt. I need to look the position of a leader right now, even if my status is a little unsure at the moment. Finally, I hear a door close, and a few moments later, Wrath walks around the corner. I meet his eyes anxiously, and he joins at my side.
Your father is getting dressed, he says. He will be out in a moment.
I swallow, nodding. The house gathers, 20 people behind me, including Elle. Ian stands to my one side, Wrath to the other. The rest of my family surrounding me. A minute later, the sound of a door opening echoes throughout the house. Shoes click over the wooden floor, growing closer and closer. My heart leaps into my throat. I am as nervous for this as I was for King Cyrus's arrival. Henry rounds the corner, and I'm both stunned and not surprised one bit. Just 2 hours ago, my father's hair was long, his beard wild. Henry is now trimmed, clean-cut. His hair is cut even, combed away from his face. His jaw is hugged by a neatly trimmed, short beard. He wears a black suit, accompanied by a black shirt and tie. His eyes are severe and serious, his lips in a thin line. He looks every bit the part of a royal, every bit a Conrath.
I don't know that I need an introduction, he says, looking around at everyone.
It's hard to place his accent. Slightly British, a touch of Boston, something a little unidentifiable, some quite American.
But in case you are wondering, I am Alivia's father, Henry Conrath.
The ballroom has fallen completely silent, and everyone tightens just a bit, leaning forward to catch his every word.
I know you all thought I was dead, and that was exactly the intention I executed, he continues. I have my reasons, and one of those being that I've been fighting in this war, something I could do much more effectively if everyone involved truly believed me gone for good.
He takes 2 steps forward, folding his hands in front of him, and I realize then just how similar his and Wrath's mannerisms are.
But before I go into all of that, we need to get a few things laid out.
His burning eyes meet every one of the house members, staring at them in a way that makes me think he can see straight into our souls.
I may have built this house back in 1799, but when I willed it on to Alivia, I meant it.
He doesn't look at me when he says this, but continues to scan the crowd.
This house is hers. I mean that physically and in leadership. I've seen the way she treats you, the way she leads, and I would not dare try to replace her.
Ian slips his hand into mine, giving a reassuring squeeze. A hand is placed on my shoulder from behind, reaffirming that they do indeed have my back.
Nor would I want to, Henry continues. Along with my name goes the reputation of house abandonment, and I won't deny the title. I had my reasons for leaving the monarchy system, and I do not intend to amend that.
But now, when my heart is racing, and I'm so terrified of what Henry is saying, that he will leave and abandon me because of my tie to the house, his eyes meet mine. I cannot mask my emotions.
My daughter is here, though, he says, his voice lower, and I will not leave her again. If she will have me, as an unincorporated individual, I ask her to let me stay in her presence.
The tears spring into my eyes immediately as I rush forward, wrapping my arms around my father, squeezing hard. Of course. I need you here. He holds me, squeezing back, lifetimes of emotions pouring from this severe man. There are a million unspoken words flowing between us, but none of them require any sound. Only two racing hearts, beating as one. Someone starts clapping, and soon it's nearly the entire room applauding our reunion. I laugh into Henry's shoulder, and am surprised when a small chuckle rumbles in his own chest. One release after another, and now I choose to stand at my father's side.
As to the matter of this war, he begins again when everyone settles down. I do not know who is in charge of it. I have visited the other houses in America under Guise, and none of them have suffered attacks. So it appears that this is personal to my family, in addition to being a civil war. And their numbers are impressive. I've taken out well over 100 of them. I've found cells within a 200-mile radius around Silent Bend. I'll share everything I know with the right individuals, but as you already know, be alert.
There's finality to Henry's statement, telling us he's done with his address. After a few awkward moments, the House members disperse, most of them heading to the dining room for lunch. Rath stands just removed, looking unsure of what to do with himself. So I usher Ian forward, turning to my father. Henry, I want to introduce you to someone, though I've heard you've met before, I say, flashing Ian a smile as he walks to my side and slides his hand into mine. Ian extends his other hand, shaking Henry's.
Yes, Henry says. You were a lot younger then, a lot angrier.
Ian chuckles, looking somewhat uncomfortable.
That sounds about right. I'm working on that. So,
Henry says, something stealing in his gaze as it drops to my left hand.
I see Alivia has a ring on her finger. That's new.
Oh, the awkwardness I never anticipated having. But I am eternally grateful that I do.
I figured if we ever found you, I'd ask for permission then,
Ian says, and he actually sounds sheepish. It's adorable.
So, save your breath, son, Henry says, tapping him on the shoulder. Can't give my permission to someone I hardly know to marry my only daughter.
I'm floored. My jaw actually drops. Henry winks at me, and then walks in the direction of the dining room. Ian stutters, looking between Henry's retreating form and me.
Did that really just happen?
I think my father just told you no, I say, my mouth still hanging open. I look back to Rath, who walks up to my side. He nods his head.
He told you no, Rath confirms. But don't worry. Just prove to him that you are never, ever going to hurt or abandon his daughter, and you might earn it in the next century or so.
Rath! I cry out in shock and disbelief. A hint of a smile cracks on his lips, literally the first I've ever seen there.
Did you just make a joke? Ian asks in shock. I think Rath just made a joke.
He instantly regains his composure and shakes his head.
Of course not, he says. I've always been clear about my feelings regarding the relationship between the two of you.
Yeah, but Rath, I say, my voice coming out like a teenager who's been told she can't date the captain of the football team. Things have changed so much. You can't...
Your father is different, he cuts me off,
clearly not wishing to continue the previous conversation.
In the past 5 minutes, I've seen him smile more, seem more light-hearted than I have in years of knowing him. You two together. It's good for him.
Rath walks away to join Henry in the dining room. I shake my head. The secrets this family holds, I breathe, thinking again of the picture I saw of Rath down in the lab. Ian shakes his head, blinking several times quick in disbelief.
Well, this day has certainly taken multiple changes for the strange.
Chapter 20. There's a meeting in the evening. Henry briefs Anna and Ian, our two heads of war and security. Tactics and talk of civil war, something Anna is so familiar with. We plan and talk and speculate. And as night falls, almost every single member of the house is sent out to hunt, to track down the Bitten and kill them. Only a small crew of Wrath, Trinity, me, and Henry are left at the house to defend it if need be. But there are things Henry and I need to discuss. So, just the two of us, we turn the key in the floor of the ballroom and descend into the lab. Once inside, we close up the door again. So, I know of the passageway in my bedroom, the well behind the painting in the wall, the armory hidden in my bedroom, I say as Henry turns to his lab. How many other secrets does the estate hold?
Enough to survive, Henry says, looking over his shoulder at me with a coy smile.
Henry Conrath, master of secrets, I say with my own, shaking my head as I walk to his side. He gives a short little chuckle, heading to the refrigerator and pulling a small container out. He pulls on a set of gloves and takes a small glass slide from the box. He moves to a microscope and sets the slide underneath it. Looking through the eyepieces, he studies them for a moment.
"Take a look at this," he says, waving me over and stepping aside.
I look down through the eyepieces. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. Some sort of cells, obviously, but they almost look crystallized, even though they seem to be moving around. They're very much alive.
"I took those cell samples from myself about 1.5 years ago,"
Henry says as I continue to study them.
"Generally, when separated from the body, cells should die within hours."
"But these are still very much alive," I say as I look over at him, my brows furrowed. Henry nods and walks over to the fridge, waving me to follow him. He goes to the one with the animal blood and all the Genesis vials.
"The reason those cells are still alive, and the reason I was able to fake my death is this," he says.
And everything starts clicking into place immediately. I've seen someone escape death before, seen them recover from a stake to the heart, seen someone truly immortal. You recreated what Cyrus made to turn himself. I breathe in realization. Henry nods.
"It wasn't easy to test. It's taken me years of research, and the ultimate test subject was myself. I wasn't really even sure it truly worked until that night the Bitten broke into my home."
So you really might have died? I ask in horror that he would take such a risk.
"I done other tests," Henry says, attempting to sound reassuring. "None to that scale yet, but I was fairly certain it would work."
"Fairly," I grumble under my breath, shaking my head.
"In science, sometimes that's all you can ask for," he says, raising an eyebrow.
I find myself mirroring the action. "I have to say, you don't strike me as the scientific type," I say. "When and why did you get into all this?" Something instantly darkens in his eyes, and it's a fearful and sad thing.
"The why is not an answer you want to hear. Some secrets need to be kept to myself, I'm afraid. But the when is a simple answer of a long time ago."
It makes me sad, knowing that Henry will never tell me all of his secrets. Parts of him will always be a stranger to me. But we are all individuals, and we have to keep our identities. Okay, I accept, because I have to. I slide my hand into my back pocket and pull out the picture of Wrath. I study it for a moment, trying to make out the grainy details, drawing so many conclusions, only none of them make sense to me. "Can you tell me this one?" I ask, turning the image around for him to see. His eyes narrow, and he reaches out to take the photograph. As he studies it, I see the many years flash across his eyes. There's a big, great story here, one I've been dying to know since I stepped foot in this house.
"I see you found all of Roth's old photographs," Henry says as he takes a seat at one of the tables,
continuing to stare at the picture.
He was so fascinated when I brought the huge, bulky thing home. He took so many pictures for me. He was so timid when he asked me to take a picture of him.
A small smile begins to form on his lips, but he keeps it carefully controlled. Henry, that picture had to be taken before 1875. I say quietly as I roll another chair over to sit in front of my father. I know Rath isn't a born, but how is he still alive? Henry's eyes finally rise to meet mine, and I see the hesitance there, the conflict, the regret. He lets out a deep breath and lays the picture on the tabletop beside the microscope.
You know our country was a very different place in the 1700s. I built this house at the end of the 18th century, and with the start of the plantation, slaves were just an accepted reality, however much I hated the concept.
I'm not sure I want to hear the truth of this story, to hear Rath's past that is suddenly becoming too real and uncomfortable.
In 1823, there was a slave auction and I attended. There was a young man there, not quite 20 years old. He was brought forth a bloody mess. He'd been whipped brutally, to the point I wasn't sure how he was still standing.
I've seen his scars, I suddenly recall. On a morning where I needed to speak with him immediately, I stormed into his room, and he'd nearly killed me on startled instinct. He'd climbed from his bed with no shirt on, to reveal a crisscross mess of pale scar tissue on his chest and back. Henry nods.
He was in bad shape, but the look in his eyes. I've not seen that kind of darkness and hopelessness in a very long time. It was apparent in him that he was giving up hope, and I could not blame him.
Emotion thickens Henry's words. His eyes grow distant and foggy.
I bought him and brought him home to the plantation. With the other workers' help, we nursed him back to health. I asked him his name every day for 2 weeks, but he wouldn't say a word to me. He would only stare up at the ceiling in anger, as if he was willing himself to die.
Tears spring into my eyes, and my own throat chokes up. It's so hard to imagine. My father's strong, rock-solid right-hand man, giving up on living.
But he healed, Henry continues. He wouldn't ever say a word to me, but he did work. Harder than anyone I'd ever had. He went home to the workers' house every night, and for a while I did not see him much because of our alternating schedules.
It's hard to imagine how my father managed to run a plantation when, back then, he didn't have any sun goggles.
I asked him his name every time I saw him, for months, my father says, touching his fingers to the image. And I talked to him. He would never respond, but it didn't matter. I just told him stories, of my short time in Boston, of my life in England, my travels. I talked to him about my brother, never telling him of my night patterns, what I was, but I just talked.
I lean an elbow on the table, resting my head in my hand, so engrossed in this story I've been dying to hear.
I wasn't even sure he was listening for a long time.
Henry does that little, nearly soundless chuckle.
I thought perhaps he was just tuning me out. But something changed, slowly. He wasn't so stiff whenever he was around me. He didn't always look at me like he wanted to kill me.
Henry's eyes fall, and he grows quiet for some time. He grabs a pen from the table and twirls it between his thumb and forefinger. It's so very apparent. This is not an easy story for my father to tell.
Then, one day, he did something that, were I human, would have saved my life. He didn't know it at the time, but I would have survived. But he risked his own life to save mine.
The emotion once more grows thick in his voice.
He didn't even hesitate.
Henry suddenly smacks the pen back down on the table, and I jump, so enraptured in his story that I didn't see it coming.
The next day, when I asked him his name, he replied that it was Rath.
Henry says as he looks up and finally meets my eyes.
Nothing more, No explanation, not at the time. But I didn't miss it. Wrath of the Conrath plantation.
As I always suspected, Rath's name is indeed a formation of my father's surname.
Over the next few years, Rath would become more and more valuable to me, both in business and friendship. He helped me run the plantation. He was smart, organized. He grew into himself as a man, as my most trusted friend, rivaling Elijah. He was so much more to me than a slave. He was essential to the success of the plantation.
Henry swivels in his chair, facing the refrigerators, crossing his arms over his chest.
He had no idea this lab was built with the house, he continues. He had no idea that I was researching anything, where I disappeared to for hours during the day when I could not go outside into the light.
Hard lines form on his face, and I feel his anger rising like it is a tangible thing that just leaked into the room.
When Rath was approximately 28 years old, a mob showed up at the house, in the bright daylight of the afternoon.
He clenches his teeth tight, his words coming out as a hiss. Henry suddenly stands, shoving his hands into his pockets, standing with his back to me.
They came up with a lie that he'd forced himself upon one of the young ladies in town, but it had been brewing for weeks. They didn't like the freedoms I granted him and the other workers. They said Rath needed to be put back in his place.
A cold sick settles into the pit of my stomach. The reality of the South's history is so bleak, too difficult to swallow.
They dragged him into the middle of a field while I was down here in the lab. I couldn't hear a thing. There were a dozen of them. They beat Rath within an inch of his life.
Henry suddenly grabs an empty beaker from a shelf and hurls it across the lab, where it shatters against a wall, glass spraying to the floor.
I found him over an hour after they'd all left,
he says, his voice low and even.
The blood. There was too much of it. It was obvious. My best friend, my brother, he was going to die.
Henry sinks into his chair once more, his head hanging in his hands.
I couldn't stand to lose him, so I did the only thing I could to save his life.
You bit him, I say. You turned him. Henry nods his head, and the way his shoulders sag, it is as if it is a physical weight upon him.
Yes,
he confirms. Several long moments pass, and I let my father have his silence.
He recovered, Henry continues. Hours later, he woke up, thirsty, his eyes yellow, so utterly confused. He fed, and I told him everything. The truth that I had been hiding from him for nearly a decade.
Poor Rath, awakening with a thirst he could not understand, and a debt he would do anything to honor.
He tried to forgive me, to adapt to his new state of being,
Henry says as he looks up. His eyes are bloodshot, and I swear they've aged 20 years just in the last few minutes.
But it was there in his eyes. He hated everything he was, that he had been given no choice in it, and that he no longer truly had any free will.
I lay a hand on my father's shoulder, trying to comfort him, knowing I will fail. But still, this is my family, and his pain is so obvious.
For the next 5 years, I worked on a cure, Henry says.
His voice is rough, angry, frustrated.
I tested so many different serums. I turned over a dozen innocent people, all in the quest to find a cure for my friend.
Henry stands and walks to the fridge. He opens a door and reaches for the vials labeled BC Complete. Bitten cure, I whisper. Henry nods, turning the vial over in his hands, over and over.
But I was selfish. The dose I gave Rath contained not just the cure, but what I thought was the key to the Born's immortality. I couldn't stand to lose him again.
I find myself on my feet, my brain racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. But he's still aging, I fill in. Very, very slowly, but that's why he looks younger in the picture than he does now. I grab it off the table and study it again. In the image, he looks to be in his younger 30s. It's a little hard to tell. But now, Wrath looks like he's around 40.
Yes, Henry confirms. He is no longer a vampire. He does not thirst for blood. But he is stronger, faster, more aware than your average human. And 20 years to him is like 1 to a human.
That's amazing, I say breathlessly as I look over at Henry. Cyrus said he was a unique being, but I had no idea. He nods, his eyes sad.
Wrath eventually forgave me, and the wounds healed, though I will say I've not forgiven myself.
Something settles into the back of my mind, and one more puzzle piece falls into place. When Cyrus was here, in my house, he made me play a game. He presented 2 people who he said had betrayed me, and said someone had to die. While I was still getting my thirst under control, I accidentally created a Bitten named Danielle. Instead of killing Trinity or Luke like Cyrus tried to manipulate me into doing, I killed her. An innocent girl, turned because of me. Just moments later, Wrath told me he was resigning and leaving me. He had seen the monster I had become. Me killing someone who was turned against her will and knowledge, just as he had been, was the last straw for him.
We all make mistakes,
Henry whispers, drawing me back into the lab. Yes, we all do. I've made so many of them. I bite my lower lip, pushing down the bad memories that I cannot change. If Wrath never knew about the lab, about all of your work down here, how did he think you cured him? Henry folds his arms across his chest, his eyes dropping away.
I told him I procured it from court, that Cyrus had people working on all kinds of things in that castle of his, which isn't a full lie.
I can imagine, now that I've been witness to the truth of the castle's underbelly. I lay the picture back down, so saddened by Wrath's tragic story, but also so satisfied to finally know the truth, the mystery of Wrath solved. You said your life was in danger. I move on. Because of your work. Why? Henry looks up at me, and the relief is evident on his face at getting to move on from such an emotional topic. He goes to the last bins, the last vials. He reaches in, grabbing one and holding it up, its acid green color reflecting in the dim light.
Because of this,
he says as he hands me the vial. What is it? I ask. There's something that crawls under my skin. A very real and instinctual reaction in my body knows. This stuff is dangerous. I hand it back to Henry immediately, glad to be rid of it.
It's a cure,
he says, replacing it in the fridge. He turns back to me and removes his gloves.
For any kind of vampirism. Even mine. Even King Cyrus.
The lab grows very quiet and cold. Electricity sparks in the air, and my heart begins to race. You could turn Cyrus back human? I say, very quietly, because this is indeed incredibly dangerous, and the king has ears everywhere.
Yes, Henry says. And when he is human...
You could kill him. I whisper the words. The emotions are running through my body with the power of a stampede of jungle animals. Victory, fear, anticipation, dread.
Yes,
my father says once more.
This is where my research began. What led to all the other discoveries. Because a man who cannot be killed is bound to take things too far at one point. You've seen it, He is a maniac. And should he tip over the edge of sanity and control, our kind now has options.
But how did you know that he was truly immortal? I breathe. When that Bitten staked him, even Cyrus's court members were shocked he recovered.
Another story for another time,
he says, closing everything up, getting across the message that we are done with the history and revelations for tonight.
For now, I think it is time to check on the others and prepare for war.
My head was spinning. There are so many implications to this. A cure, Henry said, for all vampires, including those who hate what they've become. Chapter 21. So much is going on, but nothing is moving. We're hunting, searching, killing the Bitten as we find them. We find 7 more. But the real war? We're still waiting for the trigger to be pulled. I've done all I can do. I called Noriko, explained everything. She's sending soldiers. They'll arrive in 2 days. I can only hope things stay under control for that much longer. But for now, Ian and I sit on the grass between the graveyard and the river. The stars shine brilliantly, the moon 3/4 full. A light breeze brushes my hair over my shoulder, bringing with it the scent of so many things I still do not recognize or know in Silent Bend. "How was Lula today?" I ask him. He sits beside me, his arms wrapped around his knees, mirroring my position.
"About the same," he says. "Her lungs still aren't good, but they aren't terrible. Her vision seems to be fading fast, though."
"I feel terrible for not going to see her, to thank her for the diamond," I say, looking down at my beautiful ring once more. But I have a feeling my visit wouldn't be received well.
Ian laughs. "Probably not. You just might send her into a heart attack and finish her off."
"Jerk," I say, taking a swing at his shoulder and knocking him over onto the grass.
"Hey, I speak nothing but the truth," he defends as he rights himself.
I smile, shaking my head at him. But he's right. Lula hates me. I think back to the days where she literally cussed me out of the house, hands flying, her dentures falling out and everything.
"Someone left her some nice flowers, though," Ian says. "I forgot to ask Elle if she was the one who visited her. She knows she's not supposed to leave the house."
"You can't treat her like a child, though, Ian," I say. "She's a woman, a strong one at that. For her very human status, she's pretty good at taking care of herself."
"I know," he shrugs. "I just kind of forget sometimes. To me, she's still that little toddler I went running through the woods with, getting away from our kind. That big brother instinct doesn't die easy."
I shift positions, laying my head in his lap and curling up into a ball on my side. The grass feels good, cool and soft after such a hot and humid day.
"I'm really happy for you, Liv," Ian says.
He runs his fingers through my hair, and it's one of the best feelings in the world.
"That you and Henry found each other again. He's not what I remember him to be. He's different when he's around you."
I nod. That's what everyone who knew him from before has said.
"It's kind of hard to imagine people finding happiness in these dark times. But I think he's happy."
I press my lips together, nodding my fingers. I don't want to say the words I have to say next, but if Ian and I are going to start this relationship on the right foot, I have to tell him the truth. "Ian," I say, unable to look him in the eye, "I have to tell you something about what is down in the lab. Something that could change things."
"What is it?" he asks.
He takes one of my hands in his, rubbing a calming thumb over my knuckles. My heart races, and my palms prickle with uncertainty. What if this changes everything? What if I lose him because of this? I can't be selfish, though. "Henry made a cure," I say, still unable to look at him. A cure for the bitten, but also... I take a deep breath, knowing once the words are spoken that I cannot take them back. But also a cure for all vampirism. It can turn a born back into a human. Every muscle in my body tenses, as if I can fold my body in on itself and disappear. A defense mechanism, bracing for the very worst possibility. Ian doesn't say anything for a long, long moment, and every second he doesn't say any word is death, my heart shattering into 1,000 tiny pieces. I slip away into a safe place of oblivion, because I'm sure that in just a moment, my world is going to end.
That's amazing,
Ian finally breathes.
He really thinks he can reverse the resurrection?
It's so utterly painful, every moment of it, when I nod yes.
That's,
he says breathlessly.
Incredible.
Emotion pricks in my eyes. Here we are once again, with me unable to fight my destiny, and that threatening to tear us apart.
This could change a lot of lives, Liv, he says excitedly. I mean, just think of how many of your house members didn't know what they were. They just woke up and found out they were this entirely different species. Lillian, Cameron, Niall.
I nod, biting my lower lip. But we have to keep this quiet. As many people as it might help. We can't tell anyone. It's the main reason Henry first went into hiding.
So Cyrus wasn't just messing with you when he said he could have killed him, Ian says.
I shake my head, curling into myself a little tighter.
Hey,
Ian says, bending over me, brushing my hair back from my face.
What's wrong?
I shake my head. I don't want to talk about it. I want to go back inside and curl up in my bed and pretend this isn't my life. But here we are, and I can't pretend it all away. You hated everything you are for the last 6 months, I say quietly, pressing my cheek into Ian's jeans. Here's your chance to reverse it all, to go back to what you were. Ian grows quiet, and it's impossible to tell what he's thinking. He's stopped breathing. He doesn't move. And it's all just torture.
Liv,
he finally breathes.
Liv, please look at me.
A tear breaks free from my eyes. I move to quickly wipe it away, but Ian catches my hands and pulls me into a sitting position, forcing me to look him in the eyes.
Hey,
he says, his brows furrowing. He almost looks angry.
Liv, me taking whatever concoction your father thinks he has did not even cross my mind.
What? I breathe in disbelief. Ian shakes his head. He takes my left hand in his and raises it up to eye level between the two of us, my diamond sparkling.
You see this here? This means I'm in this. You and me. Forever. Yeah, I was an asshole in the past, and I said some stupid stuff, but, Liv, I'm different now. Don't you see that?
Another tear breaks free onto my cheek, and I take a big sniff before wiping it away. Yeah, but...
No but, Ian says, shaking his head. My status as a human or born doesn't really matter anymore. I finally realized I can still be Ian. And I want to be Ian, who's married to Alivia, who gets a complicated but together happily ever after. Got it?
My eyes, so full of moisture, rise up to meet Ian's. You really mean it? And my heart begins to dare to hope. It swells, timid and unsure. Ian lets out a breathy laugh and places his hand on the side of my neck, pulling my face closer to his.
You're kind of a blind idiot sometimes, he says, shaking his head. Don't you realize I've been done for since the moment you tried to wrestle me to the floor in my cabin?
A relieved laugh escapes my chest as I recall the day, the morning after I'd gone to hide away in his cabin, when we thought Jasmine was going to come after me. I'd woken him with a start and he attacked, thinking I was an enemy. He'd taken me down in about 3 seconds flat. I let out a sigh of acceptance as I settled back onto my heels, fanning my face. All the emotions roll back out to sea with a rip of relief. "I'm sorry," I say, shaking my head. "I just really thought that you'd want to go back to the way things were before."
"I told you once," Ian says, leaning toward me, forcing me to sit back on the grass. He shifts, placing a knee on either side of my hips. Slowly, he forces me to lie back flat on the grass.
"Even forever isn't going to be enough."
A pure, huge, genuine smile forms on my lips, just before he kisses me into the beginning of our promised forever. Chapter 22. 24 hours pass, and they're intense, white-knuckled ones. We're all just in a state of waiting, searching. The trigger will be pulled, but not by us. And I hate feeling at a disadvantage. Anna bursts into the library, where I'm sitting with Henry and Rath, her eyes glowing and ready for a fight.
"Luke just called. There's a report that sounds an awful lot like a nest of vampires, about 10 miles outside of town. I'm taking Danny and Lee with me to go take care of it."
"Is that enough bodies?" I ask, my brows furrowing in concern. "How many bitten?"
"Sounds like it's only a few."
She spins a thin, silver vial, one I know to contain a razor, needle-like saber. There's a handgun strapped to her leg and 4 stakes strapped to the other one. "Be careful out there," I say with a nod. Lee appears in the doorway, and the two of them head out into the daylight with their shades.
"I do not understand how they are waging warfare in this way," Rath says. He sits with his ankle crossed over his knee, his fingertips pressed together. "It's almost as if they are letting their soldiers fall on purpose."
"It doesn't make sense," I agree. "They've been so smart and careful up until the last few weeks."
"It has to mean their numbers are amassing,"
Henry says as he stands. He slowly begins pacing the room. I smile at that because I'm fighting the very same urge.
"They have too many numbers to tactfully stay hidden anymore."
The phone in the foyer rings. Rath stands to go answer it, but I jump to my feet, too agitated, ready to do something. I got it. I pick the handset up and hold it to my ear. "Hello?"
"Alivia."
I finally recognize the sheriff's voice. There's a massive amount of noise in the background.
"There's been an attack. The woman got away, but she said 3 vampires tried to bite her. On the far north end of Silent Bend, just off of Catawba Road."
"I'll send a crew out to take care of it," I say. "Where are you?"
"Down at the church on the water," he says over all the noise. "There was a huge accident, and it started a fire."
There's a little prick at the back of my mind. Something about all these things happening all at once. This doesn't seem right, I say quietly into the phone. All this feels planned.
"No shit,"
Luke says with a huff. I hear something smack in the background. Luke curses again, and the line goes silent. He's hung up. I put the phone back down and call out. "Christian, Lexington, I need you to go to the Institute and get Obasi and Niall. We have a problem and a possible medical situation." The two of them appear in the foyer just a moment later, armed and ready to track down the bitten. I explain the situation quickly, and they're out the door. "It's not all coincidence, right?" I ask, turning to Henry and Rath. Elle walks in just then, watching us all with big eyes.
"This doesn't feel right,"
Henry says, and goosebumps prickle along the back of my neck. Cameron, Markov, and Ian are out on patrol right now, as are at least 3 from the Institute. "We're spread out right now," I say. I immediately head to the armory. If they were going to attack, now would be a good time.
"Who's still here?"
Henry demands as he follows me into the room stocked with weapons. Rath is on his tail. The lot of us begin loading up on weapons. "Smith!" I bellow as I hand Elle a handgun and a stake. She pulls out a thin flue from her pocket, and I remember Ian telling me how deadly she is with the dart gun. "Get out here! We've got a situation, and you're on guard duty." He appears in the doorway almost immediately and grabs his own weapons. "Roth, I want you at the ballroom doors." Henry immediately takes command, making assignments. "Take Elle to the panic room. Smith, you are to patrol the rooms upstairs. I'll take the front doors. Alivia, you're to stay in the house, away from any windows." "But I want to—" "You will be helping," he says, fixing me with an understanding look. "You know as well as I do that there is more than a few ways to get into this house. You're guarding this home from the inside." It's exactly what I needed. I have to do something to help. This is my home, and I'm not just going to hide. "Panic room?" Elle questions, sounding unsure as Wrath leads her out of the room and toward the kitchen. She looks back at me, unsure. "It's okay," I say with a nod, even though I can't be sure of that. She only nods back, total trust in her eyes. Wrath turns into the kitchen, and apparently I still have more secrets to discover in this house. I had no idea about any kind of panic room. One by one, I move through the bedrooms on the lower levels. Markov's, Lee's, Lexington's and Smith's, Henry's. Checking in closets, under beds. It's silly. If there were a Bitten already in the house, I'd smell them. But we've been lax before, and we've paid dearly for it. The bathrooms are clear, as is the formal dining room and the kitchen. I'm so glad it's the staff's day off. I think it's time we sent them on another vacation. I move upstairs, going in the opposite direction of Smith to my bedroom. I close the door behind me because no one knows about the secret passage from my room to outside the property but me and Henry, and I don't need Smith getting clued in when Markov is so suspicious of him. I'm silently sliding from my room to check the bathroom when my cell phone suddenly blares out into the silence, causing me to jump about 3 feet into the air. I swear as I fumble to answer it, seeing Lillian's name. "Alivia!" she calls out, terrified and frantic. "Alivia, they broke into the Institute just after everyone left. There were a dozen of them. Holland is—" But she's too frantic and distraught to reply. "Lillian, calm down," I say, even though I'm the one who's falling apart inside. "Where are you right now?" "We cut through the woods," she says, her breath ripping in and out in loud, frantic pulls. "We're hiding in Ian's cabin. We're at least armed now." I nod. Ian has kept a stockpile of weapons there for years. "Okay, who's with you?" "Just Francesca and May," she says, her voice quivering with emotion. "Alivia, they killed Holland. She's dead." I swear under my breath. After all of this, after all of the attacks, they finally got to us. They've killed a house member. "Okay, Lillian, what happened to the Bitten who attacked you?" "We managed to take out 7 of them, but they'd driven us out of the house. We didn't have anything but our bare hands. There was no choice but to run." And everything finally catches up to Lillian. She begins sobbing, the sound muffled, as if she is covering her mouth with her hand. Lillian, who has been so mothering to everyone in the house, who has taught so many, taken care of us. "You did the right thing, Lillian," I say, wishing so very badly that I could comfort her and put my arms around her right now. "You did the very best you could. I have to know, do you think anyone followed you? Do you think you can make it to the estate safely?" She takes several moments to calm herself. She pulls in hard breaths that wheeze in and out of her throat. "No," she says. "We didn't even get to grab shades. We ran blind through the woods. There's no way we would make it to the estate. But I don't think they followed us. They aren't willing to go out into the light." "So they could still be at the Institute," I begin filling in. I walk to the window in the bathroom and look outside. Okay, As soon as I can, I'll send someone after the three of you. I promise." Tears overtake her once more, and she gives a little mumbling noise of agreement before I have to say goodbye. I try Anna. No answer. I try Ian. No response. I go through 7 numbers, but not a person responds. I swear under my breath. This leader knows what they're doing. They have us separated, weak because we're spread out. No one cell is strong right now, and if they've got the numbers, even weak Bitten will overtake us immortal born. There's no one to help Lillian right now, and the clock is ticking. I glance back at my bedroom door, listening for Smith's location. He's down in Cameron's bedroom, on the other side of the house. Knowing I only have seconds, I dart around my room to all the places I have sun goggles hidden. Grabbing a backpack from the closet, I stuff 3 sets inside. Pressing the button, I unlock the hidden armory. It slides open, and I'm instantly loading stakes, 2 extra handguns, 5 knives, and an extra quiver of arrows to go with the crossbow slung over my shoulder. Looking once more toward the door, I offer a silent prayer that I will make it back to this house alive, and that when I come back with the others, Smith, Rath, and Henry will still be in one piece. Slipping my backpack on and holding my crossbow at the ready, I swing the painting away from the wall and step into the dark passageway before closing it behind me. On silent, impossibly fast feet, I set out down the narrow stairway and then across a damp dirt tunnel. The air is damp and tastes of minerals and time as I breathe. My booted feet fly over the ground, and just moments later, I'm pressing the door open, my fingers splayed across Elijah's name carved into the wooden surface. I work my way through the tangle of trees and bushes that covers the opening and climb to my feet. My sharp eyes scan the area. Behind me lies the estate. Before me is an open field of tall grass, with houses off in the distance. Keeping low, I bullet through the grass. I reach the first neighborhood. Peering around the corner of a house, I take off down the road. My enemy could be anyone. This army has taken so many familiar faces. At this point, I can only rely on my sense of smell. Those that smell like my next meal are safe. Those that don't are to be killed immediately. I reach Main Street and crouch behind a car, scanning the road. Just as Luke said, there's a car being loaded up onto a tow truck, its front end all smashed up. A fire truck sits in front of the church, water drenching the west side of the building, smoke billowing everywhere. I'm so paranoid. Are the two connected? The attacks, the appearances of the Bitten, and this crash? All of the on-duty cops in Silent Bend must be on the scene. I count 3 patrol cars with their lights flashing, and I'm pretty sure that's the entire force. Searching the road once more, I dart across in a flash and cut through the trees in the direction of the Ward property. The underbrush is thick and heavy as I make my way through, snapping twigs and bushes with my powerful movements. The land becomes wet and soggy, telling me I'm close. Movement to my right grabs my attention. I instantly duck behind a tree, holding my breath to not cause any kind of sound. There are 2 people walking through the trees, a man and a woman, probably in their 50s. They don't quite seem to know where they are going, but if they're out here, I'm assuming they're looking for Lillian and the other 2. The stakes clutched in their hands make me sure of it. I level the crossbow in front of me, lining my vision with the sights. I follow the man's movements, my finger held over the trigger. Letting my breath out, I pull it. The arrow sails through the air before embedding itself into the man's back, right into his heart. He drops to the ground just as the woman flips around, searching for the source. Just as I knock another arrow and loose it, right into her chest. She drops to the ground, and I dart over to their dead bodies. Grabbing the woman's arm, I find what I expected. The brand of a snake burned into her skin. It's bubbled and red, fresh. I'd guess done within the last day or so. Once more, I take off through the woods, moving faster and faster. I have to get back to the house. We have to find the others. A metal roof and a dark, rustic siding comes into view. Pausing for only a moment to survey the property, I climb the stairs and knock on the door. It's Alivia. Lillian opens the door just a moment later, a displeased look on her face as she yanks me inside, shielding her eyes against the bright light. "What are you doing, darting around playing hero? What if something happened to you?" "There wasn't anyone else," I say as I squat to the floor and begin unloading the backpack. Francesca and May tighten around me, watching as I work. I unearth the goggles, handing them over as I begin explaining what is happening. "And I got here just in time," I continue, pulling a curtain aside to scan the surrounding area. "There was a couple not far from here. They were looking for you." "That means there's 2 of them that are possibly back at the Institute," May says. She straps a holster around her hips, sliding stakes into her cargo pockets. "With how bad things are, as much as I want to go after them, I think we need to get back to the estate," I say, against everything in me. "We need to get our numbers gathered, and we need to figure out a way to draw out this leader and get this war going." Lillian nods in agreement, no matter how white her face has turned. They finish gearing up and strap their sun goggles on. After scanning out the windows once more, we open the door and head for the woods again. No other Bitten roam, and our path remains clear. When we get to Main Street, the wreck has been cleared away and the smoke trails off from the fire. The firemen seem to be wrapping things up. We dart across the street in a blur and head down the road that will lead to the Conrath property. We cut through one corner of the field and hop the fence that surrounds the property. We make sure to keep our hands raised and move slowly as we walk up to the front doors. Smith keeps his gun trained on me from one of the upper windows. Henry glares at me from the front door.
"Ian told me you were never very good at following directions," he says in annoyance as we walk up through the door.
Henry locks it behind him, casting us in lovely darkness once more.
"Apparently you have my knack for stealth."
"I had to do something," I say, not in the mood to explain myself as I remove my goggles and set them on a table in the foyer. If I hadn't, they might have been hurt. The look in Henry's eyes is certainly annoyed, disapproving, but there's also a proud gleam to them. Once more, I pull out my cell phone and try Anna. Again, no response. Next, I try Ian, who still doesn't answer. "Help watch the windows," I bark at Francesca and May as I scroll through my contacts, clicking on Samuel's name. I swear under my breath as it just rings and rings. Chapter 23. In urgency and frustration, an hour passes. "Why aren't they making a move on the house?" I ask quietly as I stand next to Henry, our eyes searching the property. "If they wanted to attack me, take me out. They had plenty of opportunity to storm the house."
"It makes me think that was not the purpose of what they're doing today," he responds.
I see his fingers twitch where he holds a curved blade. The way he shifts from one foot to the other, ready to fight, to move, his deadly nature is apparent. He's been out there for months, fighting them, but now, when there has to be some kind of fighting going on out there, he's here. And I have no doubt that I am the reason why. 2 hours pass. 3. We let Elle out of the panic room, which I learn is accessed by a hidden door in the pantry. She joins in keeping lookout.
"Anna is coming up from the river,"
I hear Smith shout from upstairs.
"With Danny and Lee in tow."
I rush to the back doors, to Rath's side. He has his gun trained on him with laser focus, scanning the landscape around them. I push open the door, standing aside as the three of them file in. Wrath quickly closes it behind them, locking it up tight.
We searched and searched, but there was nothing,
Anna says as she hurdles a stake across the ballroom, embedding it into the wall 20 feet away from her.
It was a diversion,
Danny says, pacing the floor like a wild animal.
Someone gave the sheriff a false tip.
I think they were trying to split us up, I say. I explain what happened with Lillian and the Institute, that one of our own has finally been killed.
And you can't get a hold of the others?
Anna demands. Her eyes are still glowing, like they were when she left hours earlier. I shake my head, the stake in my hands splintering as I squeeze it without realizing. Something is going on, and I hate being in the dark.
It's obvious their goal is to keep us separated,
Henry says loudly from the front door.
So we can't give them what they want. We need to stay together. Stay strong.
He's right, I say, nodding my head. As badly as I want to get out there and go find everyone, we can't split up. They'll start picking us off, one by one. It isn't easy, just sitting here, when so much could be going wrong. Sitting tight while we have to wonder if we're going to be attacked at any moment. I make dinner, fried chicken and potato wedges, cut up a watermelon. I made cheesecake for dessert. I want it to take as long as possible to prepare everything, so my mind can be taken off the anxiety of waiting. We all eat in silence. I keep looking at the ring on my finger. Ian is out there. I have no contact with him. I don't know what's happened with him. But I have to believe he's okay. At 11 that night, my phone finally rings from the dining room table. "Samuel!" I yell into it. "Where are you? What is going on?"
"I was just going to ask you the same question,"
he says with horror in his voice.
"We just got back to the Institute and there's blood all over. The front door is broken down and Holland—"
He can't finish his sentence. "There was an attack," I say, frustrated and impatient. "Samuel, you all need to get back to the estate right now."
"We're on our way."
He doesn't question, and I'm pretty sure I hear the sound of someone throwing up before he hangs up. I pace into the ballroom as I wait for the group to arrive. Smith yells down when they do. When Samuel, Trinity, and Rowan walk through the doors, they drip mud and blood onto the floor. "Where the hell have you three been all day?" I demand like an angry mother. "I've been calling and so terrified." Samuel takes half a step back from me, giving me a wary look.
"We found 2 Bitten lurking outside the elementary school this morning,"
he says, walking into the kitchen where he starts washing his arms off after he strips his crusted shirt off.
"We took off after them, but they were fast. We've been chasing them all day, all the way down to the bayou of Louisiana. Trinity lost her phone in the mud, and mine wasn't much better. We got the bastards, by the way."
"They were just hanging out by the school?" I ask, my brows furrowed. "It was weird," Trinity says, leaning against the counter, getting mud everywhere. "Almost like they wanted us to see them, and I'd never seen Bitten as fast as they were." "They were luring you away," I say, again swearing under my breath. Once more, I set to explaining everything that has happened.
"There's someone down at the gate,"
Henry suddenly says from the front door. I dart out, stopping beside him at the door. A moment later, Christian, Lexington, Obasi, and Niall walk up. Tired, dirty, but all in one piece.
"We found the woman who had been bitten," Niall says as they all walk in. "She hadn't lost much blood. But the pricks got away," Christian says as he follows his nose to the kitchen where he starts scarfing down leftovers. "If I'd had to guess, I'd say it was almost like they let the woman go," Lexington adds as he too grabs some chicken. "She was pretty tiny, didn't seem much like a fighter." "Something definitely wasn't right,"
Obasi says in his powerful voice. "What the hell is going on?" I whisper. I pull out my cell phone and once more dial Ian's number. It immediately goes to voicemail this time. Something is wrong, I say, shaking my head and redialing. Same thing. I walk to the front door, standing on the porch in the dark, willing him to walk up to the front drive.
I could go look, Danny says from behind me.
No, I say, squeezing my eyes closed. As badly as I want to, we have to stay together. I won't let anyone else get hurt.
Did you hear that?
Lillian suddenly perks up. She and I both sit up a little straighter, and my ears strain for the sound again. Someone falling. A wet, grinding sound, followed by a cry.
Alivia!
I'm out the door and darting across the graveled drive. Danny at my side, a dozen others guarding the house with guns. Down to the gate, my eyes grow wide in the pre-dawn light as the metal gates come into view. Lying behind them is Cameron, covered in blood, and someone lying face down in the gravel. Coiling my muscles, I launch myself over the gate, even as it begins swinging open. I land beside them, rolling Markov over. What the hell happened? I ask in horror as I take in his bloody state. He's been bitten dozens of times. His leg is obviously broken. His face is a bloody mess. I can't even tell what happened. He's unconscious, and his breathing is labored. Looking back at Cameron, I see he's in a little better shape. His left arm is shredded, like someone raised their fangs up and down his flesh. Blood pours from his nose, and huge bruises bloom over his entire body. We were attacked, he says, hardly able to breathe.
Let's get them inside,
Danny says, stooping down and gathering Markov up into his arms.
No need talking out here all exposed.
Cameron wraps an arm over my shoulders, and I help him up the drive. We walk through the front doors, and Henry locks them behind us once more. Niall is a flurry of activity. Danny sets Markov on a gurney, and Niall is digging through his medical cart, prodding and poking and demanding blood bags. He rips open Markov's shirt to listen with a stethoscope, placing it right above the Conrath crest Cyrus branded into his flesh, the one most of my house bears. Elle walks in, standing curiously in the corner, her eyes big and watchful. Cameron sinks into a chair next to the gurney, wincing as he does. We heard someone scream out past that corn farm, so we went to check it out hours ago. He grimaces as Trinity carefully dabs at the cut on his face. The look on his face is conflicted as she tries to take care of him. We were ambushed. At least a dozen bitten. 6 of them took Markov down. Only took 3 of this to do this to me. He hisses in pain as Trinity dabs some kind of liquid to the wound. But they shot Ian with that toxin. Took him straight down. I crouched down in front of Cameron, hardly breathing. Cameron, what happened to Ian? Elle's bare feet pad over the floor, taking just 5 unsure steps forward. The regret that is there in Cameron's eyes is so apparent. They took him, Liv. The room grows very quiet, and everything seems to slow down. They took him. Why would they take Ian? I finally find my voice. It's quiet, lost sounding. Why him? Why not me?
He's your best fighter, right? Lexington says. Maybe they just wanted him out of play for when the real battle goes down.
I shake my head, my eyes unable to focus on anything. But then why not Anna? Why not Danny? Maybe it's just another way to hurt you, Alivia, Francesca offers. He's your fiancé. Maybe they're going to use him as some kind of bargaining tool, Christian says, folding his arms over his chest. I shake my head, taking a step back from the group. This was deliberate, thought out. They utilized this huge distraction to take him. Why? I think the better question is, why didn't they just kill him? Trinity asks coldly. A small little squeak springs from Elle's lips.
Enough!
Wrath snaps at Trinity, glaring death in her direction.
I think you should sit down,
Henry says, coming to my side and placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. Rowan disappears in a flash and reappears with a chair from the dining room. He slides it up behind me, and I do sink down onto it, my mind racing through a million scenarios, unable to grasp onto a single one. An animalistic scream brings me back into the room. I look over to see Niall pulling on Markov's leg, setting the bone straight. Samuel holds Markov's shoulders down to the gurney to keep him from jumping away. Markov's eyes glow red, black veins spreading throughout his face. Lexington instantly disappears, hauling Elle up the stairs and away from the scene. "Drink this," Lillian says, shoving a blood bag in his face. Markov grabs it, squeezing hard and making it pop before he flings it away from him.
"I need fresh!"
he bellows, a feral growl bubbling from his chest. "You know you won't be able to control yourself," Lillian says, helping to keep Markov on the table. "In this state, you'll drain anyone you touch."
"I don't care!"
I lean back away from him. His voice is demonic sounding, possessed. His wild eyes search the space around him.
The girl upstairs! Bring her to me!"
He yanks away from Lillian, but instantly, Lee and Anna pile on top of him, Anna's knee pressed to his throat.
"Give me a bag,"
she demands of May, who's holding 5 of them. She takes one, rips it open with her teeth, and grabs Markov's nose, forcing him to open his mouth to breathe. She empties the bag into his mouth, covering it with her hand when she's finished, forcing him to swallow. She repeats this 5 times. Markov glares death and curses at her with each and every one. But finally, with the last, his eyes grow heavy, the adrenaline burning out of his blood. His head lolls back to the table, and he passes out once more.
"Damn maniac,"
Anna breathes as she climbs off of him, licking the leftover blood from her hands. Sometimes I forget who it is I rule, what I am, what our species truly is. But then there are reminders, like this. We need blood to survive. Some of us are not able to control our instincts. Some of us come from truly. Chapter 24. The sun cuts through the foggy morning with a harsh glow. Dew collects on everything, casting the estate in glitter and humidity. But none of us see it. We wait from within the house, every one of us armed to the teeth, watching, waiting. I don't know what to do, how to strike, how to retaliate. I don't know. "Is that Albert Tillerman?" I hear Lillian say from down the hall. Darting to a window, I look outside. A man in his late 50s walks up to the house. He seems nervous, afraid.
"And Juanita Hernandez,"
Lillian says. I walk into the bedroom she's watching from. "Who are those people?" I ask, my brows furrowing.
"They both live here in Silent Bend," she says. "They're just people."
"Got another 3 out the back," Cameron calls from downstairs. In a flash, I'm down in the ballroom, looking out the window with him. "That's Peter, Cassius, and Ruby," he says, pointing the individuals out. "They were all a few years older than me in school." "What are they doing here?" I question, squinting against the light. I place my hand on the doorknob, determined to go out there and question them. But Cameron grabs my wrist. "Don't," he says, shaking his head. "Look." I do look, just in time to see each of them raise their hands, just in time to see the huge glass bottles with clear liquid that each of them carries, just in time to see them throw them at my house. Most shatter on the back veranda or the side of the house. One hits a window, shattering it, but doesn't get into the house due to the metal window coverings meant to keep out light. I swear, my eyes frantically searching for the individuals again. "That's gas!" someone yells from down the hall. The next moment, every one of the humans throws a lighter at the wet, dripping areas, and it all goes up in a great ball of fire. "Get out of the house!" I bellow, turning and racing for the table by the front door with the drawer that holds all of the sunshades. Only when I yank it open, it's completely empty. "Find some shades!" I scream. Footsteps barrel around the house, voices yelling, frantic and angry. "Mine are gone!" Kristen yells. "Mine too!" Lee screams, a hint of terror leaking into her voice. "Same here!" Smith yells out.
"I told you we have a mole!"
Markov comes lipping into the foyer, his eyes glowing red. The instant Smith begins walking down the stairs, Markov is on him, pinning him to the stairs, his fangs bared.
"Where are they?" he bellows. "And why are you helping the Bitten?"
Smith's eyes only ignite themselves as he throws Markov off of him. He rights himself, squaring his shoulders.
"You'll not accuse me of such crimes again," he growls.
But a scene has been caused, even as smoke thickens in the air. Anna and Samuel surround Smith, their hands both with stakes in them, ready to attack.
"Now let's just calm down, everyone," Smith says, holding his hands up, sensing that he really, truly is in danger.
"You've been helping them this entire time," Samuel growls. "Let them trick the humans in town, then steal our only way to escape. You won't be surviving this one, buddy."
And a tiny amount of movement catches my eye. A small figure darting from the kitchen, back to the North Wing hall. "Wait," I say, holding my hand up, just as Anna is about to jump, stake at the ready. "Don't let him go anywhere, but wait a second." Silently, I dart after the figure, moving down the hall, just in time to see them skirt into the very last bedroom on the left. Moving faster, I follow, hearing someone following me for backup. I step into the bedroom, just in time to see Francesca sliding the window open, a black duffel bag over her shoulder, and a set of sunshades on her face. "Wait!" I yell, darting to her and pulling her away from the window. Another set of hands grabs her harshly, and Trinity throws her to the floor, placing a foot on her chest to pin her to the ground.
"You got some explaining to do,"
Trinity growls at her. Francesca holds her hands up in surrender, trembling from head to toe. Tears instantly spring into her eyes. "Please," she whispers as they break free onto her cheeks. "Just kill me. I deserve to die."
"You won't get that kindness yet,"
Trinity says, grabbing Francesca's ankle and dragging her out of the room. "First you owe an explanation." "Take her to the library," I instruct. House members scramble, running around with pails of water. But each of them shies away from the sunlight, screaming in pain. And just as we're about to head into the library, I see Henry open the door, standing in the full sunlight of day, and walk out. I rush to the door, cracking it open, to find the humans gone and Henry retrieving a garden hose from the front, which he aims at the house, dousing the flames. I can only watch for less than a minute before my eyes are on fire and my brain feels as if it's withering. I slam the door closed. Blindness temporarily makes it impossible to see. Hands out, relying on my sense of hearing, I make my way to the library. My sight clears, one tiny bit at a time. Trinity has Francesca pinned to the floor, literally sitting on her chest, with her hands wrapped around a stake that hovers over her heart. Just then, Anna drags Smith into the library as well, stake pressed to his back, Samuel holding a gun to his head. "Why did you have these?" I demand of Francesca, holding up the duffel bag, unzipping it. I pull out a set of sunshades, tossing them to Lexington, who immediately heads outside. I toss the entire bag to Lillian, who takes charge of them. Why would you turn on us? Francesca continues to cry, shaking her head. Please, just kill me. I just want to die. That'll come soon enough, Trinity says, pricking the tip of the stake through Francesca's skin, causing a bubble of bright red blood to pool around it. But first, you'll talk. Don't make this get ugly, I say quietly, because even though I am a different kind of leader now, I will do what is necessary to protect my family. A sob bubbles up from the girl's chest, and she shakes her head again. They killed her, and it wasn't even her fault. It was the house's. I exchange glances with Anna and Trinity, and neither of them seems to know what she's talking about. Who? I demand. They killed who? Another sob heaves in her chest, driving the stake just a little deeper. My mother, Chelsea Alloway, turned her by accident, and then just killed her because of what she was. More sobs. It becomes difficult to understand the words Francesca says. My mother, she says. She worked for them for years before one of their house members got her pregnant. I was born, they raised me, and she stayed close to be there for me, continuing to work for them. And then Chelsea just turned her and killed her. Something... She heaves a huge sob. Something has to change. We can't keep going on like this. I crouch beside the poor, sobbing girl. I'm so sorry about what Chelsea did to your mother, I offer her. But why would you turn on us? We've done nothing but treat you fairly. Francesca shakes her head. It doesn't matter. All royals are the same. It pierces me because I very nearly became just like the Alloways. I need you to tell me, I say. Who is doing this? And what is their next move? Francesca shakes her head again, seeming to calm almost instantly. It doesn't matter now, she says quietly. We are all going to hell anyway. She suddenly lunges upward, her hands grabbing hold of Trinity's wrists, and yanks the stake down, straight into her chest. Trinity scrambles away from the now dead girl, her face turning stark white. Everyone backs away a little, taking a moment to process the horrific moment. One of our own betrayed us. Another of our own is now dead. Told you it wasn't me. Smith growls as he stalks away, Anna and Samuel now releasing him. I swear under my breath, looking back at her body. Don't worry about her right now. There's more important things at stake at the moment, Anna says, touching my arm. I turn back to her, nodding in agreement. Everyone has on a set of sunshades, and we all work at dousing the fire. The worst of it is in the back, facing the river. The flames lick up the side of the building, trying to spread to the second floor. Each of us has a hose or is dumping buckets of water from the windows. Each of us wears sunshades, except Henry, who darts around as if the light doesn't bother him at all. It takes an hour, but finally we get all of the flames put out. The house has taken severe damage. The middle part of the house is covered in black streaks, burn marks stretching wide and ugly. The stones that cover the walls on the north and south wings are mostly undamaged, but here and there, the blackness stains their surface. Just as it burned over 130 years ago, the House of Conrath was once again nearly burned to the ground, with more than 18 people inside. History does have a way of repeating itself, Henry says darkly as he turns the hose off and walks inside. One by one, everyone puts their firefighting equipment away, and we each walk back into the house. Explain to me why you're not in pain, I say as we cross the foyer. Why were you able to just run out there with no danger from the sun? He doesn't respond. He only holds his hand out, pointing to the key that hangs around my neck. I hand it over, and he walks to the middle of the ballroom. He inserts the key, and the platform begins lowering.
Wait here, he instructs me,
even as a small crowd begins gathering around to see what Henry is up to. He disappears beneath the floor. I faintly hear him rummaging through something down in the lab, and 2 minutes later, he rises back up, small boxes in his hands.
As you know, I've been fighting these Bitten for several months now,
he says as Wrath walks to his side, holding the boxes for him.
While I am an apt fighter, everything I've accomplished would not be possible were it not for my ability to go out in the sunlight. It gave me an advantage over them, one that was critical.
He opens the first box and takes out 3 small packs. He walks forward and gives the first to me.
It wouldn't have been possible without this invention. Look closely at my eyes, Alivia.
I lean forward, squinting my enhanced eyes. Where normally a vampire's eyes appear mostly black, because our eyes remain completely dilated, Henry's have a dark brown ring around his pupil. It's subtle, but as I got closer, I see it expand, as if dilating. How did they do that? I ask in wonder. Dilation isn't possible for us anymore. Henry smiles, before turning to Anna and handing her a box as well, before moving on to Niall.
Modern technology is a marvelous thing sometimes,
he says, as he continues passing the packs out.
These are solar-triggered contacts. They filter out blinding UV rays like sunshades do, and are also designed with artificial contraction. They'll contract in bright sunlight, just as your own pupils used to. You're saying you fixed every vampire's biggest downfall with a simple pair of contacts?
Lexington questions, opening the small packs and examining the tiny lenses within.
Yes,
Henry answers him with a tiny, somewhat smug smile.
Awesome!
Lexington laughs, a look of awe upon his face. Almost immediately, everyone scrambles, heading for a mirror to attempt to put them on. Henry, I say as I walk to the mirror in the foyer to put my own on. This is incredible. I mean, it makes sense. How else could you have done what you did, but... I struggle with the lenses, which are somewhat thicker than a regular contact lens, and watch my eye in the mirror. Carefully, I place it. Instantly, the foyer grows darker, and it's disorienting when the lens automatically adjusts, constricting at first, and then widening to let in more light in the dark house.
These that I've given you in the house are just the prototype, he explains. I just completed a fully implantable version before I faked my death. Once this is over, I will let you discern whom you want to give that permanent freedom to. The lens versions will only last for about a week before the toxins in our bodies will destroy them.
Still, I say as I finish inserting the second one, this is incredible. I blink several times, letting my eyes adjust. They're irritating. I've never worn contacts before, but they aren't unbearable. Cautiously, I walk to the front door, pulling it open. Taking 5 hesitant steps, I stop at the edge of the porch, hovering in the little protection the shade gives me. A smile curls on my lips, and I step out into the full sunlight. My eyes catch the movement of the lens as it constricts, blocking out the harsh sun rays. The darkness of the actual lens catches the worst of the light. My eyes don't burn. My brain isn't exploding. I'm not in pain. All I feel is the warm, comforting sunlight. A laugh bubbles up from my chest. It gains until I'm nearly hysterical. Slowly, the house members walk outside too. Each of them cautious and unsure, and then laughing, spinning in circles in the sun. This changes things. This will be our advantage. This will help us win. Chapter 25.
Someone is coming,
Anna says, suddenly looking over her shoulder to the gates of the property. I turn away from the beautiful sunlight, my eyes searching the horizon. I hear every one of the house members drop into a crouch, ready to spring and attack, ready to kill. The sound of shuffling feet travels to my ears first. Slowly, a head of gray hair comes into view, followed by the most wrinkled face I've ever seen. Lula? I'm down the drive in an instant. I wrap my arm under hers, helping to support her as she struggles to walk up the drive. She wears a nightgown, her hair in a messy, frayed braid down her back. Her feet are covered in filthy, nearly worn-out slippers. Lula, what are you doing here? I ask as I just bend down and pick her right up, carrying her back to the house. Niall, help! I yell. I carry her across the threshold and set her in a chair in the library. Anna darts inside and drags Francesca's body out, leaving a small smear of blood.
Damn vampires ruining everything in sight,
Lula mumbles, barely comprehensible as Niall checks her over.
Should have run.
She struggles to breathe, but her eyes rise up past my shoulder.
You ride out of town long ago.
I look back to see Henry standing behind me. His serious eyes burn into Lula, but there's an expression on his face that I can't place and one I can't quite understand. Terror, regret, realization, maybe.
None of this would have happened if you hadn't saved.
Lula again struggles for breath. Henry, I say, looking over my shoulder. What is she talking about? But he doesn't get a chance to answer because, suddenly, Elle comes running down the stairs. Lula? She says, frantic. She instantly drops to her knees before her grandmother, taking her hands in hers. Lula, what are you doing here? Lula places her hands on either side of her granddaughter's face. While she's been nothing but cold and cruel to me, the look of love on her face is undeniable when she looks at Elle.
None of it would have happened,
Lula mutters again, but with conflict. Henry, what? I try to ask again, but suddenly the phone in the foyer rings. We all look at one another for a moment, and something in my heart grows still as I walk over to answer it. Please be Ian. Please be Ian. Hello? I say cautiously into the telephone. Alivia! A voice comes through on the other end, cheerful and excited. It's so good to hear your voice again. Daphne? I say, confusion furrowing my brows. And the moment I say her name, Henry perks up. Lula's eyes darken, glaring at me. Of course! How have you been? She says cheerily. Not the greatest, I say, scrambling to catch up to such a casual phone call when there's so many other things going on. Now actually isn't a great time. Can I call you back? But it's been such a long time since our private morning talks, she says, rushing forward, almost as if she didn't hear me. I've been dying to tell you about my travels as of late. Did you enjoy my postcards? Yeah, they were lovely, I say, feeling more confused by the moment. But really, I just met the most wonderful people while I was out and about, she says, still overly cheerful, overly excited. I told you once, I have friends all around. I've made so many new ones in the past few months, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm back in town. That's great, Daphne, I say, itching to get off the phone and back to the new problem at hand. But I got to see my son again last night. She interrupts me, and something in me chills. Her voice grows harder, more serious. After all these years, I thought he'd be more excited to see his mother, but he didn't seem too thrilled at our reunion. All the blood in my body grows cold. I freeze in place, staring at a drop of blood on the marble floor. A tick of thoughts flashes through my brain, running in rapid succession. I hear he got engaged while I've been gone, though I must say I have conflicted feelings toward his fiancée. Daphne continues rambling, the conversation growing more serious and sinister by the moment. See, I was promised she would never exist. Yet there you stand, in your beautiful home, with your birthright and title, while we are left with nothing. The breath rips in and out of my chest. My vision swims. Your silence tells me your apparently not dead father has not told you many stories yet. About his relationship with a young girl who admired him so. About a young girl who wished he were her father, so very badly. Daphne's breathing grows heavy on the other line. She speaks slowly, her voice quivering in anger and excitement. You've been so ignorant to so much your entire life, Alivia Ryan, she says quietly. You've been blind to so much. It's time to wake up. It's time to end this. It's time for the revolution. The line goes dead. I stand there, still holding the phone to my ear, statue still, unable to move, unable to process what has just happened.
My daughter, Kora Daphne Ward, is not dead,
Lula says in a ragged, rough voice, though the name comes through, clear as day. Mom, Elle nearly whispers. Mom isn't dead?
Kora is still alive,
Henry growls in Lula's direction.
Kora is...
He shakes his head, looking down at his hands.
It makes so much more sense now.
How did you know my mom? Elle demands, her voice accusatory. And how... Her voice trails off into a breath. My movements stiff and slow. I hang the phone up, looking at those that surround us. The entire house stands there, watching me. Not breathing, no words. Just in need of answers. Please, I say, fixing my eyes on Henry, trying not to be angry. Tell us a story. He just stands there, in the doorway to the library, half in the foyer. His eyes dart from one face to another. It's such a difficult balance, sharing information with just those that need to know, and the entire house. But considering I'm about to ask them to go to war, they have a right to know. And Henry must come to this same conclusion. He stands straight and tall, looking directly at me.
Years ago, I was standing beside my brother's grave late at night when I heard a scream. Sometimes you can just tell, you know, when it stems from something supernatural.
He slides his hands into his pockets, swallowing once.
I ran on instinct, down by the river, by the hanging tree. I found 2 young girls, 13 years old, being attacked by a Bitten. It was too late for one girl. She was already dead. But I got there in time to save the other and dispose of the Bitten.
He shifts his weight from one foot to the other, likely feeling the weight of every eye that watches him, finally getting the answers to so many questions.
I took her home, told her to forget everything she'd seen. But in saving her, I exposed myself. The eyes, the fangs. She saw it all. My daughter asked many questions.
Lula suddenly speaks up, her mind granting more clarity than I think it's had in quite some time.
I had answers, but there was no way I was going to open the door into that world for her.
Henry nods, looking from Lula back to me.
She showed up at my house, months later, demanding to know more. I turned her away, told her she needed to forget what happened. She left.
He clears his throat, looking over at Wrath.
But she came back just a week later. Again I refused her, but this time she told me that if I didn't give her the answers, that she would go looking for them in the dark. I couldn't let her get herself hurt, killed, or turned, so we went for a walk.
He looks away from Wrath, and the answers are clear. Henry has kept many secrets from Wrath and me. Reth never knew about the relationship between Henry and Kora Ward.
Every time she came back, I would only tell her the minimal amount of information, send her away by saying I would tell her no more. But she always came back, saying she would find information elsewhere. Henry continues. I couldn't stand the thought of this little girl getting hurt.
The way he says it, it's so apparent. Henry cared for Kora, and the sting of jealousy hits me in the chest. Ian's mother had the kind of relationship with my father that I was robbed of.
Over the years, she continued to visit me. Most of the time she had questions about our kind, but other times she simply seemed to want someone to talk to.
I look over at Lula, but her expression is unreadable. But I can imagine. Lula has always hated the vampires, despised them. I can only imagine what her daughter becoming obsessed with them did to their relationship.
After Kora turned 16, she truly became obsessed with the monarchy system. She wanted to learn everything about it, who all the royals were, how the houses were created, the politics, the prestige of court.
Henry closes his eyes as if he's reliving painful memories. He pauses for a while, shaking his head, taking 2 deep breaths.
She wanted very, very badly to be a Born, to join a house.
But she wasn't a Born, I say quietly. Henry shakes his head.
It tortured her that there was nothing she could do about it, so she fixated on the Bitten, knowing that that was her only way to come even close to a Born. But her lowly status, the debt, she was so angry about it. She wanted things to be different.
Shaky pieces of this complicated puzzle began shifting into their place, giving me a clearer view of the big picture.
Kora begged for my help to change the system,
Henry says, his jaw tight, his words stiff.
She envisioned a new order where Born or Bitten could rule. She wanted to show everyone that Bitten could be just as good as the Born. She wanted me to help her start a revolution.
Daphne's, Kora's parting words echo in the back of my mind.
It's time for the revolution. I told her that my opinions on the monarchy had not changed,
Henry says, sadness creeping into his tone.
It had caused me enough pain. I had told her that I would never even have children of my own, because I would never inflict this system upon them.
Henry looks up at me, and there are so many conflicted emotions there, but not regret.
I told Kora to leave and not come back. I told her she needed to walk away from all this before it was too late, before she wrecked her life chasing a species that never should have existed. I said my final goodbye to her 26 years ago. My daughter respected Henry, wanted him to be her father,
Lula says, her voice quiet and regretful.
So, for a time, she tried to take his advice and focus on creating a normal life. She graduated high school. Soon after, she met George and they married a year later.
Lula's crooked fingers curl into fists, and her expression hardens.
But she could never accept his very human DNA when she vied for something so much more. She said he was so mundane. The fights.
Lula closes her eyes, shaking her head. I glance over at Elle, and I've never seen so much emotion on her face. Her eyes are red, welled heavy with tears, 2 of them leaking out onto her cheek.
She met a man, Lula continues, a liar who claimed to be a Conrath cousin, a born royal. She saw her opportunity. She had an affair, became pregnant with Ian, and pretended it was George's child. Just before he was born, the liar returned, and she found out the truth. She'd done what she did, only to not carry a royal, but just another Born.
Emotion cracks in Lula's voice, and it's so obvious how much she loves the grandson she had to raise.
Kora regretted she was not successful in creating a royal child, but there was nothing she could do except hide the lie she'd created. Ian was born. She and her husband raised him, continued to fight, and then they created a child together.
Elle. She told me once that there was no mistaking that she was George Ward's child. She looked just like him.
But not long after Elle was born, Kora met yet another man.
Lula closes her eyes once more. She clenches her teeth, anger rising on her wrinkled face.
A Bitten, finally free of his debt. He filled her head with ideas of grandeur, of possibilities. She talked about everything they could accomplish.
The space around us is silent. So much history. So much anger and hatred.
When my grandson showed up at my house, holding his tiny sister, telling me his parents were dead, I suspected what had happened, and confirmed it when my daughter's body was nowhere to be found.
Lula's voice is a hollow grave under a full moon, full of secrets and a bad mojo.
For their safety, I had to let them believe what everyone said happened to their mother. She needed to stay dead, because if she could just walk away from them to start her revolution, she didn't deserve to be their mother.
Tears freely flow down Elle's face now. She bites her lower lip, attempting to hold the emotions in and failing.
So, for 14 years now, my daughter has been dead to me,
Lula says hardly.
My child died long ago, somewhere between being attacked and learning too many secrets.
The message is clear. She blames Henry for much of this. Nobody says a word for a long time. There's too much to process, too many pieces to continue to place. At least now we know, Elle says quietly. Chapter 26. We need to leave, now, I say. It's as if I instantly wake up, shake out of my numb and shocked state. I head for the armory. Before they have time to gather the rest of their numbers. We have the advantage of being able to see in the day now. If we strike now, we have a chance of taking her down. We don't have time to wait for the Himura house any longer. Others jump to life behind me. Anna, Obasi, Lexington, Danny, Lee, all following me and immediately packing up. Slowly, the others trickle in. We've been looking for them for months, Lillian says. Nothing has changed. I shake my head in disagreement. Everything has changed. Even if we can't take all of her Bitten out, we can at least cut off the head. I know where Kora has been living.
Are you sure about this, Olivia? Henry asks, grabbing my arm as I walk out of the room. Once you step foot into the battlefront of war, there's no going back.
I meet his eyes, absolutely sure about this. There's already no going back. She has my future husband. I plan to get him back. He studies me for a moment and gives a short, curt nod. Elle, you're to stay here and take care of Lula, I say, going into queen mode. Don't you dare try and argue with me. She needs you, and I need to keep you safe. She looks at me with mixed emotions, but thankfully, she just nods in agreement. 20 minutes later, we file out of the Conrath mansion. One by one, together as a united house, ready to end this. A family of 18. The day shines bright, late afternoon. The air is humid, summer in the south. A beautiful day to fight a war. As we walk through the gate, 3 Bitten rush at us, their glowing yellow eyes hidden behind sunshades. In a few swift movements, Wrath, Danny, and Trinity take them out. We pass neighborhoods, housewives stopping in their windows to stare at the legends who have hidden in the dark. Children stop playing in their yards and run back into their homes. Cars stop in the streets, letting us by. When we reach Main Street, I look down the road. By nightfall, this town will either be safe from the terrorism it has suffered for nearly a year, or it's going to fall into chaos, the Bitten taking charge. Things will change by tonight. Halfway between the Main Street T and the turn-off for Kora's house, half a dozen Bitten jump out from the shadows, stakes and blades slashing through the air. As a united cell, collected and ready, they are no match against us. Their bodies are hidden in the shadows of the trees. Down the street, we finally turn right and follow the bumpy, uneven dirt road. Weeks ago, I looked up the symbol the army has been using. The snake eating its own tail. The Ouroboros. It represents recreation and eternal return. The recreation of the Bitten, a cycle that has been going on for so long now. It also represents primordial unity. But in this case, there is no unity. Only unwitting slaves. Daphne, my one and only human friend here in Silent Bend, was not human. As I think about it, I haven't seen her since I resurrected. If I had, I would have smelled her, could have detected so much. But she played me as a weak, unknowing human. She plotted so much. Our early morning meetings at Fred's when it was just she and I. Never crossing my path when Ian and I were together. Never running into anyone who might recognize her from before she supposedly died. And she took care of her major problem of the sunlight limiting her. I wonder now if she had the strength to remove her eyes herself, or if she had commanded one of her dead Bitten to do it for her. I had felt so sorry for her, being blind, so alone. But she'd tricked me too carefully. Ian's mother. The reason he was so angry about the vampires. He'd believed they'd killed her, his father too. When she purposefully sought out a born to conceive him, when she longed so much to join them in their immortal status. She's waited so patiently, plotted so carefully, because she had so much on the line. Take out a royal house, show the vampire world that the Bitten could be just as deadly as the royals. Start a revolution. The scent travels in the air, the smell of the Bitten. Their blood smells spoiled, slightly tainted. Not dead, but not really alive either. The fields come into view, and soon the tiny house with the massive barn behind it. But not a soul is there to greet us. No one stands at the ready, prepared for war. "They're in the barn," Danny growls. "At least 20 of them by the sound of it," Lexington says. "Form a square," Anna commands. "Alivia, I want you at the center of us all. Danny, you at the center on one side. Smith the opposite. I'll take one, and Henry, you take the other. Everyone else fill in." They all shift into place, Wrath standing at my side, his weapons at the ready. My heart races in anticipation, excitement and fear spiking in my blood. I'm ready for this, ready for it to end, one way or the other, but I do not plan on dying today. 2 figures from the trees suddenly jump in surprise, obviously not expecting to see us here. But their debt is obvious as they rush out from the trees. Lee and Samuel step out of formation just long enough to cut them down. The moment they hit the ground in a puddle of blood, the trees begin moving. First, 6 Bitten step from the perimeter of the field. They rush our square, but before they even reach us, another dozen step out. The first wave hits the protective border around me, and the bodies surge inward. Christian swings a sword, slicing through the man's chest. Trinity moves in a flash, embedding a stake into another woman's heart. Henry twirls in a circle, kicking his foot out and completely crushing a hulking man's chest inward. He falls to the ground, dead. The next wave rushes out, just as another set appears from the trees. Only this time, there has to be at least 20 of them. And they all rush forward at once. My house members let out a war cry, raising their weapons, cutting down the Bitten, who move so much slower, who don't possess anywhere near the same kind of strength. But wave after wave of bodies keep surging inward on us. A spray of blood hits me in the side of the face, and I turn, taking in the details of what is really happening around me. Innocent people who were once wives and sons and cousins, don't even know what they're doing. They were commanded to kill us, and they have no choice but to fight. I've always despised the debt, but the true weight of it has never been more apparent. Daphne, Kora, wanted to start a revolution, but in doing so, she failed to see that she was just creating slaves who had no voice for themselves. All she really wanted was power. She didn't even take care of her soldiers. Most of them wear little more than sunglasses, which are ineffectual in blocking out the evening sun. Rowan stumbles back, crashing into me. I pull a blade from my hip, slicing down the young man who attacks. He falls at Rowan's feet, blood pooling onto the young boy's shoes. Wrath swings an arm out, burying a stake deep into the chest of a Bitten directly behind me. "Thanks," I huff as I swing my blade once more at a Bitten who rushes from the other side. Another wave of Bitten rush from the trees. There are so many of them. The bodies from the barn haven't even engaged yet, and there has to be at least 90 of them already in the field. "Kora!" I bellow as I knock an arrow and fire it at a rushing enemy. I knock another, loading in quick succession and firing. "Come out here and show your face! I know who you are!" Cameron gets knocked to his back behind me, and I spin, flinging a stake into the heart of a woman. They don't even have weapons to fight with. They aren't trained or prepared for war. I wonder if we truly caught them off guard and unprepared, or if Kora was purely relying on their mass numbers to defeat us. Hands grab me from behind, pulling me clean off my feet. Sharp fangs bite down into the soft flesh between my neck and shoulder. A demonic cry rips from my throat as pain sears into my flesh. The fangs are suddenly ripped away, and I roll over just in time to see Henry rip the man's head clean from his shoulders. He then rocket throws the head at a charging woman, knocking her from her feet. He's covered in blood, but not a scratch on him. His eyes glow, brilliant and wild. His fangs exposed, blood drips from his bare hands, and I watch as he buries one of them in a man's chest before ripping his heart out. My father is a calm man, a man who just wanted to be left alone. But when someone he loves is hurt or threatened, he turns into a demon who will slaughter anyone in his path. I whip around, grabbing a woman by the throat, shoving her back from me before plunging my blade into her chest. I look up as someone falls, 15 feet in front of me. Rowan is shoved down by a huge man, and immediately 5 others swarm on top of him. "No!" I scream, darting to help him, when I'm slammed into from the side. A woman wraps her hands around my throat, squeezing hard. Another man comes up from behind, throwing a massive punch to my ribs as he rounds in front of me. I buckle forward, feeling something inside my chest snap. Groping for the straps around my leg, I grab a stake and swing. At the same time, the man takes a swing at my face, connecting hard with my jaw. I feel it crack, even as he collapses dead. Feeling the anger surge inside of me, I spear my fingers together and plunge them straight into the woman's chest. Bones crack, shatter, and scrape my hand as I blow past them. It's wet and warm, and the pumping motion I take hold of the vital organ almost makes me lose the contents of my stomach. But as I look past her and see Rowan weakly swing at his attackers, his arm covered in blood, my mercy falls away. I rip her heart from her chest. Before she even falls to the ground, I'm across the field, ripping Bitten off Rowan, stabbing as I move, burying stakes, 3 dead. 2 others who cling to him, biting, clawing. Rowan screams, chilling my blood. I level the gun in front of me, shooting the man in the head. I'm about to shoot the woman when I'm tackled from the side. Another piles on top of me, and not a second later, a third is there too. One pins my arms down, the other sitting on my legs, and the third, his yellow eyes gleaming in the fading light, smiles down at me, his fangs fully extended. With a demonic-sounding laugh, he bends down, and his teeth prick at the skin of my throat. He's about to rip it out, and I can't move. A rounding kick connects to one head, freeing my arms. An arm swings, staking the one at my feet, and with a growl that makes even my skin crawl, a blade cuts the head clean from my attacker's shoulders. "Liv!" Ian huffs as he pulls me up and into his arms. "You shouldn't be here fighting. They're all trying to kill you." A set of Bitten rush at us from behind Ian. I whip around, yanking Ian's knife from his hands and throwing it into a woman's chest, burying my own blade into the others. "We need every body we have." I whip around, my eyes searching for Rowan, but he's nowhere to be seen. "Is Kora still alive?" I demand as I lower my shoulder, ramming into someone else and sending them to the ground before pinning them to the ground with a stake. "I assume so," Ian yells as he continues to fight. "After I wasn't too happy with our reunion this morning, her lackeys dragged me off. Haven't seen her since then." "Do you know how many of them are in the barn?" I call desperately as I fight 3 of them off. It feels like drowning. Just when I get my head above the surface, another wave of them comes, with 10 more of them right behind the others. "Too many," Ian says gravely. I give a great yell as I shove a yellow-eyed woman off of me, reaching for another stake. Except I'm out. Yanking my knife from a man's chest, I throw it, embedding it in the woman's chest. For a brief moment, my eyes search the battlefield. There's well over 100 Bitten swarming the space. The bodies stack up, and I frantically search for the members of my family. Lillian and Niall fight back to back. Trinity gives a great scream as she cuts a head off. Danny doesn't even look like he's breaking a sweat as he fights. But Cameron, Samuel, Lee, Obasi, I can't find any of them, and the panic swarms in my chest. "There's too many of them," I whisper, just before another group of Bitten rush at me. Ian gives a great war cry as he spirals around, driving his blade deep into a chest. I level my gun, firing 3 times in quick succession before the magazine clicks empty. "Kora!" I scream as I stalk toward the house, breaking in a man's face on my way. "Come out here and face me! If you want to take the house, you're going to have to pry it from my dead hands!" I feel like a maniac. Death and adrenaline burn through my veins, prepared to destroy kingdoms and worlds. A set of teeth sinks into my arm and I swing around, stabbing my attacker as blood rushes up to my skin. I look up just as the front door opens to the tiny house. As the great sliding door of the barn opens, as bodies flood outside, so many of them, Kora steps out onto the front porch. The Daphne I knew is not the woman I see before me. She does not wear sunglasses as I last saw her. Now I see the hollow sockets that have been sewn shut. And while she was thin before, frail, she is skeletal now. Not an ounce of fat gives her shape. She is bone only. Terrifying. Disgusting. I understand now. The curse. The storm that swirled in the sky. The sense of doom that came and went. It was always for Kora. And it's being executed in the form of her slowly decaying body. Starving. "You can't win!" I call to her, at least 50 feet still from where I keep defending myself from. "With the king's armies, with our numbers, it'll never work!" I jump out of the grasp of a man, slicing through the air for him, missing. He grabs me by the throat, only that brings him within my reach, and I bury my blade into his ribcage, piercing his heart. "Walk away now!" I call to Kora. "Call them off, and we will let you all leave. And all of the death!" Her sightless face smiles in my direction. It's wide, showing all of her teeth, too big for her face. It's completely disturbing. The jawline is the only similarity I can draw between her and Ian right now. She's so far gone. "You've always been such a fool," she says, her voice again overly friendly and cheerful. "Take a look around, my poor girl. See that now is not the time for me to call surrender." I do look over my shoulder, and I can only find Henry, Danny, Trinity, and Anna. All the others are nowhere to be seen. We're going down, one by one, as the rising tide crushes us. "House of Conrath, gather!" I bellow, racing like a maniac through the masses that surround me. Fighting, killing, I swing, not causing enough damage to kill, only temporary wounding. Hearing my call, the others begin to make their way to the center of the battlefield. But the way isn't easy. We're all being swarmed. There are so many bodies lining up. My hair hangs in my face, saturated in blood. It sprays in my eyes, clouding my vision momentarily. The day grows dimmer as sunset bleeds into the sky to match the earth below my feet. And understanding dawns in my chest as it grows darker. If this battle continues into nightfall, the Bitten will be able to see with no problems from the day. They will be able to coordinate and fight better. If it gets dark, we don't stand a chance. We're going to die. I reach Anna, and we stand back to back, swinging, taking hits, bleeding everywhere. A few minutes later, Danny reaches us. I still see Henry out in the distance, surrounded by a horde. "We need to run," Anna says. It's the first time I've ever heard a hint of fear in her voice. "There's too many of them." "Not so sure we can get out of this field," Danny says, shaking his head as he kicks out his booted foot, crushing in a man's head. "They're gonna follow if we run." "We gotta do something," but I'm cut off, completely drowned out by the sound of a deep horn. Shaking, thunderous, deep and wild, it vibrates out over the masses, shaking every one of us deep down to the core. Everybody stills momentarily, eyes turning back toward the main road. It's quiet for just a moment, but the ground begins to shake, the vibrations of so many feet pounding the earth. Down the road, with Noriko at the head of what must be 100 born, comes an army. They explode into the masses, limbs and blood spraying through the air. Long swords flash through the dying light. Screams of pain and war leap and echo through the air. "Conrath's assemble!" I bellow into the air, because there's no way this army will be able to take the time to tell the difference between born and bitten. Through the crowd, I see Ian surface, slashing and shooting, surging up from the masses. He cuts his way through the Bitten. Out a little further, I see Smith, followed by Niall. Where are the rest? Our small circles dart toward one another, swinging and slashing, doing our best not to be overrun. Suddenly, Markov pops out of the masses, his eyes glowing, his body covered in blood. "Get Kora!" I bellow as we fight. "I want her alive, for now." We run. We slaughter. We're bitten, scratched, attacked. But slowly, we work our way toward the house, while the House of Himura mows down the bitten army from behind. The tiny house sits so close, and out the back I see Kora slip, a bag over her shoulder, her skeletal frame facing the woods. "She's escaping!" Anna bellows. Suddenly, Markov and Danny are lifting Ian, who is curled into a ball. With a great heave, they launch Ian over the top of so many heads. He sails through the air, body outstretched, before crashing into Kora. The two of them roll to the ground, him wrestling her to the dirt, arms pinned behind her. "Not those ones." I suddenly hear a voice from behind. I turn to see the Himura warriors closing in, the warriors on the outskirts of their pack, still slaying the few remaining bitten. Noriko's eyes fix on me and my house members. The Conraths are not to be harmed. Through their ranks, I see Christian, Henry, and Lee move toward us. Within 20 minutes of the House of Himura's arrival, they've slayed the last of the bitten. Bodies pile so high. There are hundreds of them, each an innocent life taken by Kora and her desire for revolution. All killed for something they had no control over. Ian and Smith drag Kora back to the front steps of the tiny house she's been living in. It's amazing how much expression is carried in the eyes. Her not having any, it's hard to tell what she's feeling. But the look on Ian's face is quite clear. Disgust, horror, disbelief. I can't even imagine how this must feel for him. "Why?" Ian asks in a ragged breath. "All of this? Why would you do this?" The emotions are all there, just under the surface. He's barely keeping himself under control. I see it in his white knuckles, in the way his teeth are clenched, in the brightness of his eyes. "I tried to give you something more," she says with absolute confidence in her voice. "I tried to give you the life I so badly wanted. There are so many great, big things in this world, things even you do not understand. Why shouldn't all of us have the chance to grasp them?" "Look at all these people!" Ian screams, throwing out his hand to the bodies that surround us. She cannot actually look at them, but in this moment it doesn't matter. "They are all dead because of this! You did this!" "I tried to change the world," she says quietly, still with no regret in her voice. "When the one person I thought would have my back turned on me, when he broke his promise that he would not contribute to this mad system, I knew something had to be changed." "It was you, wasn't it?" I asked through the crowd. "You dug up my mother, not Jasmine. It was you who triggered me. All the chaos and the politics and war." Emotion bites my eyes as I recall the moment that finally broke me. That day changed me for the worse. "The potential was already there, my friend," Kora says as the smile begins to grow on her face. It's a cold and terrifying thing. "You only needed a little push." "You used me," I say, shaking my head. "You pretended to be my friend. Do you feel nothing anymore? Are you that cold? What about Elle? You never came even for your daughter." "I tried," she suddenly snaps. "But she never left your house, and my Bitten failed in retrieving her." I remember now, when Elle called me after the break-in and she was bitten. They were supposed to take her back to her mother. 14 years, Ian seethes. "You've been gone for 14 years. You left us. Did you just expect us to be a happy little family again?" "I expected you to help me change the world," Kora bellows. "You were born with so much potential. I gave you what I could. I made sacrifices for us all." "So you turned your back on your children?" Ian asks, the look of betrayal on his face, It's enough to break my heart. I was 10! And there, I crack. Tears pool in my eyes. My bottom lip trembles. Elle wasn't even quite 2, and you left us! Kora takes a moment to respond, and I can't even imagine the twisted thoughts going through her head. Eventually, we all have to realize that this world is bigger than us. We do what we have to. A shot rings out through the silent crowd. We all jump, turning to see the tiny figure walking through the crowd. Elle, her eyes bloodshot, tears streaming down her face, but looking completely empty and calm, walks across the field of bodies, carrying a rifle. My eyes widen, and I look back. Kora hangs limp between Ian and Smith. Blood seeps down the front of her shirt. Her hair hangs around her face, absolutely still. You don't abandon the people you love. Elle's voice comes out very small and quiet in such a vast space, but her words pierce into the hearts of everyone around her. Slowly, Ian lowers Kora to the ground, his eyes cold and distant as he takes in her lifeless face. I blink once, the world moving very slow, very quiet. It's over. This war that has been raging for nearly 11 months, the one that caused so much pain, that ended so many innocent lives, the one I went to prison for. It's done.
I thought this was going to be more of a fight, the way you talked. I turned to see Noriko walking up behind me. She has one small spray of blood across her cheek, stretching to her nose, but other than that, she looks perfectly put together and clean. I don't have any words for a long moment, too high of a high, and then too low. Thank you, I finally manage. My tongue feels too thick, my throat too dry to speak. We would have died had you not shown up at just the right moment. She shrugs. We would have been here sooner, but this tiny town isn't the easiest to find on a map. I feel like I should smile, but not here, not amongst so much blood and so many bodies. You were right, though, she continues. This would have spread. It would have gotten worse. Already there is talk from the other houses. The Bitten are realizing things are never going to change for them. This would have been the spark that started the wildfire. Thank you for your help, I say quietly. She nods her head, and I look away to see her warriors already stacking up the bodies, creating a pile in the middle of the field. Obasi carries a container of gas from the barn, and a minute later, they set flame to the bodies. Sam! Christian yells. The look on his face is stricken, terrified. He walks among the bodies, searching. Samuel! I hear a groan not 10 feet away from me. A body rolls to the side, and someone very weakly raises themselves up on their forearms. Noriko pulls her sword out, but the mop of messy hair makes me still. Wait! I yell, holding up a hand and rushing to their side. I squat beside him, brushing away the mud and blood that coats his face. Cameron! I pull him into my arms. He hisses in pain. What, the chopper marks? He does indeed have a nice trail of them stretching from his arm down his side. Sam? I hear Christian whisper across the field, and the tone of his voice. Everything in me falls. Christian sinks to his knees, gathering up a body into his chest. Sobs rip out of his chest, violent and unbridled. Sam! Tears once more spring into my eyes, my lower lip trembling. Samuel, my friend, the frat boy who was so loyal and devoted. Christian's brother, gone. And I look to the side to see Niall, kneeling among the bodies a way off. A fragile, chocolate-colored hand rests in his lap, covered in blood.
Lillian, I whisper as a fissure opens up in my heart. My first ally, mother to this house, my friend. Chills run through my body, so cold, too violent.
Hold on to the ones you love tonight, Noriko says, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder, her expression sorrowful. Take them home. My people will take care of this mess. We will leave when it is done.
I nod, numbness taking me over. My feet feeling like lead, I head back toward Ian. He stands 10 feet away from his mother's body, holding his sister in his arms, who sobs. Great, big, desperate cries. His eyes are unfocused, staring off into the distance. The rifle lies at their feet. Let's go home, I say through my constricted throat as Henry comes to my side, placing his hand on my shoulder. Let's take our own home. Nobody moves at first. It's as if we're frozen, glued to the ground with the blood of the fallen. But the last rays of twilight sink behind the trees, casting us in darkness. With another sob, Christian lifts his brother's body up into his arms. Niall picks up Lillian, and I see May scoop down to pick Rowan up from across the field. 3. We lost 3 of our family members today.
Let's go home,
Ian whispers to Elle. And slowly, in stiff movements, they walk to my side, leaving Kora Daphne Ward where she lies, alone, on the front steps. Chapter 27. So much love and so much care is given in preparing the ones we love to be put to rest. As usual, Wrath takes care of things. He has some people come out the very next morning and build 5 new tombs, all lined up with my mother and Elijah, and Henry's empty one. But through the night, we take care of our fallen, cleaning their bodies, dressing them with care, running through so many memories, thinking of lost futures. Tears stream down my face without ceasing. No one says a word. Some of us watch from the ballroom windows as the crew builds the tombs. With every brick they lay, the ache in my chest grows more profound. Just after dusk, when the workers have left, a procession carries 5 bodies from the house. Holland, Francesca, Rowan, Samuel, Lillian. One by one, we slide them into their final resting place. One by one, they are sealed away for forever. Obasi left last night after he helped the House of Himura clean up the bodies, having completed his mission. Now, only 15 people stand before the 5 new tombs, each of us at a loss for words, each of us sharing so much pain. Someday, I will offer every one of my house members the opportunity to take the cure for vampirism. But for now, we have to keep its existence a secret. We have to let it fly under the radar until that day comes to end our king. I can only pray that until that day, we do not lose any more family members because of the danger that comes with being our species. I haven't known all of you for long, Lee says, tucking a lock of her black hair behind her ear. But even though it hasn't been long, the love here is real. This shouldn't have happened. I will miss them, all of them. You know, even though Francesca betrayed us, Lexington speaks up, his throat tight, she was still a good person, being what we are. He trails off, his throat thickening. It means we're always going to be part of some kind of twisted games and politics. We fall. Things happen that we don't always get over. But this, He shakes his head. This didn't need to be this way. You will be missed, all of you. Tears roll down my face. Elle comes up to my side, clinging hard to me. Ian comes up to my side, wrapping his arms around the both of us. The Cask family was never perfect. It shocks me when it is Henry who speaks up. But their father was a good man, a good leader. While I never knew his sons well, I can only thank the both of you for how you've helped my daughter. I thank all of you, from the bottom of my heart. He addresses those who rest before us. I look to Christian. He stands with his hands folded in front of him, his face pale and sickly. Anna stands beside him, her arm looped through one of his, her head resting on his shoulder in support. And Niall. His eyes are distant, his expression hollow. Things were developing between him and Lillian. They found something in each other that had been missing for a long time, and now it has been ripped away, cut too short. I've hated you all forever. It's Trinity who speaks up. I can't say I completely blame Kora Ward for what she did. This earns her more than a few red-eyed stares, but she rushes forward. Because it doesn't all seem fair, you know? That things aren't even. That there are all these divisions. Bitten, born, royal. I hate the idea of someone being elevated over another. Her eyes rise up to meet mine, and I think I finally understand, at least a little bit, why she has seemed to hate me all this time. But I knew I couldn't survive on my own, Trinity continues. Emotion makes her throat thick, her words constrained. So I attached because I didn't feel like I had a choice, but this... She shakes her head, emotion choking her off temporarily. This is the real deal. When Lillian walked away from what we were, and even worse, when Samuel left, too, I could see it as nothing but a betrayal. But they saw it first. What good really looks like. Thank you for showing me. The tears roll faster and harder down my face with her words, because they're real and genuine, and so hard-won. Everyone is quiet for a long time. I sense that they are waiting for words from me. But I feel as if I'm drowning, so mournful for my friends, my family. Francesca, who did betray us, but only because she too had been hurt. She who was given away. Were things different, she had so much potential. Holland, who I never even got the chance to get to know, but reminded me so much of the girl I hugged to my side. Rowan, forced to resurrect as just a boy by a deranged member of the king's court. He was never given a chance to have a real life. Samuel, who was my friend, who I trusted with my life, who can never be replaced in my heart. And Lillian, my first ally, my friend, my helping hand, a mother to those who needed her, a tender gem in such a hard world. None of them can ever be replaced, not in 1,000 immortal lifetimes. I love you all. I finally croak out around the tears that slide down my face. You were my family in my darkest hours. You gave me the confidence I needed to do what had to be done. You supported me. You will be missed by each of us throughout our immortal lives. Rest in peace. Chapter 28. I stand outside. In the full light of day, unaffected by the bright afternoon sun, I watch the construction crew, not really taking in the details, not really feeling much of anything. The workers are adding onto the house. They're filling in the gap between the ballroom and the garage with more bedrooms. It's weeks later, but I still can't overcome the feelings of unease and paranoia. We were separated. So much could have happened. Bad things could have become so much worse because we weren't together. Maybe I'm going overboard. Maybe they will begin to feel smothered. But I'm keeping my house all under one roof. All 15 of us. 2 royals, 11 born, 1 human, and 1 hybrid. A bead of sweat makes its way down my back, reminding me that it is indeed the middle of July here in Mississippi. It's hot. Those poor workers have sweat running down their faces, drenching their clothes. My enhanced body doesn't react the same as theirs, but I remember well my first August in Silent Bend.
Are you ready?
I turn to find Ian and Henry watching me from the veranda. They're both dressed nice, watching me with expectation. I smile at the sight of them, my father and my future husband. I nod, and the 3 of us head to the garage. We take the Jeep down the drive and then into town. The legend of Henry Conrath has been so astounding, so deeply rooted, associated with so much fear. But we've been changing that, along with the reputation of the house and the vampires in general. We cleaned up town. The feeling of doom is gone. There have been no more attacks, and Silent Bend finally feels safe. With the help of select citizens of our town, it's being made known that it was our doing that made it so. With the aid of Henry's lens implantation in the eyes of everyone who wanted them, we now walk freely through the day. We are contributing members of society, ingrained, somewhat accepted. Some of the house members hold jobs. Cameron is ridiculously happy working at the local Mexican fast food restaurant. Lee, I learned, had just passed the bar when she resurrected. She's working with a local attorney. And, shockingly, Trinity went back to high school to get her diploma. She only attends 2 classes a day. The rest is done online, because most parents are terrified to know she walks among their children. But it's a start. Henry pulls up to the restaurant, parking in front of the doors. Ian scrambles out from the back seat, opening my door for me before slipping his hand into mine. Together, the 3 of us walk into the Catfish, one of only 2 sit-down restaurants in Silent Bend. The hostess seats us at a booth near the back of the building, eyeing Henry with great wariness.
Thank you for coming out with us,
Ian says, acting nervous and unsure. I set my hand on his knee under the table, and he covers it with his own hand. His ring sits upon my finger, a constant reminder of the love that ties us together.
Why do you seem so nervous, Ian?
Henry says with a hint of a smile on his lips as he takes a drink from the glass the waitress sets in front of him.
"'Cause, well, last time I asked this question, I was told no."
Ian chuckles. Henry does actually smile. It's a small thing, reserved and subtle, but it's a smile.
"Well, what could you expect? I couldn't have my daughter going off and marrying someone I didn't know."
Ian looks over at me, and a slew of memories pass between us. In the month and a half since the Battle of the Bitten, things have been calm. We've taken time to recover, to recharge our batteries, and it's given us the perfect opportunity to get to know one another. Henry and I. Henry and Ian. Hours spent together, just talking, learning small details and little secrets. We're becoming a family, one simple day at a time.
"I hope you feel that it's changed,"
Ian says, looking back at Henry. My father doesn't respond right away. He studies my fiancé for a long moment before his eyes flick to mine.
"Once I found out about my daughter's existence, I tried to gain some kind of connection to it. I observed her, learned about her needs and her abilities. Alivia is fire and brilliance,
His eyes burn into mine, and I find all of my emotions surging. After over 20 years of never knowing who my father was, here he is. We're together.
Sometimes when fire and fire meet one another, Henry looks back at Ian, it just destroys everything. It burns too hot, causing destruction and pain to everything around it. And eventually, both those flames extinguish one another.
My heart races, because it's an accurate description. When Ian and I first met, we were both hot flames, each fighting the other, but so desperately trying to exist together. But in the end, all we caused was pain.
But sometimes,
Henry says, reaching across the table and taking one of my hands in his. He reaches again, taking Ian's other hand as well.
Those flames make each other burn brighter.
He looks from Ian to me,
giving light to those who stand by them.
Henry studies me, and I can't fight the smile that breaks onto my face. The love I've come to have for this man in such a short amount of time is astounding, and it's all there in his eyes. He loves me, father and daughter.
Henry,
Ian says, bringing me back to this tender moment.
May I please have your permission to marry your daughter?
My father's eyes flick from my face to Ian's. He takes a moment to respond, but slowly, a small smile pulls his lips.
I wouldn't wish anyone else to marry her. Ian Ward, you have my permission.
The smile that breaks onto my face could blind the world, and a triumphant one is on Ian's own face as he turns to me, pulling me to him to claim a kiss.
All right, Henry says, mock disgust in his tone. That's enough of that.
Dad, I laugh, leaning my head on Ian's shoulder. I know you're far more mature than that. He chuckles, winking at me.
So, does this mean we have the all clear to go ahead with next week's plans?
Ian asks, looking between Henry and me.
What are you waiting for?
He says. I glance once more at my father, before looking up at the love of my life with a smile. Let's get married, Ian Ward. Chapter 29. A knock sounds on my bedroom door, and I smile as I stare up at the ceiling. Come in. The door does not squeak, despite its age, as it swings open. Through the last of the dark, just minutes before dawn breaks, bare feet pad over the wooden floor, over to my bed. I look over, even though I don't need to. Ian kneels on the edge of the bed, crawling up toward me. Don't you know it's bad luck to see the bride before the wedding? I whisper as he stalls above me on his hands and knees. A smile curls on my lips, my heart racing 1,000,000 miles an hour.
I have to disagree,
he says, lowering his face to mine, his lips only a breath away. But he doesn't kiss me. He hovers there, breathing the same air, letting our heartbeats sink into the same rhythm. And on what grounds do you claim to disagree? I tease him, dying to lift my head just slightly and close the gap between our lips.
Because I said so,
he says as he lowers his head, tracing his nose along the skin beneath my ear. Come on. He doesn't give explanations. His hands close around mine, and he hauls me out of bed. In a flash, we're outside and across the grounds. Jump! He calls to me as we rapidly approach the river's edge. Gathering my immense strength, we take a flying leap. With a scream of laughter, hand in hand, I tuck my knees into my chest, and we cannonball into the waters of the Mississippi River. I open my eyes under the water, clinging to Ian as our bodies magnetize. Buoyancy carries our bodies back to the surface, and we emerge above water into the humid, hot air. It's always an adventure with you, Ian Ward, I say with a smile as I wrap my legs around his waist. His hands slide under my saturated shirt, caressing and supporting as he kicks to keep us above water.
"Won't want you to ever get bored of me,"
he says as a mischievous smile crosses his lips. His eyes study me, tracing down my neck, lingering over my chest. His fingers search my frame, his body reacting to our nearness.
"Just a few more hours,"
he says in reverence, touching his forehead to mine. "Are you ready for this?" I tease him, yet asking a true and serious question.
"I have been ready since the moment I first saw you, baby doll."
He chuckles in lust and hunger. And I smile. He hasn't called me that in so long, since the first few weeks after we met. "In just a few hours, you're going to be my husband," I say in awe as my fingers knot into his hair. My eyes slide down to his as my heart swells. We're wrapped up in each other, as close as we can get, yet it's still not close enough for all the emotions that are coursing through me.
"I promise you 3 things, Liv,"
he says as he once more touches his forehead to mine.
"I promise to protect you, even though you're perfectly capable of protecting yourself."
He slides one of his hands up my back, beneath my shirt.
"I promise to always do my best to make you happy."
He rests that hand against the back of my neck.
"And I promise to always love you."
So, very gently, he closes the distance between us, pressing his lips to mine, sending a wave of sparks and bliss crashing through my blood.
"Those are my promises."
I tighten my grip on him, feeling the shore come to meet Ian's feet. My eyes steady his, so alight with truth and possibility. I press my lips to his, gentle but firm. Promises of an immortal life. "I love you," I breathe into his lips, and my heart swells and races, so filled with the certainty of the words.
"I love you too,"
he whispers back. "Oh, no," a voice calls from the bank. Suddenly, we're both being hauled out of the water, just as the dawn is breaking. Grabbing Ian from behind is Cameron and Lexington. Anna throws me over her shoulder. "You know all that bad juju about seeing the bride? Can't risk that now, can we?" Lexington bellows as they all haul us back to the house. "Are you kidding me?" Ian says in disgust as Lexington throws him over his shoulder. "This is serious stuff, bro," Cameron says as we walk through the doors into the ballroom. "We told you to stay in Niall's room like a good boy, and look who thinks he's so sneaky he can get past a house full of immortal ninjas."
"You both really should know better,"
Anna chides me as we walk up the stairs and down the hall to my bedroom. "You can't keep us away from each other," I hear Ian call from downstairs. "Can't deny true love," I call back with a laugh as we walk through the door to my bedroom, and Anna closes it with finality behind us. The banter continues to roll on downstairs. I laugh as I shake my head, and Anna sets me back on my feet. But a blissful sigh escapes my chest, feeling as if everything is finally falling into place. The sun crests over the trees, beautiful and dawning. I look over my shoulder to the window, left wide open, inviting in the light. It no longer causes me pain. I no longer have to hide from it. I simply get to enjoy my very long, immortal life with my family. "No time for daybreak swims," Elise says, walking into my room like she owns the place. "We have a million things to get accomplished before noon, so get your skinny, sopping wet little ass into the shower." She claps her hands loudly. Okay, wedding drill master." I laugh as I continue dripping water all over the floor and head for the bathroom. Lee winks at me as I close the doors. I am dried. I am primed. I am buffed and polished. Lee commands it all. The hired hands that do my hair, that apply my makeup, that do my nails. Meanwhile, I hear the business outside as hired hands prepare everything on the grounds. I hear Ian downstairs getting ready, the other men of the house getting dressed. It's a flurry of activity, yet all I feel is calm. I feel excited. For today, I get to marry my best friend, the most incredible man I know. Are you ready? Anna asks, a hint of a smile on her ever-serious face. It's so weird having her around all the time now, so relaxed. We've been on the edge of action for so long, it's difficult to unwind now that the storm has passed. She's even dating Luke out in the open, just like they're any normal couple. I smile, nodding. It's just the 6 of us girls who now live in the house. Me, Anna, Lee, Trinity, May, and Elle. We all gather in my bedroom, a full-length mirror against one wall. I wait in a strapless bra and panties, holding my breath. Trinity carries the box in, and the weight of all of this sinks into my heart. 3 weeks ago, Niall was cleaning out Lillian's room at the Institute. Under her bed, he found a dress box, and in it was a wedding dress. Trinity opens the lid to the box, and Elle carefully takes it out. Simple, elegant fabric unfurls, stretching to the floor. She unzips it, and my ladies help me step into the gown. I step in front of the mirror as Elle zips me in, so many emotions rushing through my body. A sweetheart neckline hugs my chest. The bodice hugs to my upper waist, the chest covered in simple lace and carefully placed pearls. The skirt drops down, hanging loose and flowing around my body. The fabric is faintly rose gold, so subtly not white, but also soft and warm. It's so simple, yet so elegant. The moment I tried it on weeks ago, I knew no other dress would be more perfect. Lillian might not be by my side right now, zipping me in her beautiful last creation, but she's here with me in this small form. A knock sounds on the door, our 5-minute countdown. Lee lifts the crown of flowers atop my head as Trinity fastens the simple veil into my hair. I stare at myself as everything comes together. So perfect, so breathtaking. You look beautiful, Lee says, scrunching her nose and kissing her lips at me. You're perfect, Elle says, offering a small smile. Ian's a lucky man, Anna says, shrugging her shoulders. I smile at them all, my heart swelling with so much love. Go knock 'em dead, Trinity offers with a tiny smile on her lips. Elle hands me a huge bouquet of flowers, and each of them turns for the table by the door, which contains their own bouquets. They all file out of the bedroom, dressed in their rose dresses. On that table lays a letter from Rahim. It's full of support and happiness, nothing but the unending belief in me that he always had, and well wishes for my future with Ian. It was exactly the final goodbye that we both needed. Footsteps continue down the stairs, and I hear so many voices stirring. I take a deep breath, preparing myself. I close my eyes for a moment, taking just a second to appreciate everything that has happened to get us to this point. Death, manipulation, games, distrust, corruption, prison, war. So many ugly and bloody things, all leading up to something I couldn't have even imagined.
You are stunning.
I open my eyes to see my father standing in the doorway, smiling. He seems so happy, so peaceful. Thank you, I say quietly, just taking in a moment to look at him. He's dressed in a pale gray suit. His hair is combed back, his beard neatly trimmed. A raven pin holds his tie in place. We are a healed and united house, a house of ravens.
Are you ready?
He asks, holding his arm out for me. I nod my head, even as my smile spreads on my face. Together, we descend the stairs, rounding into the foyer. The entire house is decorated, opulent and perfect. Through the ballroom we talk, out onto the veranda. And there, a beautiful archway assembled just before the tombs of so many we love, stands Ian. His eyes watch me, so filled with love and excitement. His hands clasped together tightly, telling me how nervous but how excited he is. The smile on my face could cure all sadness in the world as Henry and I proceeded down across the lawn. No one sits in chairs, removed and apart. Everyone is a piece of this, and they stand in a small semicircle around Ian. Rath, Anna, Trinity, Lee, May, and Elle. Lula, Niall, Markov, Smith, Lexington, Danny, and Christian. And the only two humans who trust us enough to care about this moment, Sheriff Luke McCoy and Fred. Cameron stands just behind Ian, looking so very proud, ready to burst at the great honor I asked him to perform. "I guess we are all here," Cameron says, smiling almost comically at how thrilled he is to be the one who's doing this. "We're all together all the time, but this feels different, doesn't it?" Everyone nods, watching as Cameron gets his chance to shine in the light. "We've all come a long way lately," Cameron continues, looking from Ian to me, all the friendship and support that's always been there shining through in his eyes. When we had to consider who to ask to do this, I knew there really was no one else. Besides the man I'm about to marry, Cameron is my best friend. "We've seen these two go through crazy transformations," Cameron says, smiling. "Ian is no longer trying to kill us all." Everyone laughs at that. "And Liv is a true queen, not just some human girl from faraway town. But we're all here, together, because of these two." I look from Cameron to Ian, feeling as if there is no humanly way possible that I can hold all of these things I'm feeling inside of me. I'm going to crack, spill open, and overwhelm everyone. But I'm not human, and somehow I stay together. "I think I speak for all of us when I say we're really happy the two of you finally got to this point," Cameron says. "I think we all saw it coming." A few bodies give affirmative sounds, a few chuckles. "It's time," Cameron says. "Liv and Ian would like to exchange vows." Ian nods, never once looking away from me. He pulls out a simple gold band, raising my hand up between the two of us. "Everyone here knows I'm stubborn and hard-headed," he begins, a lopsided smile pulling one side of his face. "I thought things were cut and dried, black and white. It took me a long time to see beauty in the gray. You once told me that we were a miracle, and it's absolutely true, Liv." His breath comes out as a reverent whisper. He holds my hand so tight, promising to never let me go. "Thank you for giving me a second chance," he says quietly. "Thank you for seeing past my flaws and my mistakes. I made you promises this morning, and I will keep them. I will love you for the rest of my unexpected, immortal life, Liv." I smile, my heart swelling, emotion biting the back of my eyes. Ian slides the ring onto my finger. The attention shifts to me, but I don't see anyone else besides the man in front of me. I hold his simple gold wedding band in his hand. "You are something I never could have even imagined," I begin. I shake my head, unable to fully express the depth of my words. "This life is incredible. Everything that we are. Everything we've been through, but you. All the complications, the good and the bad that we've gone through. We are so much more than I could have ever dreamed of. We are a miracle, Ian. Me and you." I bite my lower lip as tears of joy pool in my eyes, Forever. Death and the refiner's fire weren't enough to keep us apart, even when we were and are so different. We've been proven, despite odds and reality. That's love. That's you and me. Forever, Ian and Liv. I slide the ring onto his finger. A floating moment passes, Ian's eyes twinkling in the brilliant moonlight. He squeezes my hands again, and it's taking everything I have in me not to rush forward and take him in my arms.
Ian, do you take Alivia to be your wife? Cameron says.
I do,
Ian says with a smile.
Alivia, do you take Ian to be your husband?
I didn't think it was possible, but my smile grows. I do, I say with an enthusiastic nod.
Then, by the power invested in me by some website, I pronounce you man and wife.
He barely finishes the sentence before Ian rushes forward, his hands on my cheeks, his lips taking mine. My lips part, the breath flowing between the two of us until there is no existence outside of he and I. Hands clap, voices hoot and holler, words I don't even hear. I'm so happy. Here, in this impossibly simple moment I never thought would come, joined forever to the one I was always meant to be with. Chapter 30. Lights twinkle throughout the property. The sun has set, the sky faded from a brilliant yellow and orange to a dark black with stars peppered throughout the infinite dark. Music floats through the air, happy and light. The house members dance around me, laughing and talking, easy and relaxed. May is humoring Cameron with some dance he's trying to teach her. Trinity watches Cameron over Lexington's shoulder. Anna and Luke seem to be in their own world. I twirl as the last few beats of the song ripple through the night, Danny catching me and dropping me into a dramatic dip. I laugh, loud and full-bellied. Even he smiles, and Danny never smiles. As he writes me, I see Henry crossing the dance floor, smiling at us.
May I steal my daughter for this one?
Danny just nods and smiles before walking over to Lee. The music changes to something slow. Taking Henry's hand, I rest my other on his shoulder.
I've never seen you so happy,
he observes as we look at one another. I've never felt this happy, I say, shaking my head, relishing this moment.
I wanted to apologize,
he says as I rest my head on his shoulder.
For being such a coward, for never stepping in sooner and becoming a part of your life.
You were just trying to protect me from Cyrus. My thoughts grow more somber, thinking of a tiny baby that I only held in my arms for a few moments, a tiny daughter that I had to let have a chance at a better life.
As you're doing now,
Henry says, and the message is clear. He knows about my daughter, which causes me fear. If Henry knows, there's always a chance that someone else knows about her as well. Tell me about you and Mom, I say, changing the subject because today is a day for celebration, not fear. He doesn't respond right away, and I hear his breathing deepen. It's so difficult to piece together the story of how my 20-year-old mother spent a night with my serious and reclusive father, who had to look so much older than her.
There had been a party going on all night, down by the river, he begins. All of the summer college kids were back in town, working. I'd heard their light-hearted conversations, screams of humor all evening, carrying long into the dark of night.
It's hard to imagine. Yes, there are many college kids who have returned to their hometown for summer work, but still, no one goes out after dark. They still know the stories, still fear what is past.
I went for a walk, Henry continues the tale. The river trail has always been my favorite at night. I didn't expect to find anyone else on it, but there she was, Marlene Ryan.
Henry grows quiet for a long moment, reflective, thoughtful.
She was not like the other kids who were out partying. It was obvious she was fond of them, but it wasn't her interest to stay up all night drinking. She'd gone to get some air. We started talking.
It describes my mom so perfectly. Always friendly, always social. But she kept to herself at times. She needed her space to think. She wasn't the raucous type to laugh loudly and be the center of attention.
Your mother reminded me of someone else, Henry says.
But this time, there's so much pain there, so much regret.
She was kind and smart and had the most beautiful smile.
You had a wife once, I conclude. After a moment, my father nods.
We married just 30 years before I moved to America. Within a year, she conceived, carrying on the royal-born blood. She gave birth to a son.
The breath catches in my throat. I had a half-brother once.
The Conrath name was a deep, powerful one, Henry continues. Court had been trying to recruit one of us for years, but none of my uncles had any interest. They ruled houses. They had no interest in joining court where they'd just be another of Cyrus's pawns. So, for years, they tried to condition Nicholas to join court. When my son decided to resurrect at the age of 20, they really laid on the manipulation.
Henry's voice grows hard, angry, bitter.
Eventually, Cyrus did not give my son a choice. Join, or he would kill Nicholas's mother.
My stomach feels sick. The brutality of Cyrus is endless.
In the end, they took my son to court against his will. When he continued to insist he did not wish to join them, they killed my son and my wife.
That's awful, I say, disgust filling me. But I can't say I'm shocked. Cyrus is a madman. There are 4 glass urns of ashes in the library. Now I know who 2 of them are.
So I distanced myself from the system, told myself I was done with the houses and the politics. I moved from England to America to get away, to get a brand new start. But your mother, she was so much like my wife, and maybe I was just caught in a lonely moment.
Henry's voice grows quiet.
But just because we are immortal, just because I've had a lifetime of solitude, save wrath, doesn't mean we don't miss having a connection. Your mother was sweet, gentle, attentive.
I can imagine how it went. 2 people who had a connection, easy and smooth. And that leading to a night where 2 people became one, only to unexpectedly create another life between them.
Your mother came back the next day, and as badly as I wished to spend time with her again, I knew I was too broken to let her stay. I had to let her go, and she did. A short time later, she left town.
Only to discover weeks later that she was pregnant. And it makes sense now why she never told Henry. They'd shared such a connection one night, and then it probably felt like he gave her the cold shoulder of a meaningless one-night stand, when, really, she just didn't know the pain my father had already suffered. "Thank you," I whisper, looking into his eyes. "It's a story I've wondered about for 23 years now. It's nice knowing that you did care for her, as simple as it was."
Your mother was a wonderful person, and I wish things could have been different,
my father says quietly. "But I don't want there to be regrets," I say, even though there are so many things I wish could be different. Because in the end, everything brought me here, and I'm so happy, so grateful for the paths that have led to this moment. I see the pain on my father's face, knowing he too wishes for things to be different than they are. but also the pride and joy he feels. "I love you, Dad," I say, hugging myself into him.
"I love you too, Alivia."
And the way he squeezes me to him, I know he speaks the truth. The song comes to an end, and someone taps me on the shoulder. "Can I steal my bride back?" I turn to see Ian, smiling with eyes only for me. Without words, Henry lets me go, backing away with a tiny bow. Ian takes my hand in his and wraps his arm around my waist. He smiles down at me as if I am the sun, moon, and stars. "It feels like it took a damn long time, and we took the absolute hardest, rockiest road," Ian says as he holds me close, that mischievous smile on his lips. "But we got here, Liv. We did it." "I love you," I say, not holding anything back. My joy is complete, my soul happy.
"I love you too," he says as he pulls me all the closer.
An hour later, I'm changed into regular clothes, and a packed bag waits by the front door. The house is quiet for just a few moments, everyone well worn after the all-day party. They're changing, refueling. "I need just a few minutes to speak to Rath," I tell Ian before we leave. He doesn't ask why, and I wonder if maybe he knows what I need to speak to him about. But he lets go of my hand and lets me walk into the ballroom where the man, who I looked up to like a father, stands. "Can we talk outside for a few minutes?" I say as I come up behind him. He turns to look at me, and it's difficult to read his expression. For some time, I've been afraid of alone time with Rath, because I still don't think I've earned his forgiveness. He nods, and the two of us walk out the back doors, out across the grass, to the edge of where the river drops down. I need distance, enough of it not to be overheard. "I understand why you were so angry with me when I did what I did to Danielle," I say, feeling my stomach turn. "The poor girl I killed when Cyrus made me play one of his games. The girl I turned to a Bitten by accident. I don't blame you for being disappointed in me." The look in Rath's eyes as he looks back at me hides nothing. He is disappointed in me. I'm trying really hard to be a different person, a better one. My throat feels sick. I so desperately want to get back to what he and I had before anything got so twisted and deadly. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life earning your forgiveness, if that's what it takes. I squeeze my eyes closed for just a moment, because it's painful. I hate that he and I are in this place. But I have this feeling that you will need some time and distance from me. I open my eyes once more, and nothing has changed in the way Rath looks at me. There's still anger there, distrust, disappointment. And I need to let you have that, I say quietly, hoping he can see the desperation in my eyes. But I have the royal blood and audacity to ask you to do something for me, something important, something that goes beyond me and affects the Conrath name. Rath's brows furrow. His body tenses.
"And what is that?"
I twist the hem of my shirt, turning my knuckles white. A lump forms in my throat. This is a secret I've protected for so long, one only my husband and my father know. But I have to make sacrifices for it. For her. "I have a daughter, Rath," I say quietly. I study his face as I speak, watching as all the worry lines in his face relax, surprise taking over. "She's a royal born. I saw her father in Roter Himmel. There's no question about it." Emotion stings the back of my eyes, and tears well there. I swallow hard. "She's only 4, but something in my gut tells me—" I falter, unable to get my tongue to form the words. "It tells me that she's—"
"Don't say it."
Rath cuts me off, raising a hand and placing 2 fingers against my lips, sealing in the deadly truth that will change so much. He shakes his head, his eyes fierce. I swear there's a tiny hint of yellow that ignites in his eyes. I shake my head in agreement, grateful that he understands, and doesn't make me confess my greatest fear. He lowers his hand, staring at me with something new in his eyes. "This is the name of the agency who helped me place her with a family," I say, reaching into my pocket and withdrawing a small piece of paper with a name and a phone number. I hand it to Wrath. He studies it closely. "You guided and protected me when I needed you most, and I have the royal blood and audacity to ask you to do the same thing for her." I repeat my earlier words. He looks up at me, a million things running through his expression. Awe, shock, disbelief. But no anger, no frustration, no offense. He looks back down at the piece of paper. "I don't even know what they named her," I say around the boulder in my throat. "I asked for a closed adoption. I just know that her family lived somewhere in Colorado, and her birthday is June 2nd. I hope it will be enough information for you to be able to find her." Wrath looks up at me, and I see something settle into his eyes. "I know Henry wants to get to know me, and that we still need a lot of time together," I continue. "But he removed himself from the house system long ago. That hasn't changed. When the time is right, I do believe he will join you. But I need someone now. I need you, Wrath, to watch over my daughter." He continues staring at me for a moment, searching over this woman he has such mixed feelings about. But finally, he nods.
"I will protect your daughter. I will guide her when the time is right."
I bite my lower lip, attempting to contain all of my emotions. I take a step forward, placing my hand on his dark cheek. "You've been essential to the Conrath family for a long time. I hope you know how much I value and appreciate you. I hope you know that I love you." Wrath's hand rises to cover mine, holding my hand against his face. He stares into my eyes. He doesn't say anything. He's not ready for the words yet. And that's okay. But he nods once, a curt, thin-lipped thing.
"It's time to go, Alivia,"
Ian calls from the veranda behind me. I look back to Wrath, offering him an appreciative smile and a squeeze of the hand before I walk back toward the house. I take Ian's hand and we walk back through the ballroom. Waiting for us in the foyer is every member of the house, every member of my family. I give each and every one of them a hug, squeezing tight, words of love and appreciation. And I know without a doubt they feel the same. Surely no other house has become such a tight-knit unit. Surely no others have become such a bonded family, made up of random, thrown-together strangers.
"Have fun!"
Cameron winks dramatically at me when he opens the front door for Ian and I. I swing a playful punch at his arm as we walk out. Waiting in the middle of the drive sits the Porsche with Henry standing just off to the side. He opens the passenger door for me, but pulls me into his arms for one last hug. "I'm so glad you were here for this," I say quietly.
"I wouldn't have missed it for anything,"
my father says before letting me go. I slide into the passenger seat, watching as Henry hugs Ian once he's done putting our bags in the back. I glance back at the house, watching as everyone files out to watch us leave for our honeymoon. They smile and wave, blowing kisses. Things are never going to be smooth in our world. Everything is at peace for right now, but there will always be problems that will arise. We can't expect things to be smooth sailing from here on out. The house system is in place for a reason. I am charged with governing our area, with taking care of problems and keeping the vampire society a secret. But for right now, We've earned our moment of quiet and peace. I've earned the right to wear this smile, to blow happy kisses back to my family, to go on a honeymoon with my brand new husband, to be happy.
Are you ready?
Ian asks once more as he slips into the driver's seat, leaning across the console for a kiss. I'm ready for anything, I tell him, just before pressing my lips to his. Epilogue. That was the last of the houses, May says as she walks back from the front door. Nice little family with 2 young kids. That's great, I say as I look up from where I'm going over the budget with Libby, the woman Rath hired to replace him as the manager of the estate. I'm way more involved in the details than I ever was when Rath was in charge, and I think it's good I learn it all. With Lillian gone, May has taken over with the PR of Silent Bend and the applications for the Conrath low-income housing development. We've just rented out the last of the units. Things have normalized in the months since Ian and I returned from our honeymoon. Silent Bend is just a sleepy little town. The House of Conrath members are respectable citizens. I lead with Ian at my side, and everyone else carries on as normal. The only thing that's different is the absence of Lula, who passed away just 2 days after we came home from our honeymoon. With her gone, Elle is Ian's charge and permanently lives with us. May walks into the library and sets a stack of mail on the desk. I glance over at it as she walks away. An off-white envelope with a red wax seal catches my attention from the top of the stack. I grab it, turning it over. My name is written in elegant script on the front, and there's a subtle smell to it that makes my blood still. Thyme and pine trees. I slip my finger under the seal, breaking it open. Quickly, my eyes scan it, and dread and ice fill my stomach. The phone in the foyer rings. I hate it when that phone rings. It's never someone I want to talk to. It's never good. I walk to the table it rests on and pick it up. Hello?
Alivia, it's good to hear your voice. It means you're alive and well.
A butter-smooth voice comes through on the other end, bringing an overwhelming sense of dread and fear into my stomach. Cyrus, I breathe. I can almost feel him smile from across the world, knowing exactly the effect he's having on me with just a few words.
I just wanted to congratulate you on your success in taking care of that pesky Bitten problem, he continues. Quite an uprising. Noriko told me there were 582 bodies in the end on that battlefield. And thank you for bringing to light how very much I've truly been letting the situation carry on for too long. Did you receive my letter?
Just now, I say, looking down at it in my hand. It will change things. It is a declaration from that here on out, the creation of any Bitten is punishable by death. It also alludes that the hunting down and extermination of any existing Bitten wouldn't be frowned upon. This is a genocide order.
Thank you for helping us get here, Cyrus says from the other line. I do believe our secret will be far safer without their wild kind running about, mucking things up. Don't you agree?
I shake my head, my stomach tightening. Most of them are just innocent people, Cyrus. Most of them had no choice in the matter. It's our fault, usually, when they're created.
Cyrus chuckles. An unfortunate side effect of our thirst.
He's always referred to the Bitten as that.
Think of this as an opportunity for our kind to learn a great deal more self-control.
It won't work that way, I say, shaking my head, and thinking of how all-consuming the bloodlust can be, of how I created Danielle, of how Markov cannot stop himself sometimes.
It has to, Cyrus says, his voice growing harder. What happened in Silent Bend 4 months ago will never transpire again. I value our secrecy too greatly. Can you help me keep that secrecy, Alivia?
Ian and Henry step into the foyer just then, looks of concern and wariness on their faces. Of course, I agree as I swallow hard. My focus drifts to the space between the ballroom floor, to a refrigerated unit that houses bins of glass vials. To the Bitten cure my father created to save another's life.
That's a good girl, King Cyrus says, and I can just picture the cold smile that curls on his lips.
I close my eyes, trying not to imagine another innocent girl having to endure his twisted manipulation like I did, to be charmed by his two faces.
I'm glad to hear things have been running smoothly in your house, he says.
Ian and Henry come closer, their ears straining to hear the words Cyrus speaks.
I appreciate you doing everything you can to keep things under control in your region.
I'll continue to do my best, I say as aggravation begins to replace my fear. My fingers curl into fists, and my heart rate calms, replaced by determination.
Thank you kindly, he says,
his voice friendly, but so very cold.
You have a wonderful day, Alivia. Talk to you soon.
Slowly, I lower the phone, hanging it back up, just as Anna walks into the foyer, fight and war in her eyes. But she must read the expression on my face.
What's wrong?
I shake my head. Nothing that far out of the usual, because this is my life, immortal and complex as it is.
You sure?
Ian asks. Everything in his body is tensed, ready to spring to action with the smallest indication from me that anything is wrong. For now, I reply, a small smile forming on my face as I look from my husband, so ready for violence and war, to my father, who searches my face, trying to read the truth from my very skin.
We do have a situation to deal with,
Anna moves on, oblivious to how things are about to change, once again, in the world of vampires and royals.
There are reports up in Jackson of a coven trying to take over the city. I sent Lexington and Trinity up there last night. It's a group of 9 born.
Ian and Henry look back at me, knowing the whiplash I'm suffering at the moment. The fear of Cyrus can evoke in me with just a few words, the implications of this new declaration. But it's my duty as this area's regent. I take a deep breath. I stand a little straighter. I look around at the house members that are gathering around, ready to help me tackle yet another situation. And I hold my head high as a Conrath and a house leader. Let's go deal with this, I say. This has been House of Ravens, Volume 5 in the House of Royals series. Written by Keary Taylor. Narrated by Melissa Sternenberg. Copyright 2016 by Keary Taylor. Production copyright 2017 by Keary Taylor.